A warm welcome to the Circuit of the Americas then on a beautiful day. Again, there's a little bit of overlying cloud. We haven't quite got the clear sky that we had yesterday, but we are set for 11 and a half hours of racing today. No, 11 hours it is, in fact, because we've got the half-hour start at 11:30. So we're starting on the half hour. Need to be mindful of that when we get to hourly updates, and we're racing all the way through till well into the darkness tonight with 13 hours to look forward to tomorrow. We started at Dubai for the 24 hours then there in the Middle East over the weekend of the 10th, 11th and 12th of January, and then kicked off a 5-race European season at the Mugello circuit for the 12 hours there at the end of March. On to Spa for another 12-hour event over the Easter weekend, and to Brno in the Czech Republic, a first return there since 2016. We've since had 24-hour races at Portimao and Barcelona. One of those two goes towards the Championship of the Continents if you're doing the full season with that in mind. And then we're here at COTA for the third time. The first ever race for the 24 hours at COTA took place 2 years ago when Herbert Motorsport took victory. It was Black Falcon last year, and Black Falcon will start from pole position for this year's event. My name's Johnny Palmer. We've got the whole of the team here on RS1, including Nick Damon, who's down in the grid.
Hello and welcome to the grid. It's a bit of finger trouble there. Oh, Seb, all these years not turn my microphone. Nightmare. Not like I've ever made a mistake. Okay, let's go and meet the grid for the Hankook 24 hours of, where are we? We're in COTA, aren't we? Circuit of the Americas. Hello. How, are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am.
Your name is?
Christy.
Hi, Christy. No.
Hi, I'm Ella.
Christy and Bella there. They have two of the flags for our pole sitter, which is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, and we're going to nip across to one of the stalwarts of... it's Rye. Hello, Rye. How are you? Hello. Are you it's not talking. It's supposed to be last. Hello, Rye. Yeah. Black Falcon, going to... Yeah? Talk with? Good point. That's Rye. It's quite chilly, obviously. The young man has a coat on. Also wearing clothes. It's Jeroen. You know, another year, another pole.
Yeah, but we're still not quite got the win here. So last year we had a great race in the first part. We were 3 laps ahead, and then unfortunately we had a crash. 2 years ago we were leading, and then I think we got some damage on the car as well. So we've been quick, but we haven't finished the job here. We've had the speed, but we still got to do it.
Good team this time. It's a quick team. You know, Mr. Fraga's been pushing you all the way.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. Me and Felipe and Ben have been together a lot this year in WEC and in IMSA. So we're a good team, and it's a lot of fun. And then adding Cooper to it is great. He's a guy I've raced a lot with too in the past, and we've won an ALMS championship together. So it's really a nice group, and yeah, hopefully it's strong enough for the win.
Your almost success appears to have set a bit of a trend, because suddenly we're just surrounded by AMG Mercedes. I mean, you get a commission? Do you get a cut from AMG for the cars you manage to sell for them with these performances?
I wish. Maybe I should talk to them a bit more, but no, it's obviously a great car. And then the 2 cars, second and third, it's a new team, but they're really strong. They got Lucas Stoltz in the car, who is always flying. He drove a lot with us, so it'll be a nice fight with them. But yeah, we got the same equipment, so there's no hiding. We have to do a good job, no mistakes, and then hopefully we're strong enough to beat them.
Great, thanks, Stacey. Yeah, and the car they're talking about is a car that's just here, and from the 70, it's Martin Berry. So you're up against many other Mercedes who have much more experience than you, but still going to win?
Well, we're going to give it our best shot. I think we've, thanks to Nick, we're in a good position for the start of the race. And as you know, a lot of luck is involved in these kind of things over 24 hours. But yeah, we got a strategy, and we'll execute to the best of our ability, and we'll see where we finish.
Circuit of the Americas, do you think it's a good track to race on?
Yeah, I love it. I think that for 24 hours, it's great. It's got a lot of technical aspects to it, a lot of variety to it. And being an American track, it's nice, wide, big, lots of runoff when you're running all these mixed cars on the grid. So yeah, one of my favourite circuits. I like it a lot.
And are you seconding or are you starting? It's hard to tell. Everyone's got their overalls on.
No, Nick's going to start, so we'll put it in the safe pair of hands, and Nick will get us started, and then I think we'll go to George, then we'll go to Eric, then to myself, and we'll see how things go from there. But as you know, you start with a plan, and it ends up being very different anyway, so let's see.
Oh, so you've got a relaxing couple of hours then.
I know, I can go and take a kip and just watch the show.
Excellent idea. Thank you, indeed. That's Martin. From the 70 car, we'll nip across to their teammate. This is the 90 machine, and this is the Lucas Stoltz, Hag Still, Martin Conrad, Axel Jeffries, and the sort of sneaky way. Is that one of their drivers? Who is that? Are you the driver? Your name is?
Martin Conrad.
Martin. Now, first question. Are you a relation of Franz Conrad?
No.
See, there's a big discussion going on whether that happens, you know.
I know. No, I'm no relation.
So, give us your impression of this 90 machine.
Oh, it's a nice car. I know this car. I drove before. I'm just new on this track. I'm still learning this track, but it's nice here.
Difficult track to learn?
Yeah, it's difficult. We lost a lot of time because the free practice was wet, but I think we know the track better during the race.
It's a all Mercedes front of the grid. I mean, is that encouraging for you or makes it more difficult to find an advantage?
Yeah, that's true. And we also have different weight, but we have different driver lineups, and we will see after the second or third stint who is strong.
Thank you very much. That is Martin Conrad from the third place. So in fourth place, you're not going to miss this car on the track. They've just what we call in the world of RC, it's a one can. You've used one can of colour, and that colour is bright yellow, which is the Volt racing machine. They're having a big cuddle. Hello? That's right. I'll join. I always do. Hello, everyone. Makes it much better. Well, the whole team. So Volt Racing, first of all, do you have some form of eyesight issue where you have to be so bright?
We just want to be seen, yeah.
Is this because you've heard that multi-class racing can be difficult? You're worried about the other cars not seeing you?
Yeah, it was pretty much that. Actually, and then we thought if we break some rules that they'll see us more, so then we think we're going to paint it black before we start.
So basically, you start off with a day glow, just like peel bits off as you go.
I mean, I don't know. I think it just looks really good. There's no reasoning behind we need other people to see us or whatnot. It's just a damn good-looking car. How can you not see the bright yellow?
Company, it needs to be bright. Volt Racing.
I see. So it's basically, let's have a tie-in with our car sponsor. Yeah, but you could just put a load of LED lights down the side, couldn't you? Kind of spelling out your names.
Right on. Well, we're going to keep the headlights on even during the day, so we'll be burning our LEDs.
That's just European law. Maybe in America, I'm sure these cars are all set with their daytime running lights the whole time. On a serious point, you are ploughing a furrow behind a lone Porsche furrow behind three Mercedes. I mean, is that a major challenge getting past those three big Mercs?
Well, I think so far we've had a really good weekend. We're here in a Gen 1 car, I qualifying the Gen 2 Porsche. And yeah, I mean, the Mercs will be, they'll be fast, but I think we'll have something for them on the long run.
So the Porsches, obviously, we've seen them have been very successful here in the Creventic series, most especially that one over there, which we'll talk to in a second. Do you take inspiration from the Herberth team?
We just do our own race. So we'll just do the best we can.
And we'll never... is he?
Yeah, he's always inspired. He's ready to go.
And who's starting?
Jan's going to start, and then Trent, and then it'll be Alan's turn, and this is Alan's first GT3 race. So, yeah, he's going to do a good job, and then I'll get in last, and, hopefully we'll be in first by then if they've done their job,
So first GT3 race at Circuit Americas, Alan, that is... was that daunting or just an easier place with more runoff?
I think it's a really great place to get your feet wet in a GT3 car because there's a lot of runoff. I've got a lot of experience in GT4, but believe it or not, I'd never been in a GT3 car. So going in the GT3 car in the rain, was certainly a little bit of a wake-up call, but in the end of the day, they're all race cars. So it was pretty much the same. You just got to be a little more careful on throttle.
Alan, thanks very much. Alan for the 74. That was the whole team there. It was Alan Brynjolfsson, Trent Hinman, Richard Helson, and Jan Haler. Now, very importantly, we need to move towards the front of the grid because it is time for the national anthem, which will be sung by Gabrielle Mercadale-Daughtry, supported by the Guard of Honor from the U.S. Marine Corps.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you indeed to Gabrielle Mercadal-Daughtery and the US Marines Guard of Honor. Now we can carry on with the grid walk. We're going to nip back down to the position number 5, which is occupied by stalwarts of the racing season, which of course is Herbert Motorsport. And it's a case of potluck here. Now, I'm going to go and talk to her now, but which one will it be? Who knows? Okay, Robert.
Alfred.
Oh, wrong again. I know. We basically, Joe and I have this game now. Is how often we're just guessing. Just hope. Could why don't you get like a tattoo or something?
We even have tattoos both.
Just on your hand. Yeah. So qualified down in sort of 5th. Unhappy with that?
No, not really unhappy. We tried everything. It was only 5th position, but we won in the past. We won races from P10 or P11, so I think it doesn't matter so much in a 24 hours race.
Now, just interesting, what this car I've noticed is has a base colour of red, unlike a lot of your other cars. Where is this the car that's been used in Creventic all year, or has this chassis been a GT Open or a Nürburgring car? Which is this? Let's give the story of the car.
So we switched the car after Portimao, after the fire. And the first race was at 24 hours of Spa with this car, and until this race we take every race with this car.
That'd been the last one. Okay, thank you, Alfred. This is the Gen 2 car, apparently. There's only a Gen 1 over there. So we'll nip across very quickly to our home team, which is the, well, not really, oddly home team. It's the CP Racing Mercedes, the 85 car, which is like a home team, but also not like a home team because it's an American car, but also run out of Europe. How does that mean to Charles? Charles, once your own team at your home country.
In our home country, yeah. Rare as that is for us.
It's weird, really, because you're a European team, but you are actually an American team as well. You're a schizophrenic team.
Well, I wouldn't say schizophrenic, but yeah, we enjoy racing in Europe, and we sort of consider ourselves a European team, but we're still Americans.
So this one's the one that matters then?
Well, they all matter, of course, but yeah, it's fun to be here and see so many of our friends here that we miss seeing in Europe.
What do you, I mean, we're at the circuit in the Americas, it changes every year. How's your feeling about the track this year?
Wow, this track, it's always been a fun track. It's a technical track, but the roughness in the pavement this year, as everybody saw with Formula One a couple of weeks ago, it is really a challenge here. It's going to be a challenge for the cars, for the mechanics, for the drivers, just because of the roughness of the track.
Thank you, Charles. And Charles is talking about the track. Let's have a two-dimensional view now with Mr. Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, this track, a Grade 1 circuit, quite obviously deciding the Formula One World Championship just a couple of weekends ago. It's a very long straight and uphill, tricky to know where to brake as well, through turns 1 and then 2 the sweeper, and then left, right, left again through turns 3, 4 and 5, gradually opening up. 6 is quite tricky because it's a double right-hand apex, and then the corners get very tight indeed. A number of cars over the weekend straight-lining turn 9 entirely and also running out wide. Full throttle through 10 and then the heavy braking, great overtaking opportunity into 11. Then you sit and wait down the long straight between 11 and 12, but a chance to draft and another overtaking opportunity into turn 12. And then this is the part of the circuit that really tests and eats the Hankook tyre through 14 and 15. You missed the apex at 15, but it's a late turn in at 16. 17, 18 thrown at you in quick succession. And then turn 19's pretty late on the brakes. You either dive into the pits or continue out on track to head over the finish line. Remember, the start line and the finish line are in completely different places. Here is a very out of breath Nick Damon.
But not really, actually. Look, a year of fitness has worked. I can get 10 grids without the other. It's only fair. Pole for TC. Hello, your name is?
Kira.
Kira, lovely. So that's our third pole position lady. Let's speak to the man who thumped this car on pole, drove the tyres off it, effectively spent probably a couple of €1,000 just to get interviewed by me. Stewie Hall, how's it going?
€1,000 well spent, if you ask me, mate. It was always a pleasure.
On a serious point, though, you've now got the thing on pole. It's a very competitive TCR class. You've got a team, with a number of gentlemen drivers. Where do you feel you are overall outside the fastest lap?
It's 24 hours, so, we still feel we're in with a chance, for sure. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. The guys have never been to COTA before, but it's, the same for a lot of people. They're doing a fantastic job. They're working really hard and improving every time they get in. So, we feel we've got, obviously one of the quickest cars on the grid over 1 lap. But pole position means absolutely nothing now. It's 24 hours ahead of us. It's a lot about tyre management in one of these cars as well. So you can get out the blocks fast and you can build a lead over 10 laps, but you're going to really suffer for it in the latter stages because these stints are sort of an hour and 40 minutes long in this car. So, we've got to play the waiting game. We've got to play the long game. But we're in it. We're in it to fight, get stuck in, and let's see where we are tomorrow evening.
Now, unlike the previous races in the Creventic series this season, there isn't a separate start for the TCE car, so you'll be rolling around the back of the GT4 cars. Are you quicker than the GT4 at the back of the grid?
Well, I like to think we're not quicker than them because they're in front of us, but...
That's because you're a different class.
Yeah, but, I'm going to get stuck in whatever, We're here to race. If they're slow, I'm going to have a go, Yes, it is 24 hours, but it's also a motor race, and I think if you take a back seat too early on, you're not going to set the right tone. So yeah, we're going to be careful, but we're going to get stuck in and we're going to have a go. I'm sure the guys next to me and the guys behind me are going to think the same. That's racing.
Great stuff, thank you, Stu. There's a quote: "If you're slow, I'm going to have a go." Excellent, and delivering a fantastic Essex accent as well. Okay, across to the other car at the front of the TCR grid, and it's Antti Burley. Antti, so you've got the start. It looks like all the pros are starting the race, so it's going to be a right scrap for the first hour and a half.
It's going to be good fun.
I mean, you say it's good fun. You need to bring the car back in one piece. Is that always the back of your mind, or you're just going racing driver crazy?
No, definitely always you need to look after the car. It's going to be a long race, so we ain't going to win it in first stint.
Andy, thank you very much. Now, behind him we have the very attractive Atlanta Speedworks Honda. We don't see many Hondas. Brian Henderson is standing here with his suit on. Ploughing a furrow here for TCR with the Honda. What's the strength of the Honda compared to the rest of the TCR cars?
The Honda's just a really reliable car. It did really well in IMSA all year, so we're just hoping that it's going to be reliable for this race and we'll be right there at the finish.
Now, one of the key things about this is about looking after the tyres longevity. Is that what you've worked on during practice?
Yeah, so a big part of the whole event so far has been working on longevity of tires and everything. Just getting that set up just right to make sure our tires will be able to last as long as they can.
Great stuff, and he's about to get in the car. So I think there's several people. It looks like they're going to try and shuffle us off. There is a couple of people I did want to have a chat with who are actually kind of organisery people. I'm not sure they're actually around. It's kind of a, where are those people? I'm going to steal the microphone. There's one. I can see Gary. Let's actually do a run. We're going to run to the boss. Run to the boss. Look at this. This is. I've got a bad calf, by the way. I'll get told off terribly for running with a bad calf. But let's steal a live interview with Gary Williams. Gary, I've been trying to hunt you down all season. Missed you in Dubai. It's only 10 months later I finally found you. Gary, how's the season gone?
Good, very good. I think we had a wonderful season. Really happy to be here and go to the last race of the continent. So we're wonderful. Look at the sun shining. Look at the new calendar. So we had a good season. Thank you.
And I know we haven't had this race yet, but we're already building up for Dubai. And Dubai is looking to be a bit of a classic, isn't it? You've got a very strong field already for the Dubai race.
Yes, Dubai is always of our highlights, our flagship. So we're really looking forward to have there and to be there in a good grip. And I think in 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
So basically, these cars just get in the containers straight away.
Most of those cars go in the container straight away to Dubai. That's correct. So we hope they get in this condition to the finish, and then we can do that.
Now, I've heard a little rumour, and you can confirm or deny this, that there might be an American series next year, not just one race.
I think that's a rumour.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay, but is that something you'd like to do in the future? You'd like to have 3 or 4 races in the States?
That would not be bad, but if you're looking at the grid now, the most teams are from Europe, so we have to be realistic and keep doing what we are good in. So next step is if we have more American teams, and then we look further.
American teams. Gary, better get on. I don't want you to get run over. You're important. Seb and I are disposable, but you're really important. So we need to leave the grid now. So with that, I'm going to pass you back to the wonderful Johnny Palmer.
And not just me, Nick, but thank you for that introduction nevertheless. But Shay Adam and Paul Trustwell joining me in the main commentary box as well. It'll be Nick for the first portion of the race in the pit lane and Joe Bradley a little bit later on. So 30 cars assembled on the grid and raring to go with a pace car ahead, and a chance now to have a look at the order that the cars start in. So the TCE series cars that are at the back, there's going to be effectively a row between the GT series cars and the TCE machines, but not separate starts. A pole position for Stuart Hall for Monlau competition, a 2:19.304 he was able to set in the first 45-minute qualifying session which took place yesterday, and he is joined by 3 other British drivers in that Spanish-run team with the Cupra. Alongside, we had a quick word with Antti Burri there. He's driving again for Baz Kooten, but this time for Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten Racing in the 131 Cupra. And the next row is a Volkswagen and Honda combination from Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing and the local team Atlanta Speedworks with their number 126 Honda Civic. Next up is the 188 AC Motorsport team, a 2:20.344 for the potential championship winners this season. It's a fight between AC Motorsport and Autorama Motorsport for this final race of the season. The sister car 114 starts alongside AC Motorsport, and then the 4th and final row in the TCE series is the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra alongside the only Cup 1 entry from Zorg Rennsport. Their BMW M240i number 851 starts from 8th position. GT Series cars are starting to roll now, so a chance to look at the 22 cars that will start that part of the race. And it's a pole position for Black Falcon, the German squad, with Ben Keating, Kieran Blakemolen, Felipe Fraga and Cooper McNeil, their drivers. And Felipe Fraga will start the number 4 car, the big Mercedes-AMG GT3 with its 6.2-litre V8 engine. 3 Mercedes, in fact, at the sharp end, with the 2 Tok Sport WRT machines next on the grid. The first is the best placed in the A6 AM category, and Nick Foster will start that car from 2nd position overall, ahead of Lucas Stoltz from the 2nd row, also for the Tok Sport WRT team. Then it's Volt Racing with Jan Heilen to start that machine, the Belgian in the American Porsche, bright yellow colours. And then Herbert Motorsport, winners 2 years ago, start as the 4th placed A6 Pro car, ahead of 3 more AM machines, the HB Motorsport, the HB Racing Ferrari 488, the only Ferrari in the field, just ahead of the CP Racing Mercedes. The Car Collection Audi number 34 starts from 8th place, and then the best of the SPX cars is the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, and that car currently leads the overall championship with 1 race to go. Then the 991 class pole sitter is starting from 10th position, the 906 Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche. Korreuser Racing, the fantastic sounding Mark II V8, starts from 11th place, ahead of the MRS GT Racing Porsche, which had a slight crash earlier on in the week, but has been fully repaired, number 980. Porsche Lorient Racing of France start from 13th place in the 911 Porsche. It's another SPX car from 14th on the 7th row, the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes, which looks very much like a GT4 car, but it has some uprated parts, so therefore is running in the SPX category. And the Speed Lover Porsche, unbelievably ending up on its roof earlier on in the weekend, but they've managed to source another car and take some donor parts from the other machine as well, doing a bit of switching, and the 978 car will start from 15th place. 4 GT4 cars come next on the grid, 16th, 17th, 18th and 19th for Winward Racing's Mercedes, number 433. 401 is the incredible looking Sin R1 GT4 of Racers Edge Motorsport. Zorg Rennsport's BMW and ST Racing's BMW start in the 9th and 10th rows. It's another Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche from 20th position ahead of the 2 BMW M4s, and great to have both of them on the grid for RHC Jorgensen Strom, when it looked at one point that we would only have the 450, but 411 will start from 22nd position, but with exactly the same driver lineup across both of those cars. So the 388 car, if you are enjoying our live stream as well as the radio coverage, carries one of our onboard cameras, and that will give us some good views throughout the course of the race. The 101 Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Cupra, the bright orange car, also will give us a cockpit view at various points over the next 24 hours. That car is now just heading through the very fast right-hander at 16, 17 and 18 and nearing the end of the lap. The Autorama Motorsport 112 car also with Yannick Mettler at the wheel. There's a camera alongside over Yannick's shoulder, providing us a good view of the main straight. And the 710 Leipert Motorsport Alexei Karashev driven car. This is the machine that is fighting in the championship then with Herbert Motorsport 710. 34 car collection Audi, the only Audi GT3 car in the field. Got an Audi in TCE though from AC Motorsport. 450 RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW is also a camera car this weekend. We've got just about most of the classes covered here. Brett Strom to take the opening stint for car 450. Engine in the background is the Porsche Flat 6 then, number 73 for Volt Racing in the Grello-esque livery, but those are the official colours of Volt Lighting, who are Alan Brynjolfsson's company, and therefore carrying that livery. But Alan Brynjolfsson with a lot of GT4 experience in the GS category of the Michelin Pilot Challenge, but this is his first experience into GT3 racing, and quite a challenging place to do that, but he's got good support from the rest of his Volt Racing crew, and Jan Hyland, brought in very late on to replace an ill Spencer Pompelli, is going to take the opening stint. So Shay, the cars are now coming out after they're halfway through the second formation lap now, just leaving turn 11, and that grid will start to take shape in a moment or two.
I just did a quick count, Johnny, and I reckon we have 11 drivers total doing this race in more than one race car. So there's going to be 11 drivers who tomorrow night are quite tired, to say the least.
Yes, and some of those will not have expected to necessarily be racing two cars, because I know the decision at RHC was made very, very late indeed. They'll work out, I suppose, in 33 and a half hours' time whether it was a good idea or not.
Well, it's a bit like Andrew Davis when I think it was Joe Bradley interviewed him last night in night practice, and he talking about the second car that Kelly Moss Road and Race has elected to run, and Andrew said, yeah, I found out yesterday that we were going to be entering a second car just to have a little bit of extra fun. And Paul Tresswell was talking a little bit about strategy options for those teams running multiple cars. Do you split the drivers between the days and keep it simple in that way? Well, we're about to find out, Paul.
We are. I mean, it's one of those things where I always say the simpler you can keep it, the better. What the Kelly Moss team did reveal yesterday was that there was a possibility that they would concentrate on one car and possibly use the other car really just more of a tester, or whether it will do the full 24 hours remains to be seen. But no, in any event, a 24-hour race like no other, almost a double 12, 11 plus 13 coming up to start in the next few seconds. And as you've said all along, a very open race indeed. And we really, for this first 11 hours, are just looking for cars chance to stay on the same lap as their class leader, because it all gets lined up nose to tail again tomorrow. So whatever gap you can build up today will get squashed at the beginning of tomorrow's race.
Yeah, the gaps in terms of time evaporate overnight. However, if you can get a clear lap between you and a fellow competitor or more, then that is key, because the laps difference will be remaining into Sunday morning. We're about to get going for the third time ever at the Circuit of the Americas for the 24-hour event here then, the third race of the season for the Championship of the Continents. It's a long wait and a long haul, but finally the red lights go out, and a great getaway from Felipe Fraga, who's been installed into that all-white WeatherTech liveried Black Falcon Mercedes. He's going to get the jump into turn number 1, with around the outside Nick Foster trying to keep him honest. Lucas Stoltz wanting to get involved as well, as very wide out onto the curbs there went the HP Racing Ferrari of Nikolai Rokivu. It looked like a good start actually from Rokivu, the Swiss, who's gained massive amount of places, up to 4th spot now, leapfrogging Jan Hyland in the Volt Racing Porsche. So Mercedes, then a Ferrari ahead of the all-yellow Porsche of Jan Hyland losing a spot. Then Robert Renauer, I think, still hanging on to 6th place as it will be now. Shane Lewis 7th and Max Edelhoff in 8th. In TCE, they've all just about managed to fan themselves out and then get back into single file at turn 1. And we didn't have any spinners or wayward cars apart from 1 or 2 running out a touch wide onto the curbs. Down towards turn 11 for the first time, and Nikolai Rokivu wasting no time trying to get involved and split these 3 Mercedes at the sharp end.
That was a very clean start across all the classes, and I think some of the sports series might want to watch how you do a proper line formation start, because that was textbook. Further back in the field, we had 2 Mercedes passing each other in the GT4 category, as the Windward Racing car was passed by the Black Falcon GT-X entered AMG. So there was a little bit of intra-class rivalry going on there, but it was all good as Stewie Hall continues to lead in TCR for the Monlau competition, number 107.
2 Mercedes from TalkSport WRT came perilously close to making contact with each other there. That was a very different line from Lucas Stoltz into turn number 15, and almost harpooned the number 70 car. I think Nick Foster just about knew where the number 90 car was, but 1 or 2 getting impatient, including right behind Jan Hyland, Robert Renauer, bottled up a little bit behind the Volt Racing Porsche. So the Volt guys saying we're going to do our own race. Well, the first thing they've got to do is defend from Herbert's Motorsport, winners here in 2017, and Robert Renauer flashing the lights to try and put off Jan Hyland from his stride.
Good luck with that.
It's going to be very interesting to see how these 2 Porsches go. As Nick David mentioned on the grid, they are slightly different cars. The Volt Racing car, the older generation car, the Herbert car, the newer generation car. And although they look the same, they're running in the same class, the Creventic organisation balance them. So in effect, the newer car doesn't have an advantage over the older one, but we'll see what happens. And I think this is going to be an interesting battle in these early stages between the 2 Porsche cars.
Yeah, so heading now through the twisty bits at 3, 4 and 5, and now venturing towards 7, 8 and 9, where the track, the corners get tighter and tighter. Right over the curve there went Belgian driver Jan Hyland, and Robert Renauer will be sniffing around somewhere on that rear bumper, either to the left or right, potentially going to throw Jan a dummy into turn number 11. Ferrari still in 4th position, but can't quite hang on to the coattails of the 3 Mercedes. And what about further behind? So far, I think it's still the yellow Volt Racing Porsche that hangs on to 5th place, but 5th and 6th nose to tail as the 3 Mercedes head towards turn 12 on this second lap.
Strategy-wise, Johnny, we're in for a real treat in this race, because Herbert have proven time and time again they know how to win in Creventic. They are very, very good at that. But they're going up against Volt Racing's Mike Johnson, who sits on the pit box, and he's one of the best minds in IMSA. So how well can Volt Racing adapt from a rulebook that they know back to front to something they've never seen the likes of before, when quite literally their closest competition on the racetrack right now are the best at figuring out the Creventic rulebook?
Yeah, it's definitely 2 worlds colliding, and more learning to be done by the American squad, no doubt about it. But they come from a good base, as Shay describes. The Sin R1 now trying to make a nuisance of itself behind 451, the Jason Hart-driven Zorg Rennsport BMW M4. So that is for 2nd and 3rd in GT4. Actually, since the last time they went through the timing loop, that's a move the Jason Hart car. No, he's still on the tail, that's right, of Jade Buford, who has been put into the race's edge, Sin R1. So that is the battle for GT4 lead, in fact. And 401 leading 451 with Russell Ward, the Winward Racing Mercedes that started from the pole position, now down in third.
Looks like we were talking about the Kelly Moss road and race cars. Looks like they've only started one of them because the 910 car hasn't actually taken the start. So we've got the 906 car out on the track, and in fact is leading the 991 class, courtesy of Andrew Davis, who's driving. But the 910 car, although it did qualify on the grid, hasn't taken the start, or maybe they've got a problem, but Nick will no doubt tell us. But it looks to me like Kelly Moss might have realised the folly of trying to run two cars and are just starting with the one. There's always a possibility that we'll see the other cars starting tomorrow's race with a different number on the side, but that wouldn't really be in the spirit of the thing, would it?
No, it wouldn't. Would be amusing, though. No, I would be more surprised to see them running the two cars between the 5 drivers, because 4 of the 5 are true amateurs, so that would be asking a lot of that organization.
Absolutely. I think it probably depends on what the drivers themselves want to do. The Pro Mercedes from Top Sport has got itself ahead of the AM car. That's to say the 90 is ahead of the 70, or Lucas Stoltz is ahead of Nick Foster. And that is the way that I would expect to see it. Certainly as far as the full race is concerned, we'll see the 90 car pulling away because Nick Foster's team doesn't have such good drivers.
Was it a mistake from Nick Foster then? The 70 car leading at the start of this lap that's just about to be completed, heading through the corners at 3, 4 and 5, and as he reached the tricky turn 6 he was off the apex, but it was later on, I think at turn 11, when the overtake was actually made by Lucas Stoltz on Nick Foster. So that does put 2 A6 Pro cars into the top 2 positions, and Mercedes continue to just edge away a little bit. 1.3 seconds is the margin now. Fraga to Stoltz, and it's a further 0.8 of a second back to Nick Foster. Nick Damon, in the meantime, is finding out about the car that's not started.
Well, it's here, but it has been kind of stripped for parts. I'm not sure whether they've taken off the bits that are likely to be replacing, like the front bumper and the rear valance of the wing, or whether they're just packing it all up. Let me have the man here edging away. Sorry, sir, your name is?
Alan.
I couldn't hear you.
Alan, what, you decided against 2 cars then?
Yes, we only wanted to practice in the second car.
So the bits you've taken off, are they the bits you think you might be likely to need to replace on the main car?
Yes, this is our spares car now.
So what was the reason for not running 2 cars? Too difficult, too expensive?
Yeah, we didn't bring enough crew, we didn't get enough tires. I mean, it's quite a significant additional investment.
I'm sure we could have a whip round in the pits.
I beg your pardon?
We have a whip round in the pits.
I still didn't hear you.
Okay, no worries. Thanks, Alan. The noise is great. Thanks, Alan.
Also,
so that's
whip
the 910 car there. The Park Place machine is now a spares car.
Whip round is probably a very English expression as well.
So?
I'm not sure that necessarily
Well,
works.
ask Shay. She's not very English.
Do you know what a whip round is, Shay?
No,
Do you know
but
what that guy's name was?
Alan Metney. He's a former professional skydiver, Nick, and he created a company called iFly, which is indoor skydiving. They've got many different locations all around North America, so it's pretty cool. One not too far from me, actually. But Alan, who has run in the GT3 Cup US Series for the last 2 years, has won the Masters class both years, and he won this race last year in the 991 class, driving with JDX Racing. So he's got a pretty good base for running at Circuit of the Americas.
And he's still going to be racing, dear listener and viewer, but rest assured of that, because it was the same driver lineup in each of the Kelly Moss Road and Racing Porsche. So just test 2. I suppose you get double the amount of free practice that way, and then strip it back to 1 for the race. But RHC are very much keen to race both of their cars, because both the 411 and the 450 BMWs have started in the GT4 category.
So that brings our total down to 6 drivers driving multiple cars for this race. Still, that's a formidable number.
Yes, and I think what Alan was saying to Nick Damon is absolutely right as well, is that if you are running 2 cars. You do really need to have the crew to support 2 cars, not least just to have 2 guys on the radio so that you don't have one engineer trying to tell 2 drivers what's going on. So there's a number of good reasons for just having the 1 car, and I think, as I say, not a huge surprise to see that we've only had 29 starters taking the start of the race. A suggestion that the start might not have quite been as fair as it should have been. The 433 Winwood Racing Mercedes, you did mention that in the start, is being investigated for a possibility of a start line infraction. But as and when there is a result of that investigation, then we'll let you know. But at the moment, just number 433 being investigated for the start.
Speaking of the team that's turned up with 2 cars, 411 is one half of the RHC crew, and the car's in the pits, Nick.
Yeah, early stop. They're doing a 4-tyre change, which I can't believe was scheduled. So I'm now looking around those 4 tyres to see if I can see any obvious flat spots. It wasn't an emergency stop. They planned for it for 2 or 3 minutes, so they knew something was going to happen. Car goes out and down, sitting actually on one of its wheel bolts that came off. They've done this, and now they've stopped. And now they've gone again. I thought they'd go to that thing where you do all the tyres and then suddenly it drops down, they get the dolly jacks out and off they go, but just time to get the thing to start up. Conversations going on, new tyres on. Looks like it's having problems selecting a gear. There's a big N illuminated on the dashboard, and it looks like now they're going to push it. They're pushing it backwards. I'm not sure they're going to try and rock it so it can get a gear. I'm not sure. No, it is going in the garage, so it's a very short run for the Yorkshire Straw and McLeod car. I'm not sure which one of the drivers is in this one. So it's John Miller who's actually in the car. The man whose name's not on the door is in this car, and they get pushed in. So we'll keep an eye on this and see what happens next.
Okay, I don't think this was part of the plan, so it's certainly not the same sort of strategy that Kelly Moss Road Racing were doing. What's your theory, Shay?
He might have gone for a spin because he had a very long time delayed between when he was supposed to cross the start-finish line and when he actually came into the pit lane. It was about 20 seconds lost. So, but that's very odd. John Miller is the most professional driver in that car, and he's actually a very accomplished driver in his own right back in the Grand Am days and whatnot, but he's also a very good driver coach. So for any of them to have any sort of issue, John, to me, is the most surprising culprit.
Okay, well, it can happen to the best of us, and particularly early on in the race when maybe tyre temperature's not quite there, but the Massachusetts-based driver bringing that car in then, 34 years old, and been busy this year, including a run in the Nürburgring 24 hours in an SP7 Uber Motorsport Porsche.
And that car, I'm reliably informed, is the same car that did the Bathurst 12 hours last year. So, sorry,
this year.
We're still in this year, aren't we? Yes, sorry. So Bathurst in February, and now at COTA in, what are we, in November now? And it's probably done other things in between, but in terms of its endurance racing career, it did the Bathurst 12 hours earlier this year.
I think the car has been running in the Sprint X Championship for Blancpain of the Americas this year.
Yeah.
I will get that name right eventually. Whatever World Challenge is now. But the Sprint X Championship, I believe it was running over there for Darren Jorgensen and Brent Strom.
Yeah, so, and that's technically, I suppose, the championships are still going. Well, they could race at Kyalami later on in this month. Nick Damon now has managed to gather John Miller from the car. Maybe he knows a little bit more.
John, was that we'll start the race and then retire the car because we got 2?
Well, look, the 450 is our primary car. We've got 2 cars here. We wanted to start the race. And really all focus is on the 450 primary car at this point.
Well, I suppose the option is if the 450 breaks down, you can pull the 411 back out again.
That's a great idea.
Thanks, John. Cheers. So a planned stop. I think they may have thought about going a few laps more and then decided against it on the apron.
Okay. Yeah, well, decision made. So, we've lost a couple at this stage already, but not because of reliability or any other sort of strange issues. It's purely from a team point of view that brought extra race cars, thought about running them for the duration, but that looks to be a knock on the head now for both teams.
Question for people who know the rulebook better than I do. Are you allowed to swap tires between cars, or does a set of tires only then
No, tyres don't belong to cars. You can use used tyres. You can use tyres from a different car if they're the right size, although Hankook bring the same compound to everybody for the whole race. There are different cars use different size tyres, but as long as they fit, then there's no reason why you shouldn't use them. And indeed, some teams use front tyres on the back and back tyres on the front, which again is not a problem. Basically, tyres are completely free as long as you use Hankook ones.
So, in theory, they could have just used the sister car to scrub in a set of Hankooks for later on in the race for the primary car.
Could be. Yeah, could be.
I'm trying to figure out why else they would change the tires on the pit apron before rolling it back through the garage, unless they wanted to get heat in a set of tires.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be rotating them on the car, so they were taking them from the front to the back, and that is a way of getting some extra heat into the tyres. But yeah, and I suspect there is just more going on there than actually meets the eye at the moment. Up at the front, meanwhile, Felipe Fraga, although, no, Shea has a further thought on that, so Shea.
Joe just reliably informed me that they would have put the transport tires on, but what I was saying is not the issue of changing the tires and then what do you do with the tires that started the race? That's what I think perhaps they were just scrubbing in a set for the sister car.
You could use them later in the race, certainly. Felipe Fraga, I was going to talk about in the Black Falcon Mercedes, is eking out an advantage, and this gives me an opportunity to talk about the kind of rate at which he needs to eke out an advantage in order, Johnny Palmer was saying at the beginning of the race, if he can get a full lap of an advantage on the field, then he will be able to keep that advantage after the 11 hours when we have the checkered flag at the end of the first portion of the race. And if he gets a lap of an advantage, then that will be good. However, if he's going to get a lap of an advantage, he needs to be pulling away at a rate of about half a second per lap. Could be a little bit more than that, depending on how many code 6s we have. But on the basis that we won't have too many, about half a second a lap of an advantage will get him a lap of a lead at the end of part 1. The gap between Felipe Fraga in the leading Black Falcon Mercedes and Lucas Stolz in the top sport car in second place currently just over 2 seconds, and we are on the 8th lap. So at the moment, Felipe Fraga is pulling away, but not enough, or rather, Lucas Stolz is holding him sufficiently in sight so that if it stays at this way for the end, till the end of this portion of the race, then the gap will just get scrunched up again, and we'll start side by side in tomorrow's race.
You said a half second per lap, correct? Is what they need? Yeah. So they're...
And at the moment, they're behind Shea.
They're at half of their half second a lap pace.
It's not quite there yet.
Max Edelhoff has got a great view of the battle between the two Porsches, by the way. Been loving this for the last lap or so with the Kerhoff Gruppe sponsored car collection Audi now just heading over the main start-finish line and the grid hatchings, but up ahead the bright yellow, here goes Robert Renauer, dive for the very last minute indeed, and at turn number 1 he'd been setting that up for basically the full lap prior, and Jan Heilen had no answer to it eventually, but those two Porsches were side by side going into turn 16, and I thought that's never going to work, but they virtually door handle to door handle all the way through that arcing right-hander, and then at the very last minute, almost lulling Jan Heilen into a false sense of security, Robert Renauer came from a long way back to put that car on the apex of turn 1 and bag the place, which is 5th position.
Jan Heilen, who's no stranger to this race either. He ran it in a Cup 1 BMW, I want to say, last year with an all-Belgian lineup. It was pretty cool. He was saying how they could all speak the same language on the team, which is not always a given for endurance racing, multinational endurance racing. But now we'll see if Robert can actually pull away and run away.
Yeah, I think he'll pull away. Certainly the way he was putting pressure on the Volt Porsche earlier on. I think we'll now see the Herbert car catching up pretty quickly onto the back of the HB Racing Ferrari. Nikolai Rodgivu having held 4th place. As far as Robert Renauer is concerned, he is now the leading Porsche up into 5th, but he would like it to try and just make sure that he doesn't lose touch that much with the cars front. The important thing from his point of view, he's now looking at a gap of about 16 seconds between himself and the race leader Felipe Fraga, and that, if it continues at that rate, is that half a second a lap. In fact, it's 2 seconds a lap, isn't it? Because it's 15 seconds. We've already completed 8 laps. certainly from Porsche's point of view, they know how to win this race, but they're going to find it very difficult to win the race if they're not on the lead lap at the end of this portion of 11 hours.
Yannick Mettler driving the 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen Golf, currently 4th in the TCE race and 4th in the TCRs as well, and trying to hunt down Stuart Hall, who's set off as he means to go on. 3.6 seconds is the lead margin now for Stewie over Antibury in the top car, Cupra.
So from 11 drivers in 2 cars, we now have Yannick Mettler in both of the Autorama Volkswagens, both 112 and 114. And we have
Daniel Alleman?
Daniel Alleman, who is driving 2 different GT3 cars,
He
the
is.
Ferrari and the Porsche. They're not exactly going to work together to try and benefit one another. They're 2 different rivals. So that puts the most interesting onus in terms of the race and sharing a driver to me on Daniel Alleman, because right now he's not in either of those cars.
That's true. A regular with the other 3 drivers at Herbert Motorsport. They won all those races and the title as well. Ralph Bone, Robert Renauer, Alfred Renauer, his regular teammates. But Daniel is Swiss, as opposed to his other co-drivers, and he's hooked up with an Austrian team, I beg your pardon, HB Racing, the Ferrari 488. And Nikolai Rogivu, despite being able to take the race to the 3 Mercedes in the early stages, just seems to have hit a bit of a stumbling block now. And I don't know whether that's the Ferrari eating its tyres more readily than the Porsches, but despite the fact that they were battling, both Robert Renauer and Jan Hyland, in turn they were catching Rogivu. And it means that Renauer is right on the tail now of the Ferrari, just 0.4 of a second between them.
So this is a situation where Alleman stops breathing temporarily.
Yes.
Both of his cars in the race, climbing ever and ever closer on track.
As far as championships are concerned, Daniel Alleman will only be able to count the points from his chosen team, and I'm quite sure that will be Herbert Motorsport. Because the drivers' championship in A6 is fairly well poised. Josef Prowl, Matteo Malicelli and Yuri Pisaric, the regular drivers of the Scuderia Praha car, currently lead the A6 Drivers' Championship, but Daniel Alleman, Robert Renauer and Ralph Bone are in 3rd place, just 4 points adrift, so they'll be looking to score sufficient points in this race to be able to take the A6 Drivers' Championship. But as I say, Daniel almost certainly will be counting the points that he scores with Herbert, and what he's not allowed to do is to kind of choose which car he goes with. He has to choose that ahead of time, and I'm quite sure he'll stick with his Herbert team. So it'll be interesting to see whether he actually drives the other car at all over the course of the 24 hours. I think possibly it's just there as an insurance policy.
Do you think you got a bit confused and thought the HB stood for Herbert? Oh, this must be my car. Herbert Racing, Herbert Motorsport. There was a big wiggle a moment or two, not only from Richard Fairberg, but also Jim Briody, who are following one another. The Speed Lover Porsche, which is 4th in 991, and the Korreuser Racing SPX 2nd place car. But they both had a moment coming out of turn 20, almost one in sympathy of the other. It wasn't a spin, it was just sort of a snaky moment as they applied the throttle, I think, coming out of the final corner and accelerating up the hill.
Too much right foot, but thankfully it was caught. Fast hands. Managed to recover for Jim Briody. That was definitely the most spectacular of the 2 with the tank slapper going on. Team managers starting to be called up to race control. Meeting still with coffee at this stage of the race, Johnny. They're not giving the stern hand slaps out yet. It's for Red Camels Jordan and Speed Lover so far. So 2 team managers heading up to race control as Robert Renauer heads to another position, now looking at the back of 4th.
He is, and as I say, when he got ahead of Jan Hyland, he really wasn't very far away from the Ferrari, but Rocky Vu is going to prove stout defence once again. And are we going to see something special and necessary from Renauer? Maybe an outside move around 16 and 17, or just setting up the Ferrari for a dive into turn 1 or maybe turn 11 at the other end of the circuit. Cars streaming across the line include several of the BMWs in the entry. So 451 about to go a lap down. Jason Hart in his Zorg Rennsport BMW M4. These two scrapping over 4th and 5th. Rocky Vu and Renauer. Renauer to the outside. That might give him the better exit speed, but the Ferrari looks okay through this corner. Porsche, though, definitely a much better exit out of turn 1 as they swoop now downhill through the right-hander at turn 2 on, remember, what is an anti-clockwise circuit, and plenty of curb taken by both cars, Rocky Vu and Renault, that are losing touch with the top 3 Mercedes, still just about the best of the rest.
We've got some people on Twitter, Johnny, who are asking about the color of the Volt Racing Porsche and the yellow, whether it's a Grello Porsche. Nope. Go think of your highlighters that you use, pick up the yellow one, and that's the color. Exactly. So hopefully that gives you a better visual if you're only listening to us on radio. Pictures are available for this race, but we understand if you're driving, if you're traveling, or if you just don't have the bandwidth to spare, sometimes you might just be with us in audio only. And welcome, wherever you are in the world. It's a beautiful day here in Austin, Texas. A little bit of cloud cover starting to roll in. Temperatures climbing ever so slightly. It's still light sweater weather out there for this Florida girl as Robert Rennauer makes the dive down the inside of the 41 HB Racing Ferrari, gets it done into turn 12. That was textbook.
Textbook in Texas, and the car then jumps ahead and now trying to reel in the 3 Mercedes, but I'm not sure whether Renault is necessarily going to have an answer for the pace of Nick Foster, Luca Stolz, who is second, and Felipe Fraga, who is in the lead. Foster, the Aussie, has sliced the gap very slightly. It's down to 2.8 seconds now to the Brazilian driver who leads the race, Felipe Fraga.
But of course, what Robert Rennauer has done has been saving his tyres early on, whilst perhaps the Mercedes drivers have been pushing on at the front of the field. Robert Rennauer starting the race slowly, and we've seen this in previous Creventic races on the Hankook tyres. If you build the speed up gently in these tyres, they will go nicely for as long a stint as you want to. And the other aspect, of course, is quite how and when the Code 60s are going to come, because that's where you can use the Code 60s to your advantage. You can get in for fuel. Yes, you only get half your normal fuel allocation when you come in for a fuel stop under Code 60, but you get it when everybody's going very slowly, so it's a good time to take on fuel. Other than that, of course, the record is that there are very few Code 60s in this race. Last year we had 11 Code 60s across the full 24 hours. Year before, though, 2017, the first race they held here as a 24-hour Creventic race, we only had 4 Code 60s over the whole race. So even Herbert, with their good strategy under Code 60s, I suspect may well be thinking, look, we can't necessarily plan for Code 60s, we have to go for a full stint on every tank of fuel. So that means we're going to have to look after our tyres very carefully indeed, and I suspect that's what Renault is trying to do in the Herbert Porsche.
The 188 AC Motorsport entered Audi RS3. This is an LMS spec RS3 with the DSG gearbox, and it's Vincent Rademacher, the Belgian, for Belgian squad AC Motorsport, put into that car for the opening stint. Only 5th. I just wonder whether the Audi's struggling this weekend compared to the Cupras, and well, certainly the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic, which is not a regular in the 24H series in TCR, but they are very experienced nevertheless in other championships based in the US, and Brian Henderson taking that car, taking charge of that car for the opening stint. He's 3rd and only 0.8 of a second behind the top car sport by Baz Kooten Racing machine of Antti Burri. But Henderson with pressure because Yannick Mettler is very close indeed. So the blue and yellow Honda runs 3rd, the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf of Yannick Mettler 4th, and then it is Rademacher, but he's 1.6 seconds adrift. Stephen Licorice, who's taken the opening stint for the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Cupra, running in 6th place in TCR, ahead of then Stefan Tanner, also for Autorama, and Zorg Rennsports BMW, the only Cup 1 entrant, and that's Johann Schwartz for the opening stint in 8.51.
Yeah, the lead that Stuart Hall has in the TCE division, 4.5 seconds over the Antti Burri in the Baz Kooten Top Car Cupra. So Stuart Hall's lead at the head of the TCE division is actually greater. In fact, it's almost double the lead that Felipe Fraga has at the ahead of the race overall, and Felipe Fraga over the last couple of laps has been losing a little bit of ground to Lucas Stoltz, and that may just be the result of traffic, but Fraga's certainly not pulling away at the front. Lucas Stoltz keeping him very honest indeed.
We're very close to half an hour in the book, by the way, so coming up to midday local time, an 11:30 start for this portion of the race, racing through until 10:30 tonight. That puts 11 hours into the book, and then a further 13 hours tomorrow. That's right, isn't it?
Yes,
11
yes.
to 13,
Double
Nailed
checking
it.
myself then.
11 today, 13 tomorrow. Fastest lap of the race thus far to Felipe Fraga, the race leader, 2 minutes 6.563. That's quicker than last year's fastest lap, so we're in record-breaking time so far.
But still not quick enough to put a gap over Lucas Stoltz to be able to put him a lap down by the end of the race.
No, not even looking likely at the moment, because in fact, last lap there, Lucas Stoltz was actually bringing the gap back down again. Previous lap now, it was 2.7 seconds, now down to 2.4 seconds, the gap first and second. Sorry, it was 2.1 seconds, gone up to 2.4 seconds, so that gap going back again. Max Edelhoff going great guns and closing in on Jan Heylen. Possibly the Volt Porsche suffering from having overused its tyres a little bit earlier on in his work to try and defend from Robert Renauer, but Max Edelhoff, another experienced Hankook runner, is now putting the pressure on the Porsche.
Well, and that's exactly it. This Porsche has been running on a different tyre all year, and that's what the team has been used to. So this is the first race stint that they've ever seen any data from Hankook. Again, part of the learning experience.
And of course, even though they had testing earlier in the week that was horribly wet on Thursday, they learned nothing at all about tyre wear during that. The only data they will have gained will have been during the free practice session yesterday morning, and then of course they were straight into qualifying.
Another nice little battle developing between Jan Heylen again for Volt Racing and Max Edelhoff. I mentioned that Max had a good view of the all Porsche scrap that at the time was for 5th and 6th. Well, Robert Renauer's leapfrogged Jan now, and Nikolai Rogivu, and runs in 4th. And Jan Heylen, as we get further and further into this stint, he's limited to a 2-hour drive in time, as everybody is, but the GT3 cars probably can only do, about an hour and 5 minutes?
Something like that, an hour and 10 at most. And I would imagine, having had 2 formation laps, they'll be looking more at about 55 minutes to an hour on this first stint, which means we're halfway through this first driving stint. And as I say, the tyre, that's why tyre wear is that much more significant now, because that will be the point where the tyre wear is beginning to have its effect. Shay was saying earlier on, temperatures not quite balmy, but certainly pleasant out there. But with the bright sunshine being this far south, the tarmac absorbs the sunshine very much more quickly, and the tarmac itself gets quite warm quite quickly.
Temperature is a lot nicer than it was the other day. I'm only in one jacket today.
Or even at 7 o'clock this morning.
Yes.
There was frost on the car this morning.
Yeah.
Which didn't come as a complete surprise, because we were kind of expecting it, but it was somewhat concerning.
So the Volt Racing Porsche reaches the top of the hill at turn 1, with Max Edelhoff now just a car length away in the white and blue Kirchhoff sponsored car collection machine. This is sort of back to the usual team in car 34 that we've seen together for so many times previously. So Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff himself, Gustav Edelhoff, Max Edelhoff, Elmar Grimm and Ingo Vogler. All German lineup for the German squad. Car collection as a team won the opening round of the season in the 24H series back in January at Dubai, but didn't feature any of these drivers. As down the hill through turn 10 goes that scrap then, setting the cars up for turn 11. And Shane Lewis would love to be involved in this fight, but he's about 3.4 seconds further down the road in the CP Racing Mercedes. But Shane installed for the opening stint in car number 85.
Paul, just something for you to put a little feather in the back of your hat to think about for later. The Porsche, that's the Volt Racing Porsche, when it runs in GTD, it's allowed a 95-liter fuel tank as the last race that it ran in IMSA, which was at Laguna Seca. It's allowed 90 liters refueling here for the race this weekend. Now, they can start with a completely full tank, so that's an advantage, but it's 5 liters less than they normally run in IMSA, and they can normally only do about 55 minutes to an hour on fuel.
Yeah, so they'll have to take that into consideration as well, of course. We've got some information down in the pit lane, or...
Well, it's more of a just trying to get a feel for how a certain guy very close to Max Edelhoff, i.e. his dad, is reading this battle with Jan Hyland. So let's hand over to a new voice in the pit lane, a quick change for Nick Damon, handing over to Joe Bradley.
Not just an interested dad either, it's an interested teammate, because Gustav here is a teammate in the 34 Audi, and Gustav sitting watching Max here in that great battle with the Porsche of Jan Helen. Is it easy for you to sit and watch that, or is it difficult?
It's very easy for me to watch it, because I know Max knows what he is doing there. He has very good car control, and he also knows that we are driving 24 hours, and in the end, you have to be fixed in the pole position.
So what we're watching there is what looks like a great race, but I would imagine both drivers are keeping the car in good shape and just taking things relatively easy. It's not like a sprint race.
No, it's not like a sprint race, but I am very sure that these both guys have a lot of fun in the moment.
I'm sure. So that's what I mean. Would you not rather be having the fun?
Pardon?
Would you not rather be out there having the fun?
Yeah, sure. It was also nice for me now in the car. But I'm coming later.
Yeah. We'll leave that in. I'll leave you to watch your son, Max, doing a great job so far. Thanks, Gustav.
So still only 23 years old, Max Edelhoff from Westphalia, and he therefore not very far away from the Nürburgring, and having raced for the 24H series, can't actually see an N24 that Max has ever done though in the past, so that'll be something on the bucket list, I'm sure, having come through Formula BMW in the Talent Cup 8 years ago, and Max tending to be the quicker of the 5 drivers scheduled to race at 34 car, and showing the reason why he's put in to start the race and often to finish it as well, because he's still taking the fight to the bright yellow Volt Racing Porsche. No way through though for the time being for 6th position.
Last lap around was just slightly faster than the car ahead of him, about 4/10. So a good effort for Max Edelhoff. Coming around to complete another lap, and this will be lap number 16 done for that car, starting lap 17.
So up the hill then goes the Volt Lighting sponsored machine, and Jan Hyland's little office space, not a great deal of room inside this Porsche, but he's well used to it now. And as I described at the start of the race, Jan not expecting to be here at COTA this weekend, but got the phone call pretty late on. Spencer Pompelli suffering from flu this weekend, so we wish him well, and hopefully it's just going to be a few days out before he's back into a race car. But this time of year, I suppose it's a question of actually finding a race to compete in, and I'm sure very disappointing for Spencer not to be around during the COTA 24.
Saw Spencer last weekend at the Encore, and he was saying how excited he was that the Encore and then the COTA 24, as it was going to be his last race of the season. And then he was going to have a month at home with his wife, Lindsay, and the kids. Well, his month at home just started a week earlier than he was expecting, so Spencer, I'm sure, watching and cheering on this team. But Jan Helen, another driver who was in action last week at the Encore, happy to fill in for a friend. Jan, who actually is quite the cyclist. That's his hobby and passion, and he owns a store just outside of Tampa, Florida, that deals in all kinds of cycle equipment and sells the bikes themselves too, but has just opened up a new facet within the cycling store, a wine shop, Johnny, and you can go in there and do wine tasting before you buy a new helmet or brakes or whatever for your bike.
So the car now heading into these tricky corners, and that 4-litre flat 6 working very, very hard. Let's just take a listen to it. that's the curve on the exit of turn 19, running a rather wide, although just within the track limits, I reckon. And then an awful lot of wheel twiddling coming out of turn 20 just to ensure that that Porsche is kept straight and keep those horses behind Jan in check. But not the only Belgian who is keen on cycling who is due to be at this race, because unfortunately no Tom Boonen in the entry, but Tom Boonen was by midweek still on the entry list, and he is a former winner of stages at the Tour de France, so he certainly made his name in road cycling, and Tom Boonen is no stranger actually to motor racing within the 24H series, so I'm sure we will see him at certain points next season. So the Porsche that runs in 4th place, Robert Renauer's Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is in the all black with the red nose, at the top of the nose and the red roof, now just heading down towards turn 11, and that car in a clear 4th place because Robert Renauer's built up a 5.4 second gap now behind him.
Unfortunately, he's got quite a bit of distance to cover to try and get back up to the Mercedes trio that have checked out. They are 18.5 seconds clear of Renauer is Nick Foster, who's the second behind teammate Lucas Stolz, who's just on 4.1 seconds behind Fraga. So that gap really is seesawing, Paul. He stretches it, but then it comes right back.
Between the two leaders, between the Black Falcon car and the Top Sport car, yes, I agree. I suspect that's just as they come across traffic. Robert Renauer in the Herbert car, I was thinking might be in a position to close the gap between himself and the Mercedes, having given him the credit for dialing in the cars nicely as dialing in the tyres as at the early stages of the race. But I don't think actually Robert Renauer is making any progress. Just looking at the last 5 laps since Robert got past Nikolai Rogivu and has been pulling away from the Ferrari, but he hasn't been making up any ground on the Mercedes, nor has he been losing any, so it's kind of reached pretty much the kind of status quo there between the top 4 at the moment. But I think the teams are going to be looking towards now the first of the scheduled refueling, which, as we were saying, is probably going to be just short of an hour. We've had now 41 minutes of the race, so within the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to get scheduled refueling stops, and then it will be into the pit lane, new set of tyres on in the pit, in front of the pit, and then heading all the way to the end of the pit lane where they turn left and go into the refueling area to get their new, for this race, tank of Gulf fuel, using Gulf fuels this weekend with the Creventic series, I think for the first time. So they'll go up there, and it's incredibly slow getting the fuel in. But the significant fact is that there is no other limit on the pit stop time. You're not constrained by the regulations on the pit stop time. So if you can change the tyres quickly, if you can get the driver out and the new driver in quickly, then that's a good thing to do. You're saving yourself time on the track by doing that pit stop as quickly as you possibly can.
Have we had any further information about the fuel pump that's out of use? Is it still out of use?
I don't know. I haven't been up there, but we were certainly, you're right, going back to Friday, we were given the news that one of the 8, and there are 8 refueling stations here, but one of them was going to be out of use for the whole event, we were told. I haven't, as I say, been up there to find out whether that's still the case or not, but I think even if we've still got the 7, there's no diesel engine cars here, so they're all petrol. It will only, I think with only 29 cars taking the start, there should always be enough refueling pumps to keep everybody happy all the time. Let's hope so anyway.
And there's only 28 cars circulating, so that means that you've got a 1 in 4 shot that you would have a fuel pump? Yeah.
And with the GT3 cars using their fuel very much more rapidly than the TCE cars do. TCE cars will be, Stuart Hall telling us, to do an hour and 40 minutes on a tank full of fuel, whereas the GT cars, we're looking at about an hour for them. Hopefully you won't get this everybody coming into the pits at the same time. It'll be a reasonable flow of people through the refueling station.
Still a good dice going on between Richard Verberg and Jim Briody, 978 versus 717. They're in different classes, but doesn't seem to matter for those two. 4th in 991 for the Speed Lover Porsche of Verberg, and 2nd in SBX but it's also tight between still the Jan Heilen and Max Edelhoff Porsche and Audis respectively. The 433 Mercedes just heading now towards the end of the long straight with Russell Ward at the wheel of the Winward Racing Mercedes. It started from pole position. It's got itself back up to second place now in the GT4 category. So started from pole there. The Sinar one got by Jay Buford, and Russell dropped back to third, but he's now got back up to second place again.
Yeah, so Harry Gottschalker in the ST Racing BMW slipping down to third in GT4. So it's Mercedes 1, 2, 3 in overall positions. In GT4, Sin leading, Mercedes second, and BMW in third place in GT4. So nice variety in that class.
Do you remember when we were on our cupcake journey, Johnny, that I pointed out, or perhaps you might have been asleep at that time, I pointed out that, just, you know, innocence, I pointed out how we were driving through a town where there was a legendary water park, and it wasn't that far away from where we are. It's a little place called New Braunfels, and that's where Harry Gottschalker is from.
Okay.
So he is very much a local guy, drives a Hyundai TCR in the Pilot Challenge Series, and came second in that championship this year in his first ever time going out. Got a win too, so very handy driver. I'm surprised that he's dropping back down through the field, especially since he was with ST Racing in their Sprint to X challenge this year, so he's familiar with the car and the team.
Yeah, and only 20 years old, Harry, so very much at the start of his racing career, but 2014 is when he started karting, and then into World Challenge 2 years later, so lots of racing experience under his belt.
He's what our Aussie friends would call a nifty little peddler.
There you go. And always, I think, good value to get involved in another championship, just so that if you get a call later on in your career, you've experienced Creventic and how these weekends work. Fourth place for the 112, Yannick Mettler-driven Volkswagen Golf. That car still trying to chase down the Honda Civic, which is ahead, but 7 seconds now, the gap for the Swiss to Brian Henderson, who runs in third. And there's 6 seconds the difference between Stewie Hall and Antti Burri. That's not a bad effort at all for the Essex born Brit. So Stuart Hall for the Monlau competition crew, saying that he barely got any actual free practice before qualifying, treated that session of 45 minutes as his free practice, getting more and more used to front-wheel drive car after having such a great history in motorsport with rear-wheel drive machinery, but not too shabby so far from Stewie Hall. 6 seconds to the good.
Yeah, his lead in TCE division is greater, still greater than the lead between Black Falcon and Topsport up at the front of the field in the overall position in the GT division. Nick Foster is coming back at Luca Stolt. We saw Luca elbowing his way past up at the hairpin on the beginning of the back straights, about the 5th or 6th lap of the race. Well, Nick Foster not kind of giving that one up yet, and he's still quite close to the back of his teammate Mercedes, as are the Audi and Porsche. Max Edelhoff beginning to now look a little bit more seriously at the possibilities of getting past Jan Halen. That's for 6th place. They're squabbling over.
Are they pushing one another closer to the Ferrari? Is that what you're saying, Paul?
I'm not sure that they are really, but the Volt Porsche is not going as quickly as it was. The Ferrari is 6 seconds up the road at the moment, so I think if Max were to be able to get past the Volt Porsche, if the car collection Audi Max Edelhoff was able to get past that Porsche, then it might be able to start closing the gap, but I think he's going to run out of time before the fuel starts to run out, although the car collection car will be running to a full tank of fuel because it runs as an A6 AM Advantage class. It means it has no limitation on the fueling. It takes as much fuel as they can get into the Audi R8, which is 120 litres, and that does make quite a difference. Although it means that every pit stop that they make is that much longer because they're putting in an extra 30 litres of fuel. That's going to take an extra 30 seconds. So you kind of think, oh yeah, I'm going so much further. But then you spend that extra 30 seconds sitting in the pits getting the extra fuel in that you've used by going for the extra 15 minutes or so on your stint.
Still no let up for the battle between the Porsche and the Audi, but Max Edelhoff doesn't quite have enough in the can to force an opportunity, unlike what Robert Renau was able to do. And I think the Audi's just struggling for maybe straight line speed, or not as quick off the corners. But Max Edelhoff, as we've said, is just about the quickest driver in car 34, so that's their best opportunity of getting ahead of Jan Hyland. But Hyland, as he proved against Robert Renau, is not going to give up this position easily. It's in 6th place at the moment. The other opportunity that Max Edelhoff may have is through the traffic, and there is now a slower BMW ahead of these two. In fact, Hyland's going to use the 451 BMW, maybe to force a gap. No, can't quite do it. So Max Edelhoff very good off turn 15. And they're now working their way through 16, 17 and 18. Edelhoff perhaps closer than he's been for the last few laps. Late as he dares onto the brakes into turn 19. But once more, the Porsche looks very strong off that corner, and possibly so off turn 20 as well.
It's in the straights where the Porsche has the advantage, Johnny. You're absolutely right. It just pulls away, and Edelhoff can sit in the slipstream, but he won't have enough ponies to get the Audi up and alongside to even try and overtake. So his only chance really is to out-fumble Jan in the twiddly bits.
Good on the brakes of the Audi, because he gained a lot of ground then at the top of the hill. But then when you start to pull through the gears, the Porsche's got all the ponies, as you say.
The Porsche just looks so much more stable over the bumps at the exit of turn 1 and then through 2 and 3. It's really noticeable. And you notice everything on that bright yellow Porsche. You can't miss anything of it, but it's just sort of gliding over the bumps, whereas the Audi seems like it's being bashed by them.
And the other fight that is showing no signs of letting up is Jim Briodi trying to force an opportunity or a mistake from Richard Verberg. So a 991 spec Porsche ahead of the SPX Mark II V8 of Core Racing. Jim Briodi competing in his 100th 24-hour race of a long career, 75 years old now, and he's signing off in style this weekend. Plenty of plans for life beyond motorsport. But this is a cracking way to just bring this portion of his life to a close.
He's getting right up behind the Porsche as they went across the start-finish line that time, and might be close enough as they get to the end of the start-finish straight to try something on the inside at turn 1. I think he's going to be able to. Briodi's going to be loving this side by side as they go out of turn 1 down through turn 2 through the sweepers. Briodi puts the Mark II V8 ahead, so he manages to get through. I can't wait to hear from him at the end. He'll be describing that to whether it's Joe or Nick. It depends when he comes in.
Could be tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just wonder whether Cool's got the contract that he says as long as Jim's going quickly, he just leaves him in the car. It's 124-hour race. All right, go out and do 24 hours, Jim.
Richard Verberg, seeing that Mark II car coming up along the outside, said, "All right, you want to pass me on the outside of turn 2? You're that crazy. Go ahead. It's a long race yet. I'm not going to jeopardize my Porsche." Having just won the 24 Hours of Barcelona in September, Richard Verberg knows what it takes to win a 24-hour race.
Again, Edelhoff close to the 73 Porsche at turn 1, but no opportunity now to get through unless the BMW up ahead again puts Jan Hyland in two minds, but no, he's again going to use the traffic as a way of driving a wedge between he and Max Edelhoff in the car collection Audi.
To the pits comes the first of our regular pit corners, at least I suspect it's the first of the regular pit corners. Number 980 is the MRS GT Racing Porsche, which has just been brought in by Konstantin Scholl out of second place in the 991 class. I'd have expected a 991 to go a bit over an hour rather than a bit less than an hour, but so it might not be an altogether routine stop, but on the other hand they might just be trying to get into the garage or get into the pits before everybody else does.
I know a man who knows the answer to that. Joe Bradley's watching.
Yeah, it's more than scheduled, this, boys. They've just wheeled the car straight in. It's trailing looks like brake dust. I think they might have had a brake disc or a brake failure of some sort. It's trailing a lot of brake dust from both sides of the car. I'll dive in and see what I can see. But the car went nose first into the garage. The bonnet has come up, and there is a tension at the top of the fuel tank at the front of this Porsche, just in front of the bulkhead. And can't quite see. Some sort of leak because they're mopping something up. Is the fueling? Oh, there's lots of fuel around there. They've got a fuel leak. Yeah, there's a fuel leak at the front of this car. So I'm going to just edge to the front of the garage and look at this from a distance. They seem to have everything in hand though, and hopefully it'll not cost them too much time. So a fuel leak. A union has gone from the fuel tank to the main fuel supply. So they're just sorting that.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for that. And whilst you were reporting what was going on down at MRS, a stonking battle out on track, as we've been talking about. Max Edelhoff struggling to get by the Porsche. Well, he eventually managed it, and again, using the superior braking capacity, I think, of the Audi. And interestingly, now that the Audi's in front, it is able to just edge away very slightly. So maybe the Porsche has been wearing those tyres more readily than the big R8.
Yeah, I mean, it will be able to pull away through the corners, and what Max will be trying to do is to get sufficiently far away so that when they get through the hairpin at turn 11 and out onto the big back straight, that he's far enough ahead that he can break the toe to the Porsche, because otherwise the Porsche will just breeze back past him on the back straight. So Max using the handling of the R8 to the best of his ability to stretch the legs of the Audi through the corners. There's a whole suite of corners that go through onto the back straight, and then as I say, it will be interesting to see whether Max can hold the Porsche behind him.
And we've got a significant pit stopper. It's the HB Racing Ferrari, which appears to have gone straight to fuel.
Okay, so no tyres for the Ferrari, just straight up to the refueling area, unless it did it extremely quickly. But the number 41 Ferrari then out of 4th place, where he was in 5th place, wasn't he? The Ferrari, Nikolai Rogivu, he stays behind the wheel.
And we can hear from Joe Bradley in the meantime, because he's still trying to get some news from MRS GT Racing and has managed to grab Nicolas Michelon from the team.
Nicolas, I saw fuel leaking from the top of the fuel tank. Was that because they were fixing some problem?
Yeah, we had an issue with the fuel pump. I'm not sure if we can fix it or replace it. I hope we can get back in 10 minutes back to the track.
So putting a positive on a negative, the driver's done very well getting the car back. With a bit of luck, if that fuel pump could have just stopped.
Yeah, so we need to understand if it is just a small gap in there's more leakage in the pipes, or if the actual pump that has a problem. We'll see.
Still a long way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Nicola.
So, yeah, Nicolas, one of 5 drivers scheduled to be driving that car over the course of the 24 hours. Had J.M. Lippmann in the booth earlier on in the weekend, and he is also one of the drivers. Didn't necessarily start in a glittering way with the team, never raced with MRS GT Racing before, ran 4 laps, I think, in free practice, and just nosed the car slightly into the barrier at turn 8. He said it was one of those really annoying accidents that happened in slow motion, but I think the car was quickly fixed. But possibly as a result, possibly not, he wasn't chosen to qualify the car yesterday.
Well, and one of the drivers added to that car fairly late on is a man named David Roberts from the US. So I asked JM, is that the David Roberts out of Atlanta, who he and his wife used to race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in Ford GTs back before Ford came back to Le Mans? And he said, no, this David Roberts is an MMA fighter. He's a professional fighter. And yeah, so that's quite interesting. We're going to have to get an interview with him at some point over the course of the weekend. Hopefully the car gets back out there and gives us a good excuse to talk to them instead of a less than sparkling one as it is right now.
We've had the pit stop, well, the Ferrari's still getting fuel, but now into the pits comes the 2nd place car, Nick Foster. Sorry, not Nick Foster, the 2nd place car, Lucas Stoltz, car number 90, coming into the pits out of 2nd place, and that elevates Nick Foster into 2nd place in the race. But Lucas Stoltz then into the pits with the number 90 Top Sport Mercedes. and I have every reason to believe this is a routine pit stop, but Joe Bradley will be able to tell us, I suspect.
Driver change there. Lucas Stoltz staying at the wheel of the number 90. It's just taken on tyres, and now it goes off towards refuelling. I say everything's going to be down here in the pit lane as just tyres. Just to remind everybody back home that in Creventic 24H Series racing, the fueling is done in a fueling area and not in front of the pit garages. It's great because usually we can wear shorts, but the weather's not allowing that, so there you go. But it's off to the fueling, and so pretty standard. I don't think any problems with the 90.
But interestingly, you say that, Joe, that the driver's staying behind the wheel. That means that putting the tyres on the car, they reckon they can do that more quickly. Otherwise, they would change the driver as well. We're 1 hour in. The drive time limit is 2 hours for any driver, so we're not quite 1 hour in. So the fuel, presumably for the Mercedes, will then last until the end of 2 hours, and then Lucas Stoltz will be coming in at the end of this tank of fuel to hand the car over to somebody else. In a GT car, that's easy because it's an hour of fuel, and that takes you a double stint, will take you to the end of your 2 hours. If you're in any other sort of car, which will go more than an hour on its tank full of fuel, it means that you really have to change the driver at every stop, because you don't want to put him out for an hour and 40 minutes and then have to bring him in after just 20 minutes of fuel.
An hour gone then, and a chance to catch up with the order of matters in the TCE series. 7 TCR cars and the Cup 1 BMW and Monlau Competition have had it all their own way so far, with Stuart Hall put in for the opening stint, and he leads by 1.6 seconds. So that gap is coming down between he and Antibury. It was 6 seconds the last time I checked. So presumably that is because Stewie has had to deal with some traffic, but he's also needing to stay off the racing line at times to allow faster cars to get by. And maybe the 131 drive, Antibury, is just that little bit better through the various bits of traffic they're finding. Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic FK7 is in 3rd position with Brian Henderson at the wheel. Then it's Vincent Rademacher running 4th in the 188 numbered AC Motorsport Audi. Yannick Mettler is 5th. Stephen Licorice is 6th for the Cupra of Red Camel Jordan Stott NL. Stefan Tanner in the sister Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf. So Yannick Mettler, his teammate therefore. Tanner is the 114 car and in 7th position ahead of Johann Schwarz in the Zorg Rennsport BMW. And in the GT series, Felipe Fraga leading the way. Not mentioned an awful lot about Felipe because he has this 6.1 second lead after 28 laps. Car number 4 ahead of the Talksport WRT crew with Nick Foster at the wheel. Then it's Robert Renauer's Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91. Max Edelhoff's been doing a splendid job to get his Audi number 34 up to 4th position for car collection. Jan Hyland for Volt Racing, and the Porsche is in 5th place, number 73, ahead of the CP Racing in 6th. Mercedes number 85. Talksport's WRT Mercedes that did run 2nd until very recently has had a pit stop, so Lucas Stoltz rejoining in 7th spot ahead of Alexei Karashev for Leibert Motorsport. That's the SPX leader, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. 991 class leader is the Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche number 906 ahead of the Porsche Lorient entry from France 911. And then in 11th position, Korreuser Racing SPX Mark, which has been dicing all race long with Richard Verberg in his Porsche, but HB Racing's Ferrari after a fuel stop is 12th. The Speed Lover Porsche of Verberg 978 running in 13th ahead of the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes AMG in the GTX configuration or iteration. 464 is in 14th place. The Sin R1 GT4 is the GT4 class leader for Racers Edge Motorsport ahead of the Winward Racing Mercedes, still being driven by Russell Ward. Harry Gottsacker, the 20-year-old for ST Racing, is the best BMW M4 in the GT4 category, ahead of another one from RHC Jorgensen Strom. The Zorg Rennsport example, so 450 ahead of 451, and then the MRS GT Racing Porsche number 980 is in 20th position. 21st is where we find the other RHC Jorgensen Strom car, but that's no longer running, and likewise the 22 car already a retirement, the 910, which was basically used as an extra bit of free practice, another chassis to be able to, for the 4 drivers to do double the mileage effectively earlier on in the week, but they have decided not to enter that car in the race. So there we are, Felipe Fraga. You have to think pretty close then to a fuel stop, with the car behind him, Nick Foster, coming in now to the fueling area. So car 70 making its first stop of the race.
Yes, what I'm interested to see, Johnny, is which of Felipe Fraga and Robert Renauer blinks first. I'm pretty sure Max Edelhoff will keep going for as far as he possibly can with the Audi, so expect him to take the lead in the next 15 minutes or so. But Felipe Fraga, Robert Renauer, the car's now running in first and second places with, as you say, the pit stop for Nick Foster having happened. Which one will go that little bit further? It'll be interesting to see on the fuel whether or the Mercedes or the Porsche is slightly more economical. Although, even after they come in, as Shay was saying earlier on, we won't actually know for sure, because the fuel tank on the Porsche and the Mercedes is 120 litres, but they're only allowed to refuel 90 litres when they come in. So it won't necessarily be that they come in when the fuel is exhausted. They may come in just when they can get the 90 litres that they're allowed into the car.
And back timing to drive time as well, because as you pointed out, Paul, 2-hour maximum per stint. So if Edelhoff can stay out there for another, 15 minutes, will we expect to see him get out of the car then, so as not to do a very short stint?
Well, yes and no. The trouble with Max Edelhoff is because he's so much quicker than anybody else who drives that car that it's almost worth leaving him in for the extra 20 minutes and then bringing him in for a shorter pit stop to hand the car over to somebody else, because of course it will be a shorter refueling stop because he won't spend as long putting the fuel in, so there won't be as much fuel to put in. So if I were running the team, I might be thinking about leaving Max in just to maximise his pace, because as I say, Max Edelhoff very much the quickest in that car collection car.
Joe Bradley, who is looking after matters in the pit lane for us, often can answer questions of our own, but also he can ask questions to Paul Trustwell.
Got a question for Paul. We've got the number 38 Honda in the TCR class about to come in for a pit stop for tyres and a driver. Surely that's really early in the pit stop window for a TCR.
Yes, I mean, we've had an hour and 6 minutes, so a TCR should be able to do at the very least an hour and 20 minutes on its tank of fuel, so an hour and 6 is a bit cautious, I would say.
Limited, Paul?
On the other hand, that is a car that is less experienced in Creventic, so they may be coming in because the tyres are wearing out.
Which number was that, Joe?
126.
The Honda.
Oh, 126. Okay, yeah.
126, sorry.
Oh, well, they've started Brian Henderson, who's a very capable driver, and he's one of the 2 full-season drivers for that car. So I would be very surprised to see him getting out after such a short time.
I think it might be tyres, Joe.
Yeah, you might be right. Well, we're going to find out because they are going to change the driver, so I'm going to have a chance to ask Brian just what the strategy is. And yeah, that kind of is a good presumption. I think we've got the leaders in, guys. Yes, we have. The Black Falcon number 4 Mercedes in.
And it's Robert Renauer has stayed out.
Just to throw us off, it's the 388 BMW that's in, not the Honda.
Right.
Okay, so that's the ST Racing BMW M4. Also, I know you're keeping an eye on the leader, Joe, but the Ferrari, which has just been fueled clearly to the brim, is spitting fuel out of one of the apertures there. Now, I think that's just a bit of overfill as the car rocks and rolls through the high-speed stuff, but it's spitting fuel out of the right-hand side, and that just shows how fully laden that 488 is for the next stint. Joe?
Yeah, number 4 clear now. Just taking on tyres, driver hopped out. So we'll get a chance to find out what it was like at the front. Bit of a boring stint that for the leader, wasn't it? He just got on with it.
It's never boring if you're in the lead of a race. Best thing to do. I'm sure Felipe would say no, he'll be quite happy doing that for the rest of the 24 hours. But but Robert Renauer, as I say, he has stayed out, so an extra 1 lap already for Robert. He is now leading the race, although not being shown at the top of the leader chart, because he'll need to come round and complete a lap before he does take the lead of the race.
The officials aren't happy about this 41 car losing fluid, as there's a message on the screen now to say it's got to be repaired immediately, and it's still pouring out the right-hand side. Now, normally when these cars are fueled, sometimes there's a churn on the outside, which is the breather, isn't it? And I know it's a fuel nozzle supermarket style that goes in. I don't know whether there's the need to put this thing on the other side to mean that the air can escape as the fuel goes in.
No, the problem with these cars are because they're used to having a proper churn type of fuel put into them. They have an adapter which enables them to take a refueling nozzle, and I think it's the valve on that which is gone, or it's popped out and the valve just isn't closed. So I think it may be quite an easy fix. They'll just bring it in, pop the valve, and it'll be fine. But he has brought the car into the pits. They've just gone past our booth, and down the pit lane he goes. I suspect, let's say, it'll just be popping the valve, and it'll be fine. Fingers crossed.
All right. Well, Joe, give us a shout in my ears if you're anywhere close to that Ferrari. I think it's the other way, at the other end of the pit lane, and quite a lengthy pit lane here at COTA.
I think the problem, Johnny, is that that's not the side that they have accessible to the fuel tank, because the left-hand side of the car still has the normal nozzle and inlet, if you will, where you would do the refueling. The right-hand side looks like they've just put a sheet of metal over top of it to sort of stop it from being an issue, and clearly it's not worked.
Well, looks like they're going to send it, so the work is done. The lollipop was lifted briefly by the guy on the front, and the marked car was about to pit, so they wanted to make sure that that was safely in as well, of Jim Briodi. The Mark II V8 coming down pit lane. The Ferrari's just passing Joe Bradley now.
Yeah, I was towards pit out, checking on the leader. The Ferrari was at pit in. The number 41 Ferrari just going by me now, and I didn't
You're on the wrong side, that's the problem, because it was spitting out from the right
coming
side.
out the right-hand side, yeah, the fuel filler is on the left, or that's the breather, I'm not sure which. But there was nothing apparent there as it rolled by me, but then again, it's not exactly under stress or any kind of pressure in the system coming by me.
Indeed so. And
he has gone in for more fuel though, so that's an interesting tactic. They were only out, how many laps had he actually done since his
7
pit stop?
7 laps.
6, I make it, but yeah, 6 or 7. So they will have used some fuel, but interesting that they do just want to top it off, and they will then therefore want to get that.
And the fuel is going in that side, so the guy has to run around the car. But there's another guy on the valve on the opposite side with, I think, just a container of air. Is that right? And that's where the air that is in the tank,
and a catch
which is not fuel, escapes to, basically.
But it does prove that is a either an IMSA spec car or a WEC spec car, which is normally getting its fuel put in either through dump turns or through sealed units. So they'll have put some kind of adapter on the right-hand side in order to get a normal pistol grip fuel nozzle in there. And I think it's that adapter which the team was having difficulty with. The problem is that they only can work on the car in front of the garage. They can't work on the car in the refueling area. So if he wants to put it in there and get the valve back in properly, he has to make sure it goes in properly, but he can't work on it.
Big drama for Brian Henderson in the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic XFK7, because it's come to a halt at the end of the long straight at turn 12, and there is smoke coming from inside the car, it looks like, and also that's issuing through the rear wheel arches as well. So Brian stepping out of that machine. Did he run out of brakes? He hasn't quite made the gravel trap, but only caught sight of this incident when the car was stationary on the blue paintwork, which displays the Lone Star, because of course we are here at the circuit of the Americas, and could very easily be an engine going bang there, but I would expect to see a slightly more smoke than that.
This is now a Code 60.
Yeah, Code 60.
Which is playing perfectly into the hands of Herberth, because they have not yet pitted.
Absolutely.
And they love pitting under Code 60. Brian Henderson now standing up against the guardrail. Very strange incident, because you rightly said, Johnny, as we caught sight of it, there was just white smoke billowing from the back of the car. doesn't exactly lend to thinking that an engine has let go or something of the sort. That has been an issue with Honda TCR cars in the States this year, but it hasn't been quite that spectacular in the past. Henderson's still staying close to the car. Maybe he'll be able to get it back to the pit lane. But interesting, when the safety crew opened the driver's side door once again, there was still smoke being emitted from the cockpit.
I think it's on fire inside because the door's been opened again, and once more a whole load of smoke coming out of the car. Now this is the fire marshals are on the scene, and this is when they'll discover whether the engine bay is alight. They gently open the hood, and no need to spray extinguishant straight away. So a little bit of head scratching there to work out where it's all coming from, and Brian Henderson can only stand at a distance with his arms folded, peering at a very pretty looking race car, but it's going to go no further for the time being. Obviously 24 hours of racing, and there is the option to try and repair that if they can, to get it back out again, if only for tomorrow's running. Joe Bradley, a long time ago now, I'll admit, let me know that there was a Porsche, I think, rejoining the race, but also you've got plenty more cars now, it being a Code 60, littering the pit lane.
Yeah, it was from a very quiet pit lane. It's all just kicked off, Johnny, as you would imagine, with the Code 60 coming out. The 980 Porsche, that was the MRS car that we spoke to, one of the drivers, about a fuel pump problem. That car has just rejoined just before we saw that Honda pulling up to a halt and causing the Code 60. And now we've got an influx of cars in all of our classes. The 101 car, for instance, the Red Camels Jordan Cupra, just coming off the jacks there as I speak, and then getting on with it. We've got one of the Autorama cars coming in. I think that was the 112. I'm just beside CP Racing, making my way down to the Atlanta Motorworks garage, and CP are about to come in with their Mercedes. So it's up to you guys to keep a tab on exactly what's happening, because I'm completely confused as to who's pitted and who hasn't.
I'm completely aboard with what's happening, Joe, so don't panic about that. The car that we're expecting in very soon is going to be the leading car of Robert Renauer, who's
in now.
He's in now. I was going to say he was just making his way through the final few turns a moment ago, and so he'll be in for half a tank of fuel.
Joe?
Yeah, I can confirm as well, Robert Renauer getting out of the car. I think it's Daniel Anneman. Now, that's just a presumption of mine, because I saw him doing some squats and stretches, looking like he was getting prepared. Now, as the car it's about to fire, there it is, it fires up, and it is Daniel Alleman by the look of the open face helmet that Daniel wears. So the 91 Porsche in and out towards fueling.
Fuel pump's starting to get very busy, and we were talking about how, oh, there's 7. There's only 28 cars on track. Plenty of room for everybody. Well, right now, there's not quite a queue of cars waiting, but there certainly is a queue of cars building to try and gain access to the fuel pumps. As in also comes Max Edelhoff out of that number 34 car collection Audi.
Yes, it's the downside, I suppose, of pitting under a Code 60. And there are a few of them, because you only get half a tank of your full allocation, and the spots in the fueling are rather limited. Back to Joe.
Yeah, right in behind the Audi of car collection has come the Volt Porsche as well, the number 73 Porsche there, pretty much behind him. Max had quite a bit of time on him as they came onto pit road, but both of those cars that were battling earlier are now in the pits, and I am joined finally by the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes. And back down to my right, the 131, that's the Baz Cooten top car, Cupra, in just front tyres going under the 131 Cupra. So front tyres being the key factor in the TCR class, front wheel drive taking an absolute pounding. And in comes the 107, second in TCE, in the TCE battle. So we've got all of the main runners coming in now and taking advantage of this situation.
Yes, good point there, Joe, telling us that it was 131 leading the TCE battle. I'm not quite sure we remarked on that earlier on, but Stewie Hall did lose the lead of the TCE division before that flurry of pit stops. So I'm not quite sure when, well, I know when it happened, because it happened on their lap 27. So it happened some 4 or 5 laps ago. But Stuart Hall then did lose the lead of the class to Anti-Bury, and that's a fairly significant loss, because he had a 5 or 6 second advantage.
6 seconds. I remember when we'd got to 60 minutes to the race and I gave the order in TCE, the order hadn't changed, but it had come down to about 1.5 seconds. And Anti-Bury, whether he's just that bit better through the traffic, because of course
tyres. I suspect
possibly.
Stu
But also, I mean, Stewie's incredibly good in open traffic, and he admits himself he's learning the car, and you've got to. The car clearly has its strengths, but it's not going to pick up quite as readily as a GT car that Stewie's so experienced with. So it's almost about making decisions seconds before they need to be done and anticipating gaps a little bit more. But yeah, maybe Stewie's just gone, like a rat up a drain pipe, as it were, where the tyres are concerned, and just cooked them early on. And Antti Burri's been slightly more cautious. And the interview style might echo that as well during the first portion of our race as well. Very chilled out is Antti Burri. Here's Joe Bradley with more from the pits.
Yeah, I just popped into Atlanta Speedworks to see if they'd had anything fed back from their driver. I'm talking about the 126 Honda that ground to a halt, a smoky halt, in fact. The team know nothing. They're waiting for the car to be brought back, and they're kind of enthusing about this series, bringing the car back to the pits from wherever it's gone off or stopped. Gives them a chance to get back in, and there's still a chance. And while we're down here, let's have a word with Shane. Mr. Lewis, always smiling. Looks like, all right, you ended up fourth in the AM class after that first stint. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a good stint, I think. I was surprised at how fast everybody pushed it from the very beginning, from a standpoint of tires and just, first hour of the race. I was kind of surprised, but I tried to stay with them the best that I could. We decided to go a little bit on fuel strategy at the same time, try to conserve fuel in certain areas and then push in others, and see what happened with our tires, really, and take care of these cars over the bumps.
So not giving too much away to be Shane, because everybody's listening, of course. How were the tyres towards the end of that one?
We had a good tire run on there. We were trying to manage them in a lot of different ways. This is the first time since we didn't have that that rain out on the first practice. We didn't get a chance to really run a full tire to see what it would do over a long run. So this first time was our good indication of what we've got for the rest of the race.
I mean, Shane, someone of your experience and professionalism, how easy, how difficult is it to maintain the discipline and not get dragged into something that you weren't strategizing for?
Yeah, that's a tough part, because when the guys went in the beginning, there was a couple cars, big red car that's out there, passed everybody off the racetrack. And, we're kind of like, all right, who's going to call what? And you got to kind of go, hey, officials, are we going to do this or not? And this is good, because we love these guys. They do such a great job here. But I decided that I'm not going to get mixed in that stuff. I'm going to take care of this car for 24 hours. And because the old guy with the now gray signbirds, he's got to be the smart one of the bunch and make sure I bring these guys a car back.
We're in black and white, so no one's noticed the grey. Don't worry. Talk to you later, Shane. Great to have you here.
The big red car.
Yes.
Which one's that then?
The only prancing horse, I would imagine.
I think it would be Jim Briode.
Could be.
I
it's
think
not that red, though.
No?
Not.
No.
I mean, it has been in the past when it's a VDS car and things like that, but it's not a great deal of red on. I just thought about the sin, but it's not going to be really unsettling Shane Lewis in the Mercedes. Well, your guess is as good as ours.
May I do a guessing game for a moment?
Mm-hmm.
Joe left his hat here, so I'm going to put on the detective cap. Down the backstretch, there is a cleanup crew that dumped a lot of kitty litter on the racetrack just before the braking zone going into turn 12, which then at the exit of the braking zone off to that painted blue area with the Lone Star, that is where the Atlanta Speedworks car ultimately came to a halt.
Yeah.
Maybe it expired in a big way before the braking area, and that's why there's now a cloud of dust representing Tatooine, practically. There's that much sand in the air, and the cleanup continues.
Yeah, and the quick dry concrete dust has gone down or similar, and it's being swept as well. But whilst all that is being done, let's catch a word with Jim Briode for such a big weekend for him.
The number 717 Mark Cars V8 was started quite aptly by Mr. Jim Briode. Jim, we've talked about your 100th 24-hour race, but also I think more significantly, you've called today. This is going to be your retirement race. So how did your retirement race, your final race, start off?
I think it started off great. We were a little bit behind some of the pack, and I was just getting my nice rhythm back, which is what you have to do on this track, is get the rhythm. And I was doing really well. Then the Porsche did a bonsai on me in the back section, and I knew he wasn't in my class, so there's no reason to block him. And then I could have passed him, but every time I made a fake, he would come all over on me. And I said, if he takes me out, my race is over. So I just figured I'd dog him until he made a mistake, and he did in turn one. And once I passed him, I was gone.
We were actually watching that battle on track on TV, and you could see how the experienced wily old fox just waited and waited, and then you picked your moment.
Well, you have to remember that old age and treachery will always beat youth and exuberance.
Pat, I've got to ask, Pat's Jim's wife, and Pat's been very much a part of Jim's 54-year career. Pat, how did you feel seeing Jim take the green light for his final race of what is a dual act, isn't it? You're a double act, you guys.
It's bittersweet. This will leave a big hole in our lives, but it's time.
Yeah, and it's not over, guys. No. We'll still be good till tomorrow night, and I'm sure we'll get to talk to you again. Jim, when are you next in the car?
I don't know. I haven't checked with my car owner yet.
Pat, hang on. I'll ask the crew chief. Pat.
About 7 o'clock.
There you go. He has nothing to worry about. Pat makes sure he's where he needs to be, when he needs to be. Great to talk to you guys. Have a great day, and I'll see you after your next stint.
Yeah, and Pat and Jim Briody, fantastic couple, so enthusiastic about motor racing, and a little tear in the eye already from Pat Briody there. Just thinking about their life after motorsport. I still think they're going to be hanging around racetracks from time to time, though, even though Jim won't be taking active part. And a stonking battle to get their race underway then with Richard Verberg, even though it sounded like Jim made a bit of space for him initially, but then Verberg couldn't shake Jim Briody in the 717 Mark II car. So one of the red machines that has been entered into this year's event is now heading through the sweepers at turns 3 and 4 with, it looks like, that fuel cap repaired now with the adapter. Maybe it was just a sort of sprung-loaded thing that needed to be snapped back into position, but that does seem to have cured the problem on the 41 car.
Trent Hinman is back in the pit lane in the Volt Racing Porsche. Perhaps they're learning the strategy, and you can only do a half fuel tank under code 60. Looks like they're going to do another half tank.
Let's go to Joe Bradley, straight for fuel for the 73.
Just as Shea picked up on that one, I saw that car come into the pits and I was trying to jump in. It has come in, and I thought, he's just coming in again to go back for fuel. But he's coming in and he's taking on tyres. And more than that, there's more of an inspection going on. The wheels have been removed from the 73 Porsche, and now there's a bit of a tension under certainly the rear wheel arch. Now the rear wheel goes on, left rear on. We've got the car going onto blocks, onto jacks. The right rear comes off. Another bit of an inspection. So now the left front's going on. I think, you know what this tells me? Telltale signs of the driver reporting something amiss. And he's brought the car back in. Maybe a bit of pink. But he's back out. Can't fathom that one. I'll see if Mike Johnson will tell us. Just dive in. Mike on the pit box. Mike, that was a bit confusing. He came back in. What was going on?
Well, this is our first time doing one of these races in a code 60. The first time we came in, we got half a fuel load. The driver, when Jan got out of the car, he had some handling concerns. We were obviously struggling in the slow bit, so we figured right now under code 60, let's make a change to improve the suspension. So we made some bar adjustments. Now we're going to go add the other half of the fuel in. And the good news is we got to start. We were able to make it all the way that code 60, so we should be up a lap to some of those other competitors that had to do it under green.
Great stuff. That's why you're sitting there, Mile. I was kind of right, wasn't I?
Yeah, not a million miles away, but it's these little intricacies, isn't it, that you sort of only discover in the race, and you can do as much practice and research as is necessary, but these little tricks of the trade that, of course, Herbert and other regulars with Creventic know like the back of their hand.
I mean, what's going to be interesting to me, because, I mean, Mike's absolutely right, the important bit is actually getting the car to work properly and to go a little bit quicker. The amount of time it's taken to do that change will have cost them, and so when we get to going to green flag racing again, which we have now just done, we're now back to green flag, the Porsche will lose out, and it's losing out more now because it's still taking on fuel whilst everybody else is up to full speed. So I think the number 73 currently being shown on the screen in second place, but it's going to drop down to 6th or 7th, I suspect, by the time it gets out after its refueling. It wasn't the only one to do 2 stops either, because 91 Herbert, they've been doing this long enough, they decided they'd get 2 lots of fuel, so they're now fully fueled. Max Edelhoff came in and he's had 2 lots of fuel. CP Racing came in, they've had 2 lots of fuel. So all of these extra little bits of refueling have played very nicely indeed to Herbert Motorsport, and not only have they now taken over the lead, they're going to be leading the race once the race settles down again after this green flag period. The TalkSport team, 90, didn't come in at all. They decided, even though they'd been out at they'd already had their pit stop, they didn't come in even for the slightest top up. So TalkSport with the Mercedes number 90, Lucas Stoltz stayed behind the wheel. I thought they might have taken the chance just to come in, get some more fuel, put a different driver in, but they haven't. They've left Luca out there trying to get track position, but Lucas Stoltz will go through once the lappery unlaps itself, I think in 2nd place in the race. We'll see what happens.
The car second in GT4 has come into the pit lane, and this is more than a scheduled stop, Joe.
Yeah, I've just inquired with the team. It's an Creventic sensor that is putting the car at a half power. Now, thankfully, the car, they've got a spare car at the back of the garage, and they've just swapped out the little airbox sensor, and they're busy replacing it. The problem is it's right up against the back of the, or in front of the bulkhead, the back of the engine, and it's really fiddly. The mechanics, of course, burning their hands. They're trying to get it in there, and it's a couple of tiny Allen bolts, and they're using ratchets with small extensions just to get to it. He sprawled himself across the engine of the car now, bonnets up, and the mechanic feet well off the ground, lying across the engine just to get to it, right in the back of the engine. So it's a small piece, probably, I don't know, $25 piece, but it's and it's costing this car a lot of time just because of the fiddly location of it and the fiddly aspect of having to replace it. But that's the problem with the 450.
Okay, thanks, Joe. That's the team that started with 2 BMWs, then elected to just run the one. So they do have that donor car, the 411, in the back of the garage. But Darren Jorgensen, who was neatly placed in GT4, actually still being shown as in 2nd place in that category. But Jade Buford's not going to be very far away in the Sin R1 GT4.
The BMWs actually aided in the fact that the Sin had trouble getting going again out of the Code 60, the Racer's Edge car, not accelerating back up to full speed at first opportunity. So that is a missed opportunity too.
So the cars have gone through now, completing their kind of first laps after their various pit stops taken under the Code 60. Max Edelhoff has handed over to Elmar Grimm in car collection and has gone through in 2nd place, albeit over a minute behind Daniel Alleman, who's in the Herbert Porsche now. Lucas Stoltz has gone through in the TalkSport Mercedes, having not stopped during that Code 60, and he's in 3rd place, but closing in on Elmar Grimm, 20 seconds behind now, but lapping considerably quicker than Elmar is. Jeroen Blekemolen has gone through in 4th place in the number 4 car, the Black Falcon Mercedes. That's another car that stopped just before the Code 60 and then left Jeroen in the car through the Code 60. And so they are now also going to be, oh no, they're not going to be constrained by the 2-hour driving limit. Lucas Stoltz is with the car number 90, so the number 90 TalkSport car will have to be first in next time around, because both the cars ahead of it have effectively got a full tank of fuel by coming in twice during that Code 60 period.
Luca has 33 minutes near enough left in that car. He's left to see just how close to Elmar Grimm he can get.
That's right, and then after Jeroen Blekemolen with the TalkSport Mercedes is the Trent Hindman Volt Racing Porsche, as a result of the time lost doing the extra bit of work on the car and refueling whilst after the Code 60 had finished. So number 73, the Volt Racing Porsche, back into 5th place now, and then the CP Racing Mercedes is in 6th place with Charlie Putman now at the wheel of the number 85 car.
Great pace in the early part of the race from the Speedworks car, the 126 team, who've brought a Honda Civic FK7 with them this weekend. Unfortunately, though, the first Code 60 was because of the Atlanta Speedworks Honda grinding to a halt at the end of the long straight into turn 12. Let's hear from Brian Henderson to find out exactly what happened with Joe.
Brian, it's a sad sight to see at any point at any race, but so early for the Honda to act up. Have we gotten to the bottom of what ground the car to a halt?
Yeah, I mean, the race was going good so far. We were hanging out in third place and then going down the back stretch and the motor just cut out. So not sure why or what happened, but I think it's the end for us.
All right, so it didn't make a bang, it didn't do anything, it just stopped.
Yeah, a little bit of a clunk and just cut out. Smoke everywhere, oil all over the track, so.
All right, it must be, I mean, there's nothing I'm going to say it's going to make it any better. All I can see is your engineer is still downloading data. It might be just something silly. Let's hope we can get it rectified.
Yeah, hopefully so. Thanks.
Sorry, Brian.
Yeah,
it's a shame. It was great to have these guys here, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Speedworks team. It's great to have them here in our TCR class, and it's to see them go out in such that in a way like that is.
Certainly for the Stars and Stripes to be represented on the entry. Also, we don't get an awful lot of Honda Civic of the newer shape in TCE series either. Generally the Cupra, the Volkswagen and the Audi RS3. So yes, and they look competitive. That's the most disappointing thing, is that, as Brian said, they were hanging out in third. They potentially got a bit more speed to give later on in the race if they were in the fight. And bitter luck for it to come to an end, just over an hour in.
I hate to be that little black storm cloud, but this isn't the first time that I've heard that description of the car going wrong. Not from this team, it hasn't happened to this team, but for a Honda TCR car, this is not an unknown equation, and I really hate it for the team because, I mean, Todd Lamb and Brian Henderson did phenomenal work this year, coming in with a brand new team, new car, new everything. And I was really expecting a lot from them, and to be there in the TCR battle at the end of this one. As our leader in TC, by the way, Ronnie Yost is now up to 15th overall in the top car sport by Bass Coden Racing, so good effort from them. But yeah, just sad. And if it is indeed the end of the race for that Atlanta Speedworks car.
Yeah, the difference, I suppose, between the Audi, the Cupra and the Volkswagen, they're all powered by the same VW 2-litre TSI engine, whereas the Honda has a completely different unit. And these cars are designed for sprint racing at the end of the day, and then somebody discovered they're a great thing to do longer distance running in. Maybe still some tweaks are needed to make it more resilient and more reliable.
I mean, talking about TCE, Baz Kooten very much taking advantage of the Code 60 there. He was in the lead when he came into the pits to the tune of 4 or 5 seconds. Now, as they resume racing after that Code 60, the gap in the class is over 45 seconds. It's very nearly 50 seconds between first and second TCE division. So Baz getting the car in right at the beginning of the Code 60, getting the half tank of fuel, and none of the TCR runners incidentally stopped twice. All of the leading VT cars stopped twice under that Code 60, but the TCRs only stopped once, so we'll be getting the TCR cars coming in for their next stop, as it were, early, because they've only took half a tank of fuel on. But of course they only needed half a tank of fuel because they weren't as far into their tank, because they could run for something like an hour and a half, and we were only an hour and 12 minutes into the race when that Code 60 happened. So it was absolutely perfect timing for Herbert, exactly when they wanted it. They probably threw the spanner into the Honda, but it really did help Herbert Motorsport, and now they have this minute and a half advantage over the rest of the field. I think what we need to be looking out for, though, is Lucas Stoltz closing in on Elmer Grimm now for second place. Lucas Stoltz is the number 90 top sport Mercedes, closing in on the 34 car collection Mercedes.
Joe's just saying to my ears, they put the spanner into the Speedworks.
Oh, clever.
Oh, Joe.
Joe is on fire.
I couldn't possibly take credit for that, but well done, Joe. It's clearly woken up, as over the line Daniel Alleman has expected any moment in the 91 car, ahead of Elmar Grimm's Audi now, but 90 seconds is the leading margin. Lukas Stolz did a good job in the early part of the race, but finds himself now down behind 2 cars that he was in front of.
But he'll be second by the end of this lap, I reckon. If he's not second at the end of this lap, it'll be the lap after.
Yes.
Luca really on a charge, and credit to Elmar Grimm, but he is not anywhere near as quick, even if the car were as quick as Luca behind him.
Once again, gentlemen, we have the 2 Porsches in the A6 category who are getting ever closer and closer together. This time, Trent Hinman trying to stay on the lead lap with Daniel Aleman closing in on him.
No, that's the Lamborghini.
No, but Hinman is just in front of the Lamborghini.
Okay, right,
yeah.
sorry. Yep.
Too many fluorescent yellow cars.
Yes, no, I caught the car that Daniel Aleman was chasing down, and he's not making the easiest job of getting past the Lamborghini. Dives up on the inside of it now and goes through. And how far ahead of the Porsche then is the other Porsche, the Volt Racing car? You reckon he's about a lap behind?
I reckon he's about 10 seconds up the road ahead of Aleman at the most, because it occurred to me, we were riding on board, we could hear the Porsche at flat 6 engine in the background. That was riding on board with Trent Hinman. And then I happened to look at the timing screen and noticed that the leader was also coming through as Trent was crossing the start-finish line. Went,
Great illustration there of the straight line capability of the Lamborghini, though. It was catching the Porsche like crazy. Had there been another sort of half a length of that back straight, I think he would have been through.
Didn't want to sit in the slipstream, did he, the Lamborghini?
Certainly not.
He wanted to get out, right out there.
Aleman goes for a move on a TCR car and very nearly made contact with the, I want to say, class leader. That's not the case anymore. It was when Stewie Hall was at the wheel, but it's Chris Kemp who's taken over the Monlau competition car. No. So Daniel Aleman trying to get ahead of 107, and he had to get out of a move at turn 15. Does, though, make it stick at turn 19.
All right, Hinman just crossed the start-finish line, and Aleman is expected to cross within 5 seconds. There he goes now. So it is a small gap. But Trent should be able to claw back a bit of ground. The 2019 GTD champion in the IMSA competition.
Yes,
Very capable driver.
On that last lap, Trent's lap time was at 2 minutes 12.97. Daniel Aleman, 2 minutes 15. So bearing in mind that Daniel had that little hiccup trying to get past Chris Kemp, so probably lost a bit of ground there. But at the moment, the Volt Racing car not looking in danger of being lapped. The first car which is lapped is Charlie Putman with the CP Racing Mercedes. So after an hour and 40 minutes of the race, we have 5 cars on the lead lap. And the first car not on the lead lap is the Charlie Putman car. However, Charlie Putman, now I need to find out whether A6 is going to be run as 2 classes or not, because the important thing in terms of your restart position is not your restart position relative to the overall race leader, it's your restart position relative to the class leader in your class. Johnny Palmer is a bit of an expert on these credit laps, which effectively you get given back if you are not on the lead lap, but you are on the same lap as the leader of your class.
They're called restart laps. And
restart laps, that was the phrase.
And sometimes you are credited a lap back. For instance, if there's 10 seconds between you and your class leader, but the overall leader's got between you, therefore putting you a lap behind your class leader, that's judged by the officials to say that's a bit unfair, actually, because it's only because where the overall leader is that has disadvantaged you. So they work it out and they go, well, really, that should be 10 seconds. So let's put them back on the same lap for the restart of the race tomorrow.
And for that purpose, A6 Pro and A6 Am are 2 different classes, aren't they, Johnny?
I believe so.
Yes, that's what I was questioning.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll check on that in the next few hours, so we'll know what the situation will be by the end of this portion of the race, which, to remind you, goes through till 10:30 this evening. It's an 11-hour race today. We've had an hour and 40 minutes, which means we've only got another 9.25 hours to go today.
I'm sort of 99% sure now, thinking that one through, because we've had A6 Am battles that we've commentated on, towards the end of a day, going, right, the key thing is to stay within touch of the A6 Am leader, regardless of where the pro leader is. The 4 car right on the tail now, the 34. This is for position. Jeroen Bleekemolen then with a good run on Elmer Grimm. Fully expect Bleekemolen to be quicker than Grimm, even in even machinery, but the Mercedes, the stronger of the GT3 cars this weekend, darting from one side to the other, but they get to the braking area and the Dutchman overtakes the German.
Yes, and Elmar Grimm making no obstacles for Lucas Stoltz. They used as much of the the power in a straight line that the Audi had, but as soon as they got into the bit where handling was more critical, then Luca was able to get through. So Lucas Stoltz up into second place. The gap first to second has come down. Stoltz is not only quicker than Elmar Grimm, but he's quicker than Daniel Alleman at the moment, and he's closing in. What was a minute 30 seconds is now down to a minute 26 seconds. But as Shea observed a little while ago, time is going to run out for Lucas Stoltz because they didn't change the driver in the number 90 car at its pit stop. So Lucas Stoltz is going to have to be into the pits within the next 15 minutes.
But, Paul, within that 15 minutes, I think Jeroen Bleekemolen might just catch him up. There's only a 5-second gap between those two, and Jeroen has been putting in very impressive lap times. So, should I go get some popcorn for us to enjoy that battle? The protege trying to hold off the teacher.
That's an interesting one, actually. Last lap for Lucas Stoltz was a 2 minutes 8.899. Last lap for Jeroen Bleekemolen 2 minutes 9.732. So the gap actually went up on the last lap. But yeah, no, it's a good point between those two.
That would be very amusing. Lucas Stoltz, who Jeroen sort of mentored for a while and driver managed and, you know, brought him into IMSA, exposed him not only to racing in America, but racing on the mountain. Brought him down there in 2018 with Tim Pappas. They wound up with the class win. So the two guys who know each other very well, and it would be Lucas' opportunity to sort of prove to Jeroen on track, hey, I learned, I was a good student. Can I have a gold star now, please?
Well, this place has got a little bit of a mountain heading up to turn 1, but not anywhere near the extent of Mount Panorama in Bathurst. And yeah, Lucas Stoltz, a master around that place and pretty much everywhere that he arrives. TalkSport WRT, no doubt delighted they've managed to sign the 24-year-old, who is still partaking in a couple of championships, or certainly one championship this year, where he could continue with one more race victory with the Gruppe M racing squad and Mercedes once more. So this car that he drives is the 90 in second place, and there's a minute and 23 now between he and Daniel Alleman, with Bleekemolen a slight distraction possibly for Lucas Stoltz. But at the moment at an arm's length, 5.8 seconds is the gap between the TalkSport Mercedes and the Black Falcon version. Trent Hinman for Volt Racing. This, I've just found out, not his first ever 24H Series race. He was a class winner at the Brno 24 Hours in 2015.
Get out!
In an SP3 BMW, yeah.
When he was, what, 20 years old back then?
Yeah, you'll know more than I will.
Lad.
But he shared a Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M235i, as they were in those days, with Nick Cassidy, Dirk Adorf, and Victor Bouveng, the Swede. And yeah, they managed to win that class by 3 laps.
That was when he was still a BMW driver, because Trent Hinman won what was then the Conti Series, the youngest ever champion in that series back in 2014, I think it was. He was also the youngest pole sitter here at Circuit of the Americas, which is actually where I met him. It was when he was brought into the media center for an interview, and he was just this teenager, just this youngster who you would think, I'm not going to give you my car keys to drive my car on the street. You're too small. But he's just flourished and developed into this really spectacular driver to watch. And this is Trent Hinman, who's in that number 73. His full season driving partner in the Pilot Challenge is Alan Brynjolfsson. He's used to driving the bright yellow cars, Johnny.
We got more problems for Darren Jorgensen in the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW. Joe, it's back in for more work.
Yeah, this was the BMW, remember, I reported on having a sensor in the inlet management system. The sensor had gone down, the car went under half power. Well, the car's back in, and the only thing that's going on, apart from the obligatory engineer downloading data, and some kind of data analysis going on. We're topping up the coolant. I'm not sure if we've got an overheating problem now. We're pouring bottles of bottled mineral water. I'm sure it's cheaper out the tap, lads, but there you go. It needs must. Yeah, we've got. I think we're kind of bleeding the air system by hand, pushing the heater pipes, the coolant pipes, to get the water to circulate. I'm not sure whether it is a overheating problem now or whether it's cause or effect from the earlier problem. But we'll see. It can't possibly be unconnected. It's just it's too close. It's too close to the previous problem of only, what, 15 minutes ago? It's car's done 15 minutes, and now we've got an airlock in the coolant system, it seems.
You're a bit of a detective, aren't you, Joe?
Well, I was a mechanic in my former life before I did that.
It's bringing your two strengths together, maybe.
Yeah, I
the strength
suppose.
as a mechanic and the strength of
Investigative strength.
Your logical deduction that's required.
I found my niche, you mean, Paul?
Well done.
We might have
I'm
you
happy.
back, possibly.
I'm happy.
Okay, good. As long as you are.
Lucas Stoltz, I reckon, has only got 3 laps more to go out there. So number 90, Joe, will be into the pits within less than 15 minutes. No, look at the right figure. Yes, he's got 15 minutes more drive time. Slightly longer than the 2 hours because the car spent time in the pits, and that time doesn't count towards the drive time. But no more than 3 or 4 laps before Lucas Stoltz, now in second place, will have to make this compensatory pit stop because his earlier pit stop was taken before the Code 60, and the TopSport team will be kicking themselves now that the Code 60 happened when it did, and they'll be keeping their fingers crossed that they can take advantage if the next Code 60 runs a little bit more in their favour, but otherwise it's going to be a tough order for them to be able to get back the disadvantage to the Herbert Porsche, although they're doing it on pace at the moment due to Luca's pace compared to Daniel Alleman. But as I say, he's going to run out of time, he's going to run out of drive time, and so the Mercedes number 90 will have to be coming in, and then we'll see whether it's I'll take a guess on Axel Jeffries being the next one in there, that Joe will be able to tell us who it is in the number 90 TopSport car to take over the driving there.
Well, it's a bit better odds, worse odds than Renauer Roulette, as John deemed it earlier. 50-50 there. You've got a 1 in 3 shot of guessing the next driver for that number 90 machine.
The reason I'm doing it is I'm basing it on what happened during qualifying and the order that they drove in qualifying. So I just had the feeling that they reckon that Axel is quite a quick driver, so probably he'll be getting into the car next.
Yes, the Zimbabwean driver who is regularly seen at the wheel at the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, the GT3 spec. Over the line goes the 73 of Trent Hinman then for Volt Racing in 5th position, ahead of Charlie Potman for CP Racing. He is the CP, of course, in that outfit, and the Mercedes AMG GT3 that they run is the 4th of the 3 pointed stars in the order. 3rd, in fact, ahead of the other TopSport car of George Kurtz, the number 70. Alan Metney's taken charge of the 906 Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche. That 991 class car is leading the 991 division, in fact, as we go back to the pits and hear from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I've just mentioned the number 450 BMW being in the pits and with further problems. The car's now gone out of the pits, but Brett Strom here can maybe give us a bit of a rundown. Brett, what? I think we've got a bit of a catalogue developing now, haven't we?
Yeah, the problem is the fault code that the car was setting. So we thought it had like a temperature sensor plausibility fault, so which usually means just the sensor failed. Didn't say it was too hot or anything, and it was on the intake temp, so turbo. And we think what's happened now is our intercooler developed a pinhole leak in it. So, because I opened up the intercooler like cooling system and there's no water in it. It's a watered air system. So, filled it and drained it, filled it and bled it and sent it back out. We're going to take the other one off our spare car. So that's why we brought another car. But yeah, it's a bit of a pain to change. I'm hoping it's not, I don't think it's dumping too much water. It was like a bottle and a half, but it was enough that the pump couldn't, move the coolant anymore. So I hope it doesn't hydrolock the motor. I don't think it will, but we're going to do some laps here and hope, well, not for someone else, but if another Code 60 comes out, then we're going to maybe take time to change that.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit of endurance. And there's the spares package, everyone. At the back of the garage, that beautiful white BMW M4 is the spare package. It's a beautiful white BMW sat at the back of the garage, and Brett, as he's just mentioned there, is going to take the bits that he needs from that and put it on the race car. Great stuff, Brett. That's what we like to see.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane for us there, here on RS1 in Sound and Vision 2 via radio-show.co.uk. And of course the 24H series website, live from trackside at the Circuit of the Americas. The final round of the 2019 24-hour series and the Championship of the Continents underway. Still 9 hours and 6 minutes to go in part one. It's Paul Trustwell and John Hindhaugh for this part of the show. Paul's going to run in a minute and grab some lunch as well. Just going to confuse everybody, just leaving me and Joe together. Because nobody will be able to tell who's talking. And
we can.
Well,
it's content, not accent.
Oh, you think so? You'd be surprised at how many times I've had a phone call saying, "What are you doing in such and such a track?" No, that's Bradley. So a relatively sensible and interesting opening couple of stints to the race, Paul, with a little bit of drama for one or two people. We saw the Ferrari leaking fluids early on, and that had to come in. That was the HB Racing car, wasn't it? The number 41 car that was losing fluids. We saw the Atlanta Speedworks car in strife at the end of the back straight, the little blue and white, almost the Michigan State, Michigan football colours, that car with trouble on the back straight. Obviously it dropped some fluid in that as well. I don't think that car's recovered, has it? It was Brian Henderson in the car when it had the problem.
In the pits, and it's been brought back to the pits. I mean, the good news, as they were saying in that team, is that the car does get brought back and they can investigate, but we fear the worst with that car, that possibly it has blown an engine, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that they'll be able to weave some magic over it so that car out of it. I mean, the interesting part for me is that in the early part of the race, John, the Mercedes, certainly the two Mercedes, one from Black Falcon, one from Top Sport, that are in second and third places, they seem to be exhibiting a pace advantage over the Herbert Porsche. We've seen this so often before. But Herbert got lucky with when the Code 60 was happened. Their car stayed out for longer. It made absolute sense to stay out as long as they possibly could. The Code 60 came after an hour and 12 minutes, but the Mercedes just couldn't stay out for the fuel for that long, so it had to come in. Herbert was then able to come in. The Code 60 was long enough for Herbert to get in for two top-ups of half a tank of fuel, so they've got effectively a full tank of fuel now, and we'll be able to go. But Daniel Alleman isn't as quick as Lucas Stoltz and Jeroen Bleekemolen in the cars behind them. Lucas Stoltz anyway has to come into the pits within the next 10 minutes because of drive time limits. So it's kind of a typical handicap race. The faster cars have been disadvantaged through no real fault of their own, but now they have to do some catching up. So it's one of those lovely little races which we can now see from a minute and a half, which was the advantage first and second. Daniel Alleman's gap in the lead is now down to a minute and 11, so that will continue to come down. Jeroen Bleekemolen will be taking over in second place when Lucas Stoltz comes in, because he will stop first. Lucas Stoltz will stop first with a 90 Top Sport Mercedes. Bleekemolen will have enough fuel, I reckon, to get him to about 1:45 time here, so about another 20 minutes. And so we've got a great battle. As far as TCE is concerned, we've got Baz Kooten, who's been very efficient in the pits, now with a lead in the TCE division of 55 seconds. But Jeremy Daniel in the Red Camels car, very quick indeed, and quicker than Stefan Perrin in the AC Motorsport car. So the Cupra of the Red Camels team has moved up to second in the TCE division. So that's a good performance from that car. And we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to continue to close. Somehow doubting on Ronnie Yost with the wheel of the Bas Kooten car.
And it's apparent that the guys at the front of the field are pushing on in terms of trying to get the last drops of fuel out of the cars and the best performance they possibly can. Jaron Blekemolen carving his way through some back market traffic in the WeatherTech AMG GT3. It's the Black Falcon car. Great to see, by the way, the legend of motorsport photography that is Regis Lefebvre here at the Circuit of the Americas, doing some work with that WeatherTech sponsored machine. I haven't seen him for far too long. Managed to get a quick chat with him early on. He'll be working his photographic magic in the next 24 hours. So Alleman, by 1 minute and 8 seconds, let's call it, has already gone through for the Swiss Herbeth Motorsport team to complete his 49th lap. Lucas Stoltz due in front of me here, just on the exit of the final corner in a few moments' time. There goes the TalkSport car, in fact, TalkSport WRT, World Racing Team, that stands for. And he's taken a couple of seconds out of Alleman, just really underlining what Paul Truswell was saying about the pace at the front of the field from Alleman, Stoltz and Blekemolen. 6 seconds between Stoltz and Blekemolen, and just about 7/10 of a second quicker last time around Blekemolen than Stoltz, but Stoltz a good 2.3 seconds. That's a huge amount quicker than Daniel Alleman in the Porsche that leads the race. So coming down to 9 hours remaining today, with the remainder of the race on Sunday here at the Circuit of the Americas. We are live here in Texas. So 2 hours have been completed now, and confirmation then of the standings in the GT race here. Remember, 2 separate races, GT and GTE. As it's an even hour, it's the GTs we'll bring you up to date with now. Herbeth by 1 minute and 6, and being closed down on by TalkSport Mercedes-Benz with Black Falcon just another 6 seconds further back. The first of the Audis is Elmar Grimm in the Car Collection Motorsport. He's about another half a minute further back. Porsche represented in the top 5 by the number 73 Volt Racing Porsche, Park Place running that car, of course, Texas based, up in Dallas, 3.5, 4 hours up the road, and they are in 5th position. And should mention as well that A6Am's being led by the Audi from Car Collection Motorsport. Second in A6Am is the second of the TalkSport cars in the top 6. That is Trent Hinman, who's driving the number 73 car at the moment. And the top 10 made up by CP Racing, the 85 Mercedes, third in A6Am. Kelly Moss Road and Race in the 906. That is also the leader in the Porsche 991 Cup class, with Alan Metney, the IMSA Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge driver, in that car at the moment in 8th overall. SPX led by Leipert Motorsport, the 710 Lamborghini Huracan. And now that is a Super Trofeo car, that's not a GT3 car, and that is leading SPX. And the top 10 made up by the second car in the 991 class, that's Porsche Lorient Racing. And that car's in for fuel at the moment, with Frédéric Ancel behind the wheel. If we go further down the top 20, Winward Racing in the number 433 leads the GT4 category by a decent margin at the moment. 433 has Chris Wilson at the wheel, driving here for the first time in the Creventic Championship. Had a good chat with Chris earlier in the week over a very acceptable stake. Well, we are in Texas after all. Second in the GT4 category is the Racers Edge Motorsport Sin R1 in 16th position overall. And then third is ST Ratings number 3 24.88. That's the BMW M4 GT4 from the Canadian ST Racing team with John Boyd at the wheel. MRS GT Racing are making up the top 20 at the moment. So that's your top 20 positions. Outside of that, we've had problems for the Kelly Moss Road and Race 991, number 910, which didn't start the race. And of course, the second of the BMW M4 GT4s entered by RHC Jurgensen Strom, 21st position. That car took the start of the race. Effectively, that was used as extra practice for the 3 drivers who are in the substantive car. That's how it stands with 8 hours and 57 minutes to go, live from trackside here at Austin and the Circuit of the Americas. Just a reminder that the new season will start once again in early January at Dubai for the 24 hours, as we now remind you what's happening in the TCE category. Top Car Sport by Baz Cooten Racing lead there with their number 131 Cupra. That car sitting atop the TCE category, and remember that is a completely separate race ahead of the Red Camel Jordan number 101 Cupra in second. AC Motorsports Audi in third, and making it 3 manufacturers in the top 4. Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing have their number 112 Volkswagen Golf in 4th position. The last car on the lead lap in TCE is the Monlau Competition Cupra, number 107, and then everyone else from there is a lap off the lead, including the second of the Autorama cars, the 114. The Atlanta Speedworks car that had that issue has dropped far away. And Zorg Rennsport leads the Cup 1 category. Drama at the sharp end of the field for Trent Hinman, who has come into the pit lane, and the Volt Racing Porsche, the Park Place car, has a problem at the left rear of that car. Joe Bradley is down on site.
He's got a left rear puncture, but I've got to say he's done a magnificent job of bringing that car home without the tyre, the puncture tyre delaminating and destroying itself, and then henceforth destroying the bodywork around it. Everything looks very much intact. The carcass of the tyre has remained on the wheel. It's going to be pretty much just a tyre stop for this taker. And it is indeed, he's out and already on his way. He's done a great job there of getting that car back without causing any kind of inner wheel arch or bodywork problems around that left rear corner.
Presumably he'll dive in for a bit of fuel here as well as he's coming into the pit lane.
Yes,
It's exactly what he's going to do.
What he's doing.
Have you noticed what we've managed to engineer here quite carefully?
Yes,
it's a bit like what it's a bit like a military coup, isn't it? We've managed to take over the radio and the television station.
We're taking over the world.
Yes,
remember?
exactly, mate.
Maca Mafia.
Can
I just say
the Macfia?
Can I just say you mentioned something about I hear you were at wherever at Road Atlanta. No, that was Bradley. Well, I get the same. I get people coming up to me and saying, "Hey, Hindhoff, you owe me money," and it's. I get people saying, "Oh, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I've been listening to you for years. I love your IMSA stuff." And I think they mean Hindhoff.
How many times have you signed autographs for me, then?
Oh, I'm not going to say that one. I've even had my photograph taken as you, man. What we've got to be careful of,
mate. Keep the kids away from the fire.
What we've got to be very careful of is we don't sort of slide into our northeastern dialect, or else we've lost the audience completely.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said there, Joe,
Neither
but we'll
did I.
get back to you later. Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. Chris Kemp behind the wheel of the Monlau Competition Cupra, number 107 at the moment. He's circulating quite nicely as into the pit lane comes Nikolai Rogivu in the HB Racing Ferrari. This is the Swiss driver in the Austrian team. In fact, he's already had tyres and heading into the fuel stop there, sitting in 3rd position in the A6 AM category. Daniel Alleman's lead now down to 1 minute and 3 seconds. Jerome Bleekemolen now in 2nd because of the pit stop for the Mercedes that was in 2nd position. So Bleekemolen closing in at around about 1.5 seconds 1.6, 1.7 seconds a lap on the leader. 101, the bright yellow, bright orange red Camel Jordan has the Canadian Jeremy Daniel behind the wheel on the back straight at the moment as he comes round to complete another lap. Looks for his braking marker to turn 12. Picks his spot. Difficult to find the right place to hit the brake pedal down that back straight because both sides of the track has got so much runoff. There's nothing actually on the side of the circuit. The braking markers are affixed to the catch fencing, and when it gets dark there are some reflective parts of that, but basically you're going so fast at that point you can't really read them. You've just got to count them as they flash by you. I made sure I was looking, having an idea that I was the peripheral vision was watching those flash by the right-hand side windscreen pillar, and it's round about as you're coming to the second set of curbs into turn 12 that you've got to be thinking about getting the car slowed down, presuming of course that you're on the optimum racing line and you're not letting anybody else go through. Alleman's gone through, was 57 seconds, another 2:12 by Daniel Alleman. He's consistent, but consistently a couple of seconds slower than the cars that are chasing him down. Don't forget they've taken 2 pit stops under the Code 60 procedure, which allowed them to get a full tank of fuel. Alleman's been out there for just on 49 minutes. Jerome Blake-Molen for Black Falcon, about 10 minutes more, but they've only done 1 pit stop, 1 green flag pit stop. The Precut-sponsored Herbeth car. The number 91 machine, a little further around the circuit. Just going onto the back straight at the moment. Blake-Molen having just completed the lap, and again, well, that was almost 3 seconds that Blake-Molen took out of the car that is leading, which the nose of which dives down to the tarmac as he turns into turn 12. That mostly blackened Crossword sponsored car, the B&T group. So that is going to require Daniel to either pick up the pace. It could be, of course, that he's just been given a pace to work to, and certainly what you don't want anyone to do is throw the car at the scenery share.
Hello. No, it's true, but as I was sitting in the hospitality having a bite to eat, I noticed that Alleman's pace hasn't been as close to normal as somebody who would have been given a pace. For example, when you were here, you were told a number to hit, and you were within that window of a second every time you had to go around, because that's what you do. Alleman's been off as much as 2 to 3 seconds, of the pace that he's been hitting.
Well, he's doing 2:12s pretty solidly recently.
I saw a 2:10, and then a 2:13, and then a 2:11, and then a 2. There's been a lot of movement, and it could be as simple as traffic down to Daniel. I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't seem to me as somebody trying to hit a pace. It seems as if he is trying to get on a bit with the program. And quite frankly, when you have a driver like Jerome Blake-Molen chasing you down and the team is giving you information saying, all right, you're 54 seconds clear, when they were giving you information saying you're 1 minute and 20 seconds clear, that's a slight panic starting to emerge.
Yeah, team manager for Aston Martin, Mario, when we sat down and did our crunch down numbers after practicing qualifying and the night practice, and basically went to everybody and said, right, these are the numbers I want you to hit. And actually he was spot on. We would have, if we hadn't had a bit of mechanical damage, actually a bit of crash damage, and then we would have romped away with the class.
Yeah, but John, you were up against a Hunt. You're never going to beat a Hunt.
What were you going to say there?
Freddie Hunt, that is.
I think he was telling me he wanted me to hit a high 22s, low 23s, and I settled into a round about a low 22 to a mid 22, which he seemed happy at. What was interesting was that my fuel numbers were better than anybody thought they were going to be, including me. Particularly as the only person who left foot braked in the car. So don't ask me why, because I don't know. Although, in fairness, I wasn't revving the car to the absolute max all the time. But it was very odd. Got at least an extra 5 or 6 laps to anybody else. The number 70, George Kurtz, in the TalkSport WRT Mercedes, mostly silver with green on the bottom, just coming past the 906, which earlier on had Alan Metney at the wheel.
Still does. And both of those drivers, John, were in the Radical race that we were talking about earlier.
My point exactly.
Yeah, that's a little
and
bit
that
of
is
fun.
a battle for a position on... No, it's not. No, it's not. Sorry. Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane, who's going to get some more driver input from what's going on out there. Joseph?
Yeah, this time Benito Tegel has just handed over the number 451 BMW. And Benito, you're the only car running in the Cup 1 class, but that doesn't detract anything from taking this race and the challenge of this race.
Yes, obviously we could have preferred to have more contenders in our class. Sad thing is that the other teams were not able to make it here. It's always good to have a battle with someone in your class, so to have the carrot that you can go after and chase. This time is the other way around. We need to be looking at our rear view mirrors all the time, and of course be very, very careful about incoming traffic. The speed difference in between our class and the GT3 is tremendous, so we need to be very, very careful.
It's your third race here in this car. You know, you know COTA, you know the car. It's all about the challenge of the 24 hours, I would imagine.
Of course, yes. I love being back here. Sorg is a great team. They make you feel like at home. They're like a big family. And of course, it's, for me, coming from Mexico, it's a very convenient trip. It's just a 2-hour flight to come here, so it's not to be missed. I hope more people from my country would be able to make it.
Well, what I'd like is for the 24H series to come to Mexico, because that's a great circuit you have in Mexico City.
Yeah, I'm glad you're mentioning that. We have a full-fledged Formula One circuit, and obviously that could be arranged. It's just a stone throw away from Texas, so that could be arranged.
Yeah, we'll talk to our people, and maybe we can make that happen. That would be brilliant, Benito. Benito, I'm going to leave you to it and cool down. What will you do now between your next driving stint?
Right now, I'm going to stay here at the pit, look after the rest of the drivers. Not much to do, like about resting. As this race, we all know, is going to be stop at night. We have it's not a real 24-hour experience where you have the non-stop fun and action and stress. We'll have a warm bed, a bath, and be back again tomorrow for more fun.
It's all very civilized.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
Thanks, Benito. Thank you. Great photos.
Very civilised indeed, Mr. Bradley. So, Grensport, we're trying to run a second car here. And there was a bit of interest in that. I did see even in the week leading up to the race that they were saying, we could do with one more driver. I suspect that they've had to disappoint a couple of customers there, Shay, because they couldn't get 3 or 4 drivers in the car to make that one work.
They've got Benito, who Joe just spoke to, Michael Nielsen from Denmark. He's the 2015 Danish endurance champion, and he did run at Dubai this year, unfortunately getting a DNF. Frank S. Woody III out of the U.S., who I could find no information about whatsoever, and Johan Schwartz. Don't talk about it. Johan Schwartz out of Denmark, a drifter who holds 2 Guinness World Records for sustained drifts.
One of them was for 27 days and 5 hours, I think.
Yes, they did live refueling.
Live refueling whilst drifting. Yes.
He was actually hanging out of the car during part of that drift, and I'm not exaggerating on that. But he's a guy who's raced in the U.S. for a very long time, particularly in touring cars. Started karting only back in 2001, so clearly his car control has come a long way.
So we're down to just 3/4 hours left today. If you're just joining us around the world, just coming up to 8 o'clock in the UK, just coming up to 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. Beautiful weather that we've had for the last couple of days. A bit chilly on Monday and Tuesday, but brightened up Wednesday and Thursday.
There was ice on the car this morning.
That was chilly overnight, but that's fine. It just means you don't have to put the aircon on in the room, which is fine.
No, you have to put the heater on.
No,
more blankets.
Leipa Motorsport, the number 710, is the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. And that's Alexander Scherpen who's behind the wheel of that car. Another Scandinavian, hails from Norway. Very much an amateur driver in the very bumblebee-looking Lamborghini.
And a light bulb just went off. I'm sure you could see that happening, John. Greg Gorski, our man who drives with the bright red headlights and the Radicals, is one of the drivers slated to drive this Lamborghini. So I could find very little information on him other than Radicals. Connecting the dots, that's a very cool entry. They also have a pair of Russian drivers in that Lamborghini, one listed as semi-pro and one as an amateur. And then Harold Slaughter from Germany is their other driver. So they've got a really eclectic group of gentlemen set to take part in that Lightbird Motorsport Lambo.
Rob Chalmers has just tweeted at RSL_studio. That's how you get us this weekend. You can use the hashtag 24H COTA USA, if you wish. He said, I've raced against Johan. He was just talking about him at the British 24-hour. I even have the T-shirt, literally. I want a picture of the T-shirt, Rob.
Yes, please.
Get it on there. 450, Darren Jorgensen in the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW M4 GT4.
Glad to see that back out circulating after some overheating issues. They were pouring, as Joe said, mineral water into it by the gallon. Tap water would be cheaper, but perhaps tap water doesn't work as well as mineral water.
So I don't think he's actually up to speed going through 12 and 13 there. Just having a look as he turns into the 13-14 complex. What I do notice as well is a little bit of damage on the right front of that car. I wonder if he's coming into the pit lane this time. Yes, he is.
Good
so
spot.
he isn't up to pace on that. Now the body language just didn't look right as he came out of 12 share. You're really leaning on it there, and you drag the car quickly across to the middle of the road, or almost all the way over to the left-hand side. He's a bit circumspect coming into the pit lane as well. You really hammer up to the 40-kilometre-an-hour board that starts the pit lane. Joe Bradley is in the RHC Jorgensen Strom pit area. This, I don't think, Joe, is a scheduled stop, is it?
Well, it may or may not be, but they've still got problems on this 450 BMW. And CG, our cameraman, there's a lot of kit at the front of the car. More bottles of mineral water. I'm not quite sure it's a gallon, but it's getting towards that. They've got a new... now, we did hear from, was it Brett, who told us, it was Brett Strom, who told us that they were swapping parts off the spare. I say spare, it's another car that they've got at the back, and because there's a problem on the 450, they're taking the bits and pieces. It's basically the air intake, which is part of the cooling system. They've got a water leak somewhere in that system, and they think the water leak is a pinhole in this unit that they've got ready to swap out. Now, Brett said he wasn't sure just how long it would take them to do that, so that we're going to watch that now. It's kind of like a water. He did mention that it was an air to water cooling system. So it's a bit like an intercooler. It cools the turbo, and that's what the problem is. The sensor on the engine or in the management system is telling the car it's got a problem and putting it onto half power. The job that's taking place, would you believe, on the pit apron. They've not wheeled the car in the garage. They only need, of course, it's how many men can we get under the bonnet of a BMW M4. 2 is the answer, so I'm looking at it right now. We'll keep an eye on this.
Well, they're not trying to get loads more now. I've seen that student game before. We once had 26 people in an old Morris Mini. One of those was actually lying in the boot, and we had to shut the boot on them. Yeah, that was on stage at a nightclub that I worked at in Sunderland. We did a challenge as to who would get more people in the Mini live on stage.
And what did you win?
I can't remember, a banana or something.
Pride by the sound of it.
There was a lot of people took it very seriously. We had the local Mini dealer donated us an old Mini, which they actually did up really nicely. Had the seats and everything in. So it was our car on the stage, and then it was how many? You had 4 minutes to pack everybody in, and you had to shut the door, and if asked, you had to be able to start the engine. So somebody had to have a hand on the key so they could start the engine.
You know, I tried that game with race cars. I asked people if they want to see how many people can fit inside, say, the Volt Racing Porsche, and then I get in it, close the door, and turn it on.
Away.
Yes, they don't like it when I do that.
No, they don't.
That's okay.
No, they don't. The work goes on then in the pit lane. Daniel Alleman gradually being closed down. Another 3.2 seconds taken out of his lead by Jerome Blakemore, and last time around it's now just under 41 seconds. The gap between the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche and the Black Falcon Mercedes AMG in second position. Charles Putman's got up to 4th place and leads his class now in the number 85. That's a A6 Arm car. That's because George Kurtz in the TalkSport WRT has pulled into the pits for fuel. That's the overall position. So who has come in there? Henrik Still has come in to the pit lane as well, and that's the other Topworth car.
He's still second in
Still
class,
second,
is
yes, because
Putman.
Car Collection, Elmer Grimm.
Correct.
Yeah, sorry.
That's the driver ID plug
That's
column
what
that you're
Johnny
looking
did
at.
earlier on.
I've been doing that a lot too. Yeah, Jerome Blakemore, the scary thing about that car, so he's been in it for 1 hour and 12 minutes. He's chasing down Alleman, who's only been aboard that Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the number 91, for 1 hour and 3 minutes. So Blakemore can still stay in that car easily for another 40 minutes and still be clear of the window.
The advantage that the Herbert car's got is it used the Code 60 to come in and get 2 half tanks of fuel. So they've got a little bit longer in the tank than the Black Falcon has.
Correct.
And they've made the pit stop. Now that advantage is being whittled away though at the moment by the pace of Blakemore.
But here is the terrifying thing for the rest of the competition. The Black Falcon Mercedes has not yet had Ben Keating or Cooper McNeil behind the wheel. So you think, great, the two lesser drivers, and that's nothing to take away from Ben or Cooper because both of them are multiple champions in a lot of different varieties of cars. Neither one of them is more than 2 seconds off the pace of Blakemore.
Yeah.
That's the scary thing.
Which would still make them at the moment a second quicker than Alleman.
Exactly.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. The WeatherTech livery on that number 4 car, that is now... So what have we had the WeatherTech livery on? We've had it on a Porsche, we've had it on a Ferrari.
Well, let's go all the way back.
Right.
GTC, it was on a Porsche back when Cooper won that championship in 2012 and 2013, sharing with Blakemore in 13. Then when the two series merged, they went to a Porsche, so it was on a different specification of Porsche.
So that would be a GT3 car.
GT3 car. No, it was GT America.
Yes,
it was the special car.
I hope they've still got that because those cars are worth a fortune now. They only built 20 of them.
I'm sure David McNeil would. He's a very sensible businessman and a car collector. He's got one of the most expensive Ferraris in the world.
It was based on a Cup car, but it was termed a GT America for the... Was that the first year of the merged series?
Yes, yes. 15, I want to say he was still in a Porsche in 2015. And yes, that's when Shane Van Gisbergen drove with them at Daytona and the wing came off in the dying hours of the race. 16 would have been a move to Mercedes.
They run 2 cars in one season that year. They run different cars. They ran a Porsche in the early part of the season and then swapped over because of the BOP.
Hang with me.
Right.
So that would have been 16 was the... No, 16 wouldn't have been the Mercedes. They've been Ferrari for 18 and 17. In 16, they ran Porsche, Ferrari, and Mercedes. I'm pretty sure it was 3 different manufacturers. But it's also been on the Riley at Le Mans for the LMP2. It's been on Ferrari Challenge cars. We've seen pretty much everything under the sun wearing WeatherTech.
Ferrari Challenge. Cooper has won Ferrari Challenge.
2 years in a row. He won Trofeo Pirelli this year and last. This year he had a lot more competition, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back to the pit lane for Nick. It's Nick Damon.
Good day, everyone. Yes, it's both of me. The 450, the RHC BMW has left the pits. Interestingly, the replacement of the intercooler was quite a quick job. It was very easy to get to, top of the engine. It's 4 Jubilee clips off, 4 Jubilee clips on. What took the time was bleeding the system, because obviously you bug it back in again, you've got several airlocks for the water that actually cools the intercooler. I think actually I'm not sure it's an intake intercooler or just a general radiator cooling for the turbo housing. That took ages. They were pumping away. They got through 1, 2, 3, 4 mineral bottlefuls of a well-known mineral water in America, which only lasted about 2 months in the UK, and it goes down as one of the biggest disasters ever of a commercial launch, after it was found out the water was not mineral at all. It was coming out of a tap somewhere in Sevenoaks.
Was that the well-known fizzy drinks manufacturer version?
That's right. All they did was took tap water, stuck it through a water purifier, and said it was mineral water. And yeah, that went really badly. The odd thing was they didn't realise, but they're actually echoing an episode of Only Fools and Horses.
This time next year, Nick. This time next year.
Have you got a £1 million watch? Fantastic. Yes, anyway, the big news is the 450's left.
Right.
Now they're off again and waiting to overheat, I assume, or not.
Yeah, rhino. Well, not presumably, they're hoping. The Kelly Moss Vulcan Porsche, the 906, the iFly car, still with Alan Metney at the wheel. Doing a good long stint here, Alan. And been in that car now for over an hour.
He's replicating what he did last night in night practice, John. He drove that car for, I believe it was 45 minutes before he handed over to Andrew Davis.
This is the car, the specification of car that he's used to racing in the IMSA Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge USA. There'll be a few detail changes with the endurance racing kit on it, but distance-wise, he's into new territory as far as running in a race. 50 minutes, the normal distance for the sprint races on the IMSA package. And so he's already getting on for 15, 20 minutes over the top of that. Meantime, the leader coming down to turn 12. Daniel Alleman just drifting towards the apex there and running across the rumble strips on the exit of turn number 11. Did see a tweet earlier from, I think it was Rob. Was it from Rob Chalmers? Or was it from... Yes, it was from Rob Chalmers. He says he's still struggling for the answer for 12 down on the number 91.
Oh.
So it does look like a crossword, doesn't it?
Yes. I would try a 5-letter word.
Oh, mistake in the S's. Now, that's Dr. Alex's car. The reason I know that is because it's the only one out there that's got the LED light on it. And the reason I know that that's... got the LED light on it. It's because I spoke to Dr. Alex earlier, came to have a look at me. This is number 980, the Nicola Michelin MRS GT racing car, the 980. That is Dr. Alex in that one, isn't it? Now, I'm not just guessing. I am. Yes. Excellent. And the cardiothoracic specialist, Dr. Alex, who pops up here and there. And he popped in to see me earlier on to remind me that it was our fault, Shea, that he's here at all.
Yes.
Because we were at Circle Porsche at...
Long
Beach, doing a pre-IMSA event down there. Bumped into our old friend Alex, who's raced all over the place, who I think I'd previously seen doing a Cayman GT4 class at Pikes Peak. Mad fool that he is. Big Porsche specialist. He's got some lovely old Porsches. And I said, you racing this year? Oh, not enough. I said, yeah, you should really do the COTA 24. And he says, is it any good? And Shea says, yeah, it's fantastic. So the very next day, apparently, he started to look at it, and he's really enjoying being with the MRS GT team. But he said, I couldn't see too well last night. It was much darker than I anticipated in the evening qualifying. So he said, you know, he does Baja racing as well. So he found out a stockist of the light bar that he uses in Baja racing. And yesterday, he went out and bought one and brought it back to the team and said, stick that on the front of the car.
Wow. So they'll blind people at night, but who cares?
We'll be able to see that one.
Can we ride on board with them all night long?
Absolutely cracking idea. Anybody who thinks that those LED light bars don't make a difference, we had one on the Aston Martin, the GT8 GT4 spec car, behind the lower grille, and I didn't think it would make a difference, and it did. In fact, when I raced the MG ZR at Anglesey. We had one on that car as well, and that was particularly in the rain, was very good indeed. It really cooked through the heavy raindrops in the evening.
A few minutes ago, you heard me make a wow, and you didn't know what it was in context to. I set a timer on my phone for 10 minutes just to see how big the gap could be shrunk by, if you see what I mean, on Jerome Blakemollen trying to chase down Daniel Aleman. It was 10 seconds over 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And since then, in the preceding 4 minutes, it's come down another 4 seconds. So Blakemollen is on pace for a second a lap, which doesn't sound like that much, but the last time around, he took 3 seconds out of Aleman.
3.5 nearly.
Yeah.
And that has been the case for the last 6 or 7 laps. Paul Trustwell has rejoined us. This is, whether or not this is Aleman being told to hit a time or not, Jerome Blakemollen, and Aleman's just come into the pits, so maybe he was just looking for a time. That is the 91 car then into the pit lane, Daniel Aleman getting out. And then, Paul, as we mentioned before, you nipped off for a bite to eat. Now, they had the good fortune to be able to do their full fuel pit stop in 2 trips to the fuel under full course purple.
Yes, under the code 60, they were able to get 2 half tankfuls, so got a full tank in the end. Daniel Aleman, though, not using, I don't think, the full fuel allowance. They've just stopped him when there's enough gap in the fuel tank to get the 90 litres that he's entitled to get that into the car. I don't think, I think it's Ralph Bone getting into that car. By the way, we saw a driver change, and having just seen both Renaults out in the back of the paddock, I suspect it's Ralph Bone getting in. But Jerome Blakemollen doesn't have much fuel aboard his Mercedes either, so the number 4 car will go into the lead when it completes this lap, but it will be into the pits, if not at the end of this lap, then at the end of the next lap. So
you think that's soon? That's soon?
Yes, I mean, he'll have saved some fuel under the code 60, but not a lot, so I think he's got 1, maybe 2 laps at most of fuel left in that Mercedes.
And you've got something on your screen, flashing
that's a test. You can't read
okay.
that.
Never mind.
That's under test there.
Okay.
It's a beta version.
That's just a...
I thought you had some weird insight directly into the cockpit, and there was a big flashing sign to Jerome saying, Paul has said you need to come in.
Well, the 91 car's getting fuel, and there was nobody else in the fuel station for the Gulf fuel that is partnered with Creventic here at Circuit of the Americas. The WeatherTech sponsored car coming through 13 and 14. And whilst the lead is about to change, let's go down and hear from the man who's just got out of the number 91 car. Daniel Aleman is with Nick Damon.
Daniel, you look like you've been working very hard, very hard.
No, it's not very hard. We have a climatization in the car. No, it drives well and everything is okay. I enjoy it.
It was noticeable that Jerome Blakemollen was catching you up quite quickly. Were you going as fast as you could, or were you going to a set lap time?
No, we look for the same lap time, and we look for the tires, and we look for 24 hours, not for the fastest.
Thank you very much indeed. Good stuff. Also remember, John, they had this car in during night practice and found they had some clearance problems. So they decided they weren't going to use as many curbs as possible. And in other news, car number 4 of Jerome Blakemollen has just come in, and he served a short penalty, about a 10-second penalty, and now he trundles up for his service. So I've got to walk all the way to the other end of the pit lane.
Well, I don't think he's going to stop at his pit lane, to be honest. I think he's going to go straight in for fuel and double stint the tyres. No, yes. They're waiting for him for tyres, Nick.
Yeah, he's taking tyres. I think this is a very, very abrasive track, and I think during the heat of the day, even though it's not Barcelona levels of heat here, I think they're going to be pushing to actually run double stinted. The TCR guys told us in no uncertain terms there's no way ever they could double stint at this particular track. So just looking now, there has been a driver change. I think it's maybe a 2-wheel change, not sure. And
we think it was either Ben Keating or Cooper McNeil. It wasn't the swiftest. Thanks, Nick. It wasn't the swiftest of driver changes there. The wheels were done only about 2 or 3 seconds before the door was closed.
Yeah, the thing that threw me off with the driver change is that Ben Keating has been wearing a very bright helmet lately.
Yes.
He did traditionally always race with a carbon helmet, though,
Yeah.
so he might have reverted to that specification. I mean, we've seen Jeroen Bleekemolen running with a helmet painted up as it was 6 years ago when he was racing. It's not his normal helmet. So it looked like a shorter stature, didn't look like Cooper's tall, lanky stature getting in, but he does race with an all-black helmet.
So next time around then, it will be Elmar Grimm for car collection and the Audi, the A6 Am car that will come round. Yes, it will come round and take the lead, Paul, is that correct?
Yes, it
Just.
will. I just need to check. Elmar Grimm is... No, he'll be behind the rejoining Ralph Bone. So I think Ralph Bone will be through ahead of the car collection car.
Ooh, bit of close context racing coming onto the back straight there, and right in the middle of all that was the 101 Jeremy Daniel of Red Camel Racing, and lost a position in class as well to AC Motorsport and Stefan Parra. Great to have Stefan back, by the way. It was Stefan, wasn't it, who was knocked over in the pit lane in Barcelona in night practice. Fortunately, he was wearing all his race kit. I can't remember if he was getting in or getting out of the car at the time.
He was waiting to get into the car.
Yeah.
And he was hit by the Gulf Porsche who was coming into the pits. Took a bit of a tumble, but he was actually at the TCR 500 race at Spa at the beginning of October. Still strapped up and still suffering a bit of pain, but he broke his sternum.
Sternum, yes. Chest bone, breastbone.
And that is a bone that, whilst it recovers, is very painful.
Very painful.
So he was wearing a lot of strapping there. But no, as I say, good to have him back in the fold, as it were, for that team.
Elmar Grimm has gone through to take the lead.
Thoughts?
So Car Collection Motorsport is an Audi now leading the race, and that is across the line. So that will be... Is that the third different manufacturer? Third different
leader and the third different manufacturer as well. So we've had a Mercedes, a Porsche, and now an Audi leading the race.
All German.
Thoughts with, just going back to the Stefan Perrin team, the AC Motorsport team, they don't have James Kay with them this weekend for, I understand that James's father-in-law has died recently.
Oh, no.
So he is at home looking after his wife whilst she deals with the death of her father recently. So thoughts with the Kay family, but that's why James Kay isn't part of the AC Motorsport team this weekend.
Nick Damon has got Jeroen Bleekemolen in the pit lane after that stunning stint that took him to just over 30 seconds behind the leader.
Well, you know, it's an interesting first couple of hours because you went away in the lead, got caught out sort of in the code 60s, and then had to drive like hell to try and get the gap back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it goes here. It's fun, you know, you have to fight all the time. We were really unlucky with the code 60. Unfortunately, we were out of fuel. And the Porsche can always go a little bit longer, so usually they have a chance to catch that code 60, and this was their chance, but usually it'll come back around a few times, so it's early in the race. The car's running great. I had a lot of fun out there, and yeah, we should just keep plugging away, doing laps, and make no mistakes.
Pushing very hard on this track, obviously it's bumpy, there's traffic, how easy is it?
Yeah, the bumps are pretty bad, especially now in traffic. You noticed even more bumps going offline, especially on the back straight, but it's not too bad. It's not so hot this year, which makes a big difference. I remember from last year it would be a lot warmer in the car, so so far it's been pretty easy.
Looking into this first part of the race up until 10 o'clock tonight, what are the tactics of the Black Falcon team?
Yeah, I think everybody wants to get clean through the first part of the race, do their job and try to get a lead. You know that the laps won't count, the distance is not, so the gaps won't. So it's a tricky game. You want to be on the lead lap. If you can take a lap lead, that would even be better, but everybody's trying to stay on the lead lap and then fight tomorrow again.
Well, thanks very much. Go and have a sit down. You don't need it, you're fit.
2017 was a hot one, I seem to remember.
Particularly from a driver's point of view?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank goodness for Valero underwear. And Fiona threw some underwear my way before the race, and it got a good workout here. And I was very impressed by it. I've never worn anything since.
Ever.
So.
You're still in it right now.
I wear it all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether it needs washing or not.
No, it's actually very good under motorcycle leathers. I know I'm not going to burst into flames at that point.
Spontaneous combustion.
No, well, only if I get terribly excited. But it actually works really well, because when you first get on a bike, you're cold and it keeps you warm. And then as you warm up, you want, you know, that heat to be dissipated. And that underwear, I don't know, it's magic stuff. It seems to work with your body, and so as I say, I do wear it underneath my motorcycle leathers as well. Back to the motor racing, Paul.
The thing with the temperature is, I'm not going to try and keep with the theme of temperature, because as it affects the motor race, we've still got 8.25 hours to go tonight, and the temperature is only going to get cooler. And I mean, we were up early this morning. It was frosty overnight last night. We're going through till 10:30 tonight. By which time it is going to be getting quite chilly out there, and so the teams, cars, everybody's going to have to get used to the fact that they may need to start taping up radiators, they may need to use different tyre pressures to make sure that they're getting the temperatures into the tyre and so on.
And crucially, round about, it'll get dark a little before 6 o'clock, I think, won't it?
Yeah.
So round about 7, maybe 7:30, if it stays clear like this, you'll go through the dew point and it will start to get a little bit damp, and you might find things, as Paul says. I mean, the reason there was frost on the cars this morning was you go through the dew point in the early part of the night, and then the temperature dropped down overnight to somewhere near or just under freezing.
Yes.
Now, as soon as the sun comes up again, there's enough heat in the sun to take that away. So by the time we go racing in the morning, what you might find on Sunday morning is, if there has been a wee bit of frost, the sun will come up, the sun will have been up by the time we get running again, and there will be damp patches on the circuit, and the cars will suffer from getting very cold overnight in Parc Fermé and then heating up again, and any frost on it then becomes water and starts getting into electrical things.
And theoretically, the cars have to start Part 2 on the same tyres upon which they have finished Part 1. If their race director decides that's not safe, then he can authorise for a change of tyres to be permitted. But that's going to be a risk that teams won't necessarily be willing to take. Sunset, incidentally, is just after 5:30 local time here. Current temperature, working in centigrade, I'm afraid, because that's what my little computer does here. 16 degrees centigrade, which is approximately...
That's about 64.
64, okay. So 16, that's now, dropping at 10:30 to 9 degrees centigrade. So we're going to be...
Which is about 50.
46.
So we're going to be going down by more than 10 degrees Fahrenheit in the remainder of this race. And not only is that air temperature, but also the track temperature. The sun is on the track at the moment. That's keeping it warm. As soon as John says, the sun goes down, then the temperature will leak from the track quite quickly.
We've been talking about this all weekend as well, Shay, that there's already a disparity of grip on this circuit where the grinding has been done. There's more grinding than ever before, and when you get some of the track in shade, some of it in sunlight, we saw this, didn't we, in the Radical, Blue Marbles Premium Cocktail Radical USA Cup yesterday, which went into the evening and looked spectacular as the sun went down. But the differences in the track that had sunshine on it and at this time of the year with a relatively low sun, when you do get shadow, it's on there for quite a long time.
And it just keeps moving and moving, and if you use a shadow as your braking point,
you're in big trouble.
Completely
Lap on lap.
scuppered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait a minute, it broke here last lap. Why am I off in the gravel pit?
Trent Hinman in the 73, Trent Hinman Vault Racing, doing a nice job at the moment, by the way.
He's got to be giggling right now, John, because he's in a GT3 car passing TCR cars, and he's used to being in a GT4 Porsche Cayman passing TCR cars, so you just put your right foot down and get that little bit of extra horsepower kick from the flat six engine. Before we move away from the weather thing, another added element is tomorrow morning is supposed to be cloudy. Not rainy, but cloudy. So it's going to take even longer to get the heat in. And they're projecting that it won't start to get sunny until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, at least you've gone past the zenith of the sun at that point. It was Ralph Bourne, by the way, that got into the Herbeth Motorsport number 91 car. Elmer Grimm has been now an hour and a half near enough, an hour and 25 minutes in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, which leads by a minute and 42 seconds.
And that will be into the pits for fuel very shortly, although he's some half an hour away from his stint limit. The Kirchhoff Audi number 34 will be in for fuel within the next couple of laps. That car running in the A6 AM Advantage, which means it can go to the full 120 litres, but even so, Elmar has at most, I think, 3 or 4 laps of fuel left aboard that car. A quick hats off to Jeremy Daniel in the 101 Red Camel car. That car ended the first lap dead last in the race. Has come in now with Jeremy at the wheel, leading the TCE division. So it's been a great effort from Jeremy Daniel and the Red Camels team to get that car from last to first. So the car currently in the fueling area, or in the pit getting is in the fueling area with a new driver aboard, and that will either be Jean-Francois Eve or Ivo Proikers, because Stephen Lickeridge started the race. Jeremy Daniel took over from him, and it will be, as I say, either the Evo team owner or Jean-Francois Eve taking over.
And the leader is in the pit lane now is Car Collection Motorsport number 34. It does come in. That will be a driver change, is Elmar Grimm's time. He spent, what was that, just north of an hour and a half behind the wheel of that Audi, right?
Yeah.
Just under. And his successor is bouncing on heel, pushing one of the crew guys out of the way, saying, "Get away, I've been waiting a long time to drive this car."
Yeah, Elmar Grimm has had a hip replacement done within the last 12 months.
Is he crazy?
Yeah, and so that was we saw him hobbling away from the car there. That's not anything more serious. Well, it is fairly serious because it's a fairly serious operation. I think it was either a hip or a knee replacement, but it was a fairly serious bit of surgery earlier this year, and so he will be no doubt recovering, but as I say, nothing particular to worry about because Elmar is made of strong stuff.
Ow, 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 ow. Hip replacement trying to push the brake pedal. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, but good work then from Elmar Grimm, and he out of the car once again.
Drama for the Speed Lover Porsche. That's the number 978. And our former race leader, the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, trying to go around the outside of the Sin and can't quite get it done, but was blocked.
That's Ben Keating who's taken over at
it
the
is,
wheel of the
okay.
number 4. I'm quite sure if we mentioned that. Ben currently on his 5th lap of the stint. But yeah, having a bit of trouble there with the Mercedes.
Johnny Palmer taking over from John Hindhaugh, by the way, in the main commentary box. 978 going pretty slowly, and possibly a rear right suspension failure on that car, or a hub, or maybe just a wheel that's not gone on right to the 978. It's limping back in the direction of Nick Damon, and you've got other news, Nick, from the pits.
Yeah, we've had a couple of the TCR comes in, the 114 and the 107. It's a Monlau car, and the 114, of course, was Rama. Both of them have served little penalties. They've had a 10-15 second stop in the penalty box. We've got the Mustang, the 717, the Core Oyster car in, getting a full service and driver change. Just rolling in behind that was the CP Racing 85 Mercedes. That is also getting a driver change, so in a big moment of change for all these drivers. I can see there's a white Porsche arriving as well, and we're waiting, of course, for the 978, apparently who's limping badly, you tell me, Johnny.
Just getting you now, Nick.
Yeah, I'd concentrate on the rear right corner, Nick, as it comes towards you.
Ah, yes.
I think it's rear right.
Looks flat.
No, that's not your side. It's the other side.
No, normally the car, if it's down on one side, will look odd from the front.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Point.
Yeah, it doesn't look. Yeah, it doesn't look right. I'm not saying I'm not saying how wrong it is. Obviously, it's the other end of the pit lane because that's what happens. So
yeah,
me and CJ are walking up now. Oh, there it's straight in the garage.
See, these Porsches do run a fair bit of camber on those rear wheels, so I was just trying to work it out, but The wheels stayed on the car.
There is a problem, definitely. You're absolutely right. It's got the lower toe link's gone. So it's the bottom wishbone mount or toe link that's gone in some way. In fairness, the top one could have collapsed. One of the two has collapsed, so it's pivoting on just one. It's pivoting on just one. You love a good pivot, you two, don't you?
Thank you, Nick.
And I will give you more technical information from my little legs, and CJ's big legs have got us up there.
Wonderful. On the live stream, got a good shot of you and CJ making your way up towards the far end of the pit lane then, and an indication of the scale of this place. Huge operating apron on the pit lane itself. The fast lane's relatively narrow in comparison, and then the track's very, very wide indeed here at COTA, particularly on the main straight and that run up to the first corner, but everything has to go down to single file at the pinch point at turn 1.
New leader of the race with the pit stop for Elmer Grimm. The leader now is Ralph Bone once again with the Herbert Motorsport car. So the Porsche back to the lead of the race. It was out of the lead for just 6 laps in the end, but Ralph Bone then having taken the car over from Daniel Alleman, now with a good long stint possibly to be in the lead of the race, but another opportunity for us to measure Porsche against Mercedes power. Hendrick still is now at the wheel of the number 90 Top Sport car, and he is currently lapping actually not as quick as Ralph Bone on that last lap.
Fabian Dance, who I reckon is the TCR leader, has ground to a halt at the end of the back straight into turn 12. Fabian Dance not labelled as the race leader right now, but Chris Kemp is in the fueling area, so when Dance completes this lap, he will take over as the race lead. The car's fired back into life, 131, the green, white and red Cupra. That also might be heading in the direction of Nick Damon, but you're with the 978, Nick.
Yeah, and I don't want to say I told you so, but it is the lower link. It is the lower link that's gone. Now, interesting, the lower link it comes into 2 parts. There's effectively there's the rose joint, which links into the body shell and the chassis, and then they've got a screwed bit, which is the kind of the lower arm on the back lower arm. That's sheared off. They've sheared off the bolts, even though there's some stubs left. So they're having to replace the lower arm. They're probably going to have to replace or work on that knuckle joint as well to get it done. But the driver, who was in there, did a good job. No real damage apart from that. So once they've managed to get that working, and of course the biggest problem is you're working all around a brake disc and a caliper, which are running at several hundred degrees. So they can avoid burning themselves, and they've got a spare part. It's probably not the longest of fixes, but obviously irritating when you're trying to just turn laps in a 24-hour race.
And that's Gerard Tan, the Singaporean driver who brought that car in. Sorry, Paul?
Yeah, into the pits has come the 131 car. This was only the second lap for Fabian Dance. He's only just taken the number 131 car over from Ronnie Yost, who was in it before him. And so Fabian Dance there, obviously not out of fuel, and the team now trying to look and work out what the issue is. But you're absolutely right, Johnny. That car was in the lead of the class. It lost it with the pit stop and would have taken it back again, but now in the pit lane has lost the lead of the class again to the 101 Red Camel Jordan stopped NL car, which Jeremy Daniel at that last pit stop has actually stayed in the car. So 101 pushing the drive time of Jeremy Daniel to its limit in order to get the maximum from the Canadian driver, who's probably the quickest driver in that car, but a double stint then from Jeremy Daniel, unless he's forgotten to switch the incoming driver's forgotten to switch the driver ID.
Could have. As you said, though, Jeremy, who's been the quickest driver in the car so far this weekend, maybe they feel it's worth getting an extra 27 minutes out of him.
Well, it's exactly that problem of whether you bring the car in for another pit stop, but get the benefit of the faster driver. And the Red Camel team, say, either has a driver ID problem, or they've elected to have Jeremy doing that longer stint, and he will go the full 2 hours for number 101.
Mercedes number 4 being hurled out of turn number 1 with Ben Keating at the wheel of, turn 11 with Ben Keating at the wheel of that car that was previously driven by Felipe Fraga at the start, and Jeroen Blekemolen for the second stint. The 91 Porsche is at turn 1. Ralph Bone for Herbert Motorsport, now leading the race then, and by 44 seconds in front of Hendrik Still for Top Sport WRT. So it's Porsche from Mercedes and Mercedes, another Porsche in the form of Volt Racing 4th ahead of the Audi R8 of Car Collection, and then two more Benzes, the AMG GT3 variety 6th and 7th, with Joe Foster rejoining from his latest pit stop for CP Racing.
We're 2 minutes away from the completion of another hour already. It's going very quickly.
3 hours out of the 11 today then coming up, and in terms of who's going to stop first amongst that group that Johnny just described, it will be the number 90, Hendrik Still, who comes in first. He'll get to the end of the hour still in second place, but he'll lose the second place to the Ben Keating Mercedes before too long after the end of the hour. A6 Am is nicely poised actually. Ingo Vogler, having taken over the Car Collection Audi, leads A6 Am, as Johnny was describing, 5th place overall, and then the next two Mercedes of Top Sport and CP Racing squabbling over second and third places in the A6 Am class, although to be fair, the CP Racing car is a lap down on the car in front of it. No, it's not quite a lap down on the car in front of it, but it's over 1 minute and 3/4 behind.
Bright green helmet, excuse me, for Fabian Dance. He's rejoining, although I just wonder whether that stuttered a little bit. Nick, you were watching the stop, which is the 131 unexpectedly coming into the pits.
Yeah, and it's one of those marvellous things, an electrical fault or a strange gremlin. Computer plugged in, up and down theoretically on the gearbox, paddles up, paddles down, fire it up, fire it down. Oh, it's not doing what it's done before. That control alt delete must have worked. I noticed that Baz Cowton, the team manager, is firmly on the phone to someone to try and find out what's going on. So I'm not sure they actually know what was wrong, but they fixed whatever wasn't wrong.
That's almost more discomforting, Nick, when you get a situation like that where you try to fix it and no, whatever we did on track seems to have gotten rid of the problem for now. That means it can come back.
Yeah, it doesn't actually solve the problem, does it? It fixes it for the moment, but it's a quick fix, and they haven't worked out exactly what the gremlin is, so I don't want to say it's going to come back again, but that's going to be a niggling doubt, certainly in that crew's minds. Top Car Sport by Baz Cowton Racing, former then race leader in the TCE series, and now Jeremy Daniel, the 101 car, finds itself at the sharp end of the TCE race.
But the team manager for that car has to go to race control, so I think possibly a fence or a track limits warning to be handed out there, so we'll keep an eye on that to see if there is any penalty arising for car 101.
Right, 3 hours done then of the 11 today and the 24 in total, and Red Camel Jordans.nl now lead, as I say, number 101, and the driver ID's been flipped over as I utter that sentence, so not Jeremy Daniel, but instead Jean-Francois Evry of Canada, who will be in that car, according to our latest information.
That will be why the team manager was being summoned to race control, I suspect.
Right, so a quick message to Jean-Francois to get the driver ID flicked to driver 4, his allocated number, and hopefully that's cured it. So the Cupra TCR of Red Camel leads TCE ahead of the Belgian squad AC Motorsport with their Audi RS3 car 188. It's the 112 car third, which is the Volkswagen Golf of Autorama Motorsport, and then the Top Car Sport by Baz Cowton Racing Cupra, which unexpectedly called into the pits. They've cured the difficult problem, which may be seen again. We'll wait and see, but it's in 4th place as it rejoins. Then Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing's sister car, the 114 Golf, is 5th, ahead of Monlau Competition's Cupra 107, 6th. Then it's the Zorg Rennsport BMW M240i Racing Cup car, number 851, the only Cup 1 entered car in TCE. And finally, Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic is a retirement, the 126 car, although Brian Henderson didn't want to say for sure that it was out of the race. I think we all kind of worked out from that conversation that it was. GT Series, and Ralph Bone has been installed into the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and the 91 car leads then by 44.7 seconds from the Mercedes of TopSport WRT, the number 90 car. Black Falcon's Merc third, number 4, Ben Keating, and now Trent Hindman in the Volt Racing Porsche fourth in car 73. The best A6 AM car in the order is the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, number 34, ahead of TopSport's other Mercedes AMG GT3, which runs in the AM category. That's car 70, which is 6th. Then the CP Racing Mercedes of Joe Foster, number 85, and Alexander Sherpen in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, running as the best SPX car. HP Racing's Ferrari is 9th, 10th place for the Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche Cup car, which runs in the 991 class, and is car number 906. That is in 10th position. Also just getting word that the 131 car is slow out on track again. Didn't quite expect that gremlin to creep back so quickly. More on that in a second, but the 11th place car is the Porsche Lorient Cup car of the French squad, the 911 numbered machine. GT4 is led by Winward Racing with their Mercedes, number 433. Two more SPX cars, Coroiser's Mark and the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes, 717 and 464 respectively. And second in GT4 is the Sin R1 of Racers Edge Motorsport. 16th overall, the ST Racing 388 numbered BMW M4. Zorg Rennsport's M4 GT4 car is running 17th, number 451. Then it's the Speed Lover Porsche 18th, the MRS GT Racing Porsche 19th, and the 450 BMW of RHC Jorgensen Strom in 20th position. And sadly, the last two cars are out of the race because they kind of never really started. They were spare cars by the teams RHC and Kelly Moss Road and Race. So already 3 hours done of this event and plenty to look back on, including the race start, which is very busy indeed. The top two grids were starting virtually together, but a dramatic build-up to the race, including, of course, the American national anthem and flags of Texas and the USA were resplendent on a highly populated grid. The pole position picked out for GT Series and TCE, and nerves were high, but also excitement levels were fit to burst as well. And up towards turn 1, we did just about get everyone safely through, despite the long build-up to the race start of this annual event at the Circuit of the Americas. It was Felipe Fraga who led initially from the two TopSport WRT Mercedes, and the front-engined growling V8 6.2 litre cars seem to have the measure at the moment, although strategy-wise the Porsche is definitely in it. The Audi has been going about its business quietly but assuredly, and don't forget the Ferrari either, which would have been a lot further up the order were it not for this problem, which was, we think, a faulty valve on the fuel nozzle, the fuel cap, and that had to be rectified by Austrian outfit HB Racing because it was spitting fuel, and the officials summoned the car to the pit lane as quickly as possible. 107 from Monlau competition, the Spanish Barcelona University crude car, but an all-British lineup. Stewie Hall started that car and led by a decent margin, but had lost the lead by the time that car pitted, and that was after good driving from Antti Burri. Also the Super Trofeos going strongly in SPX, leading that category for Lippert Motorsport, with currently Norwegian driver Alexander Sherpen doing the steering. And the AC Motorsport Audi is one of a couple of teams that could bag the title in the TCE series this weekend. Lots of happy drivers after either stints completed or some to look forward to as well, and a number of Texan-based drivers, including Shane Lewis. And that is the scene then as the sun, well, starts to think about getting a little bit lower in the sky. It is 2:36 in the afternoon, and we're racing through until 10:30 tonight before an overnight pause and then a restart at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for another 13 hours. And just bucking its way a little bit through turn 2, which is high speed, and they don't quite have the same sort of aero as a GT3 car do, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos. So that looks like a bit of a handful through the fast corners. But it can catch up some of the ground lost to the GT3 cars on the long straights here.
When you were off at your lunch break, Johnny, we had an interview with Benito Tagle and Joe, who, when talking about the break, called it very civilized.
Yes.
Just go back to the hotel, have a bath, have a sleep in a real bed, and then come back and continue racing.
Absolutely. It's like a lot more user-friendly, some say.
Yes.
And doesn't have quite the impact on your sleeping patterns. Others say, can't see it as a true 24-hour race. I think the cars would differ, in their opinion, at the end of the event, particularly as they, they cool down an awful lot overnight and then have to be started within, half an hour of the race start for another 13 hours of running. So it's punishing in that respect, but a little bit more friendly on the drivers and crews.
I think it's more friendly on the crews because they can really relax. I'm not quite sure that the drivers appreciate any more the gap, because drivers tend to get rest periods anyway built into their schedule.
Yes.
So all they're getting is a slightly longer rest period built into their schedule. But in terms of the actual physical exertion time, they have from early on Saturday morning right the way through until Saturday night, and then again early on Sunday morning. So for the drivers, it is actually potentially more of a stressful situation.
I was actually having this discussion with the driver the other day who was asking about how we sleep during a 24-hour race. Explain that you don't, Paul, you stay in the booth the whole time, but that Johnny and I might nip away, find a car to sleep in for an hour or so, and then come back and go back to work. And this driver in particular was stunned, because when there's 4 of them in a car for a 24-hour race, they get long periods of time off. They get to go experience the Ferris wheel at Le Mans, or, go find ice cream somewhere.
The other opportunity it gives them, which teams do enjoy, is actually the drivers and mechanics can socialise a little bit together during the intervention. Yes, this race goes through till 10:30, so you don't really want to be socialising for too long with an 8 o'clock start tomorrow morning. But it does give them that chance just to have a little bit of social contact, because a lot of the time the drivers and the mechanics are so busy doing their own things that they never actually get time to socialise together.
I'm just going to follow up on something I mentioned during the standings rundown, because we'd heard the 131 car was slow again, I think on the out lap, and Nick, it came in one more time.
Yeah, they brought it back in almost the identical time from about 4 laps earlier, where the car came in, opened both doors, got a computer connected, stopped for about 90 seconds. Now, the reason it was stopped was because the dash had died. And when the dash died, so did all the, basically goes into limp home mode, gearbox isn't working, so they were trying to refire the dash or find out what was causing the failure. They didn't really know. Baz was on the phone, it slowed down again, they brought it in again, obviously tried a different combination of the keys, Control, Alt and Delete, and it's gone back out again. But I wouldn't be at all surprised to hear you saying the words, Johnny, and 131 is slow on the back straight again.
Okay, we'll wait and see. Career highlight there, Nick Damon. You were labelled on the graphic as Bruce Jones. Well, that's someone you've always aspired to be, isn't it?
That means I'm finally a professional and 5 inches taller. Brilliant.
You're still Nick
Come on,
to
you
us.
Wales! Up the Wellows!
A big Wales fan, Bruce Jones. Here last year, I know very much missing this event in 2019, but he'll be back on the Creventic crew. I think in Dubai, actually, that's probably still to be confirmed, but Dubai is very much an event just, what did Gary say, 6 weeks away?
I think Dubai's confirmed.
That's what I mean.
yeah.
Well, yeah, there was a slight question mark, but it is still happening.
Hendrick still, I reckon, on his way into the pit lane at the end of this lap in the second place Mercedes car number 90 from Top Sport, WRT. Just to reiterate the point, if you weren't listening over earlier on, when we talk about Top Sport WRT, it's the World Rally team. It's nothing to do with a Belgian racing team of the same name. Just a coincidence of initials that mean that they're called Top Sport WRT. But as I say, Hendrick, having had a good stint in second place, having taken over from Lucas Stoltz just over an hour ago, but the fuel, I reckon, on the Mercedes will be running sufficiently low that they'll be wanting to get that car into the pits.
Trent Hinman should also be thinking about coming into the pits fairly soon. He's only got 15 minutes left on his drive time.
This is in the Volt Racing Porsche. Yes, he, having done a double stint last time, got into the car during that Code 60 period, and then they came in a little bit earlier to do some work on the car, because according to what they said, they weren't happy with the handling of it. and rather spend a couple of minutes just trying to address that, and then get the car out and lapping more quickly than trying to struggle on with a car that wasn't handling properly.
One more lap about to be ticked off by the Herbert Motorsport Porsche now. That's 81 completed then by Ralph Bone, Daniel Alleman and Robert Renauer. Alfred Renauer still to come, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Correct. I just wasn't sure whether he sneaked in a little shift when I wasn't here, but that would have been a very quick stint indeed.
Yeah, no, Daniel, having taken the car over from Robert during the Code 60, and then as a result of being able to come in twice during the Code 60 period, was able to run for a full stint before handing it over to Ralph Bone. Ralph Bone about halfway through his stint at the moment, so he's still got plenty of time to go. And as you say, with a 40-second lead, but that will leap up once Henrik still brings the Top Sport car into the pits, who's gone another lap longer than I thought he was going to be able to manage on the fuel. So good economic driving from Henrik Still, economic and quick. His lap times not as quick as those of Lukas Stoltz before him, but still nevertheless quicker than, or yeah, I'll say as quick. Not a lot to choose in fairness between the times of Ralph Bone, Henrik Still and Ben Keating in the top 3 places actually. They're all very similarly placed.
Henrik Still is still a relative newcomer to driving real race cars. He's been in Formula cars for a long time, but with a roof over your head, it's a different art. And he's done GT4 Europe and VLN, as well as 3 races previously this year in the Creventic series. Raced at Mugello, finished 5th, DNF at Brno, and then in Barcelona was 4th place in class in a Ferrari, though, so a very different piece of kit to the Mercedes.
Yes, he drives Ferraris in the VLN as well, so yes, he's got the experience of both types of GT3 car. It's Henrik Still.
Did he stay out again? Well, he's in Sector 3 right now, so we'll find out if he does indeed come into the pit lane this time by.
Had a message on my screen saying that a 10-second penalty has been given to the Winwood Racing Mercedes for a false start. I mentioned right at the start of the race that was under investigation. It's taken a long time to review it, but it may well be that the penalty has already been served, actually, and we've just been advised of that. Yes, it is. So the 433 was adjudged a penalty for jumping the start and has served his 10-second penalty already when the Winwood Racing came in for its pit stop earlier on in the race.
And that is not a red car that would have driven around everyone else, so that is not the car that Shane Lewis was talking about. Silver Mercedes.
So Shane's reference was to the start and only the start.
His reference was to the start of the race.
Well,
there was a red car that drove around everyone outside of the track limits.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, that was Rogivu then in the Ferrari, without a doubt. Sorry, I thought it was throughout the stint he'd experienced some problems. HB Racing, in a sense, have been self-penalised with that because the fuel leaking out of a fuel cap immediately slowed them down and the officials told them to come in. So their run somewhat compromised because of that, and we never did get to find out whether the Ferrari could run the same sort of pace as, well, certainly not the Mercedes, but potentially the Porsche and the Audi.
Certainly when Rogivu is driving it, yes, Johnny, no question at all.
Not the Mercedes, though, the other GT3 cars.
Rogivu's average lap time for his stint was 2 minutes 10.7. Compare that with Jerome Bleekemolen doing a 2 minutes 9.9, or Lukas Stoltz doing a 2 minutes 9.5. So it's not a massive, no, it's not as quick as the Mercedes, but it's not massively slower. And for example, Ralph Bone at the moment lapping in the 2 minutes 11.7. To compare with Rogivu's 2 minutes 10. So Rogivu's certainly a lot quicker than Angelo Negro, who's currently at the wheel of the car in the 41 HB Ferrari, still in the top 10, but only just ahead of the leading 991 Porsche.
Angelo Negro, the China-based Italian businessman who experienced his very first World Endurance Championship race last year, never raced in a Porsche before and never in a GTE car, so that was somewhat of a baptism of fire for the 4 hours of Shanghai. Now back into a Ferrari that he's very familiar with, and it's that team and that Ferrari, well maybe not the same chassis, but that team certainly that he raced with here last year, so back to surroundings that he's much more used to, although it was again a very late deal to sign for HB. And the 401 car, which is a dramatic looking machine, a real svelte sports car, which I think Joe said was sort of a combination between a Lotus Evora and a Ferrari 458 or similar Ferrari anyway. I think it's partly the colour as well that makes him think that, but that's a GT4 car which has had to have one or two bits of balancing within that category to make it competitive and to make sure he's got people to race with, and Ross Smith drives that Racers Edge Motorsport Sin R1. Car in the pits, Nick Damon.
It's the number 90, the Tok Sport WRT machine. Out gets Henrik Still, in gets Axel Jeffries. Its progress into the pit lane was stopped by a brief, I'd say 10 or 15 second visit to the penalty box, and this is going to be a full service. The tyres that went on were not brand spanking new, and the driver change took longer than the tyre change. The tyres obviously have been used in qualifying. Axel starts it, stalls it, but gets away. And I'll give them about 7.5 out of 10 for that.
Yes, just reiterating the point, every second spent in the pits on stops like that is real time and spent under green flag conditions, as it was for the Tok Sport team there. Time they can ill afford.
Likewise for the 41 Ferrari, which is having to soak up some time now in the penalty box as well. So Nick's going to be positioning himself to receive that car in a moment or two. It'll be Angelo Negro to work his way down pit road, Nick. That's his long penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's not coming in. So he served the penalty and will get more fuel, and that was a 30-second penalty, definitely. Scored 9th on the side, served this penalty, but he's just doing the fuel only, so Paul can work his magic on them running to stint length. Obviously the tyre wear isn't as bad on the Ferrari as some of the other cars, so I assume he's back timing from 2 hours with fuel. As the 131 returns to my right, so it's all happening. Thankfully, it's all happening at the bottom end, because otherwise, the distance between the top and the bottom of this pit lane is full Formula One, and suddenly you always drag from pillar to post. As the 131, the Bas Koten TCR car that was driven by Antti Berry to second in qualifying was leading one, and it's back exactly the same as before. Both doors open, computer attached, manual fan machine in front of it, as they attempt to work out what the blooming hell's gone wrong with the electrics. But this is losing them so much time in such a tightly fought group as TCR that you're already wondering if they can get it back, even though they've got more than 20 hours to do it.
I think if it'd just been 1 or 2 stops, then yeah, you can always rely on another team having a similar problem of the same length of time. But unless they fix this and really take the time to get to the bottom of the problem, I can just see this repeating for several hours.
It's really unfortunate too, because 3 of their 4 drivers were the TCR winners a year ago here, so they were really hoping to maintain that pride, but it opens the door up for a new winner, including current leaders in that 101 Red Camels Jordan.NL, Cupra.
Yes, the TC division with Black Falcon, as Shay says, leading the class. AC Motorsport with their Audi in 2nd place, and that's Matt Taskinen at the wheel, and Autorama, the current championship of the continent's leaders in the TCE division, Carnival 112 in 3rd place, about 15 seconds adrift.
Let's hear from Bas Koten, because he may know a little bit more about the problems for the 131.
Just lean on with Baz. Baz, that's the 3rd time in. Have you got to the bottom of the problem with 131?
Yeah, it's an electrical problem, and it's hard to find. It looks like an overloaded CAN bus signal, and now we disconnected every CAN signal.
And the car will still run with 0 signals. Isn't like said a fault code that puts it in limp home mode then?
Yeah, we have to do it with it.
Okay, well, hopefully that's the last time in for a while. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Baz.
Hopefully, yes.
Baz Koten, they're trying to. Also, you've got to admit, it doesn't matter whether it's a 19 63 Mini or a brand new TCR car, electrical faults are the bane of motor cars.
They certainly are, and even just locating them, that's the biggest problem. And then most can be fixed reasonably quickly, unless of course it's deep in the wiring loom and you've got to basically disassemble a whole car to get at the problem. But it sounds like various things have been disconnected so that no longer does the car's brain think there's an issue, and it won't flick it into limp home mode. But that was a process that was fairly long-winded, 3 separate pit stops, and obviously the car reduced to walking speed at times around those laps as well.
We've got an offer from Twitter. Rob Chalmers, the 131, which is the car that we were just talking about, that Bas Kooten was very kind to talk to Nick about, noticeably dropping fluids on left-hand corners. He then says, ask the 131 team to check fuel pressure isn't dropping out and throwing spurious empty message. Around turn 11, it seems to be venting like the Ferrari was earlier.
Okay.
That could be their issue.
It's a theory.
It's saying that perhaps there's no fuel left in the tank, and could be. Thank you, Rob.
The dashboard is obviously the centre of this problem, and therefore all power to the dash cutting out. So that's needing to be rectified as well, and it's just a question of how many cables you unplug before the car is then happy again. But will that start to have an impact on performance, or indeed information that is critical to the drivers? Great illustration of the car's heading into the fueling area, by the way, if you are enjoying visual coverage. If not, then it's basically a 90-degree left-hander through a fence, through an open gate, and into a quadrant where the cars circulate to find the nearest vacant fuel pump. And the cars are then filled with petrol or gas, and it is all the case that every car in this field is taking petroleum, standard petroleum, rather than diesel or LPG or other alternative fuels. So, but there were planned to be 8 fueling stations on offer, and it's now just 7, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So we're learning our 7 times table to try and work out what sort of chance you've got on arriving there. 1 in 4, we reckon.
It worked out really well when there were 28 cars running. Now there's 27.
Well, your chances are improving as
exactly.
slowly cars drop away, I suppose.
Exactly. As Gerald Tan is still scored as the last running car on the timing screen, the Singapore-based driver in the speed lover Porsche, number 978. And he's a fascinating man, Johnny. Not only a more than capable race car driver, but a member of the Singapore 10-pin bowling national team. He's a nationally known golfer, and he's on the snooker team as well. So he's a man of many, many disciplines, as well as a dedicated Ferrari lover. I mean, all right, he's not in a Ferrari this weekend, but he's done a lot of endurance racing in Ferraris in Asia. So very much a Renaissance man.
And in some of those sports, track limits are an issue. Motor racing, yes. What was the first one you mentioned?
10-pin bowling.
Yeah, track limits.
Snooker.
It's all about, snooker. Well, they're sort of self-policing because
Golf.
of the cushions.
Self-policing.
Yeah.
Hit it into a bunker.
And then it's time to drop the ball. Absolutely right. The Mercedes heads down towards turn 12. However, what happened with the Ferrari a moment or two ago? That was a half lose there from Angelo Negro, the car that had just come in. I mean, bear in mind that's going to be full of fuel now. So Angelo's got to make some adjustments anyway. And the way he was chucking it into turn 15 just a couple of laps ago when it was virtually empty has to be readdressed in terms of driving style now.
Back end was going one direction, the front end was going a totally different one.
The Lamborghini is in the pit, 710, the Class SPX leader. We often don't talk about the SPX class, but we have 3 SPX class cars in this year's race, and the Lamborghini currently in the lead of the championship of the continents, the car number 710. So I don't know if Nick's going to be able to get an opportunity to talk to Alex Sherpen, who's just out of the life at Lamborghini. But if he does, then I'm sure Nick will be one of the first people that he goes to see.
Trent Hinman has arrived in the pit lane, though, and Nick Damon can tell us about his stop.
Well, you certainly don't miss the 73 car, do you? The Volt lighting machine, the Porsche, in its bright Dago yellow. 470 different highlighter pens gave their lives for that livery, allegedly. Yes, that's done a full service. I'm not quite sure whether there's a driver change in that. I need to pop my head round the corner. The Lippert Lamborghini came in a while ago, and that was just fuel. It just took, there's Trent Hinman, he's out the car. Brent Jolson, the owner's got into this 73 car. Yeah, the current leader of the Championship of the Continents, young Mr. Lippert, and his Lamborghini just took fuel. So fuel for that one. Hinman's down the way. I'll see if I can just throw a quick doorstep with Trent as he's here. Trent, full 2 hours, easy?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of physicality, it wasn't too bad, but yeah, it was tough to manage at the end there. I mean, that was kind of an impromptu long stint. We obviously had that left rear puncture, which kind of threw a wrench in our plans there. But hey, either way, the guys needed me to do a long stint. I captain. I'll get it done to the best of my ability, and yeah, it looked like we moved up a couple spots there. It's just I think we're a little bit off strategy now, but it's a long race. We'll get it back for sure. Just big thanks to the Park Place Motorsports guys for getting our tire change done there really fast. Driver changes were great. Car's been really well balanced, so even at the end of the stint there, it was pretty easy to manage those Hankook tires.
4 years since your last Creventic race in a very different track in Brno. Is it good to be back in the series?
Yeah, absolutely. What's really the best thing is the fact that not much has changed, right? So you can pop out for 4 years, come back, and it's like fitting right back in the cog again. So definitely nice in that aspect. But I mean, this whole event's really, really awesome. It's my first time running the 24 Hours of COTA. All thanks to Alan Brynolfsson for making it happen, Volt Lighting for making that happen. But yeah, it's just great to be back. Great to be in a car this time of year, keeping the rust off, and hopefully pushing for a win.
Trent, great stuff. And he's right, nothing changes, because it was me and Joe interviewing last time. It was Johnny doing the commentary. It was Paul doing the analysis. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. Thanks, Trent.
No, thank you.
Yeah, well, it's good to have Trent back in the championship. Last seen at the 12-hour epilogue of the Czech Republic at the back end of 2015. And things do tend to stay static as far as we're concerned, but that's because we continue to enjoy coming back to experience Creventic racing. And each individual race always had something new and intriguing. And this one, again, they've changed things around since the previous runnings of COTA.
And I think the thing is, because this, as you say, Johnny, this configuration 11 plus 13 is different from any other one we've had. It does change things a little bit. I was talking at the beginning of the race about what kind of advantage you need to get in order to be able to get that lap on the rest of the field at the beginning, at the end of this section, and so forth, for tonight's overnight break. Ralph Bone and Ben Keating in the Herbert Porsche and the Black Falcon Mercedes are the only two currently on the lead lap. Everybody else is a lap or more behind, with Trent Hinman being shown on the screens currently in third place, but he'll lose that as a result of the pit stop for the Volt Racing Porsche. That will elevate Eric Zhang up to third place from the lead of the A6 AM class, so that car will go up a place, but that is a lap behind the rest of the field, as is the car collection Audi, which is also an A6 AM class car. But those cars then will all be starting with a lap of a disadvantage, at least come tomorrow's race. Here we are 3.5 hours into this race, but those gaps have already sprung up. So that bit of luck that Herbert had with the Code 60 timing really has played into their hands and given them a very strong advantage. But the gap first to second, it's not over yet. 54 seconds between Ralph Bone in the Porsche and Ben Keating in the Mercedes. Ben Keating just putting in his personal best of the stint so far, not for the car, but his personal best at 2 minutes 10.8, and that's almost 3 seconds quicker than Ralph Bone is going in the Porsche.
Well, and far be it for me to ever even throw out the idea of Herbert messing up a Code 60 period, but it went really well for them one time. It could work against them in the future.
it's often not within your control.
Yeah.
I mean, all you do, and I mean, there's no real cleverness about it, is you stay out as long as the fuel will allow. And one of the Renault brothers, I think it was Robert, told me that they were right on the limit of their fuel. They were having to come in for fuel at the end of that stop anyway, at the end of that lap anyway, and the code 60 happened. So in a way, it couldn't have worked out any better for them. The only way it could have worked out better for them is if they would have just come into the pit lane and then it would have gone purple, because then when they would have got the full tank of fuel and wouldn't have had to make the second pit stop. But it did work out very well, and as I say, what we have now, actually, I find the kind of best of all worlds. It's a kind of self-imposed handicap system where the faster cars, the Mercedes are faster than the Porsche, there's no question about that, but they've been disadvantaged, and now for the remaining 7.5 hours of today's race, Mercedes is going to have to play catch-up.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the beauty of long-distance racing. You can pick a car that's very good across a single lap, and indeed throughout qualifying, but you know, you get beyond 3 hours, 4 hours, up to half distance of this event, and it can be a very, very different picture. And often experience comes into it, not just a fast race car, but also being able to know how to win a race like this.
And that's where I would always put my money on Herbert rather than on TalkSport. Although TalkSport are getting more and more experienced. They're learning the process. But this is a bit like one of those slow bicycle races at this stage, where you don't necessarily want to put all your cards on the table. I'm mixing my metaphors. Put all your cards on the table straight away.
Playing cards while riding a unicycle.
But the point is that Herbert and Black Falcon are currently both on the lead lap, separated by 50 seconds. There's no point in having a 50-second gap. It's not a lap. It's not nearly 2 laps. It's neither one thing or the other. If they would stay in those positions for the rest of today's race, that 50 seconds is going to disappear anyway.
Yeah.
So in a way, you're going to say Black Falcon, Ben Keating, doesn't have to play catch-up, because he will be given a catch-up at the end of this portion of the race. So how much stress is he going to put on the car? How much stress does he need to put on the car? He knows that, Herbert knows that, so how fast are Herbert going to go, knowing that that 50 seconds is going to get squashed up anyway? If they let it come down, that doesn't really matter. So, as I say, it's a bit like a slow bicycle race where you don't necessarily have to go flat out at this stage.
No, and it's about staying on the back of the leader within reason, but you can afford to ease back a little bit, not overstress the car, knowing that, that would be a big win in his current scenario for Black Falcon, and not necessarily a loss for Herbert Motorsport, because, as Paul mentions, they may not be going hell for leather right now either. They're just doing what they know how to do, which is run consistently at the front. But it's not until tomorrow, when we are going to potentially have a car fall off the lead lap, where we really get to see what sort of pace either of them have got, and particularly in the last few hours then as well, because if Black Falcon are in the fight, then you're going to see Blake Molin and Frage are probably rotated at high velocity, and you're really going to see what the Mercedes can do.
Which in some cases makes this even more of a traditional 24-hour race, because we don't see any of the cards played, to use Paul's metaphor, until sunrise at Daytona. That's when people start to get serious. And at Le Mans, it tends to be around 10 o'clock in the morning before people really start turning up the wick. So, track limits there for the bright yellow Park Place Porsche. You really can't get away with anything, guys. We can see you at all times from space, even as Alan Brynjolfsson trying to get up to speed in that number 73 machine.
And having to go around the outside of one of the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, so couldn't take to the natural racing line and had to give the Golf a little bit of space. So, not sure whether that was the 112 or the 114. The tracker will have been able to tell us that.
Red mirrors or yellow?
It's the 114, which is right behind 73. That's another way of telling, though. So, mirrors. Yellow mirrors, did you say?
It's red stripes with red mirrors on the 114, and it is red stripes with yellow mirrors on the 112.
Okay. It's useful to know.
Made a little note of that yesterday.
Although those notes can go straight out the window when it goes dark.
Exactly.
Because I can't even tell what part of the track certain cars are on.
But then they'll come back through the window for tomorrow morning, and then go back out the window again tomorrow at sunset.
Indeed.
So
yes. Yeah. 2 doses of daylight, 2 doses of night time in this event, which is another quirk of this 24-hour race.
But no proper happy hour. That
No proper
time
happy hour.
in the early morning as the sun comes up.
Yeah,
when-
so no daylight, sorry, no darkness into daylight.
Yeah.
But you're getting 2 transition stints, light into dark.
Yeah. So no, I mean that's what I like about the way Creventic does things, because they do have this tendency to wrap up the different types of endurance races in slightly different ways, with the combined 12 hours. Races that they have slightly different sometimes, and the combined 24-hour races. This one, the only split race that runs to 24 hours that they actually run.
Possible contact for the number 90 car with the 980 Porsche, I noticed there. And a little bit of spooling backwards and forwards from our TV directors. So thank you for that, just to try and work out exactly whether the 70 car caught the back of the 978 Porsche, not the 980. So that was as the number 90 driver Axel Jeffries worked his way from one side of the track to the other in order to put a lap on that Porsche Cup car. And I'm sure, imagine with a car with such a large snout as the Mercedes, it's quite easy to misjudge that, particularly as Axel is new to a Mercedes, having raced a Lamborghini far more often in recent years.
fascinating person is Axel Jeffries, senior instructor at the Yas Marina circuit. And Formula BMW background, F2, Indy Lights with Brian Herta, did a couple of races, GP2, Lamborghini, as you say, most recently. So yes, with a very abrupt nose to a Lamborghini as opposed to the elephant trunk that you get for the Mercedes, different engine placements on the cars, it would be a little bit of a learning game.
Yeah, done a lot of racing though with Conrad Motorsport, still only 25, and I think had a fair bit of his life based in the UK, but Zimbabwean originally, and yeah, been doing a full season of European Lamborghini Super Trofeo in 2019, and in the Middle East actually too, at Pro-Am level. So the number 90 car, with a hint of the sort of Petronas blue, you might say, and that may be a hint to his links with Abu Dhabi, but it's also, of course, the TalkSport Choice livery, and they've just made a slight difference from the 70 car with the 90 machine to make them a similar layout in terms of livery, but very easy to tell those two cars apart. So that is 5th position for the TalkSport car, with Ingo Vogler up ahead, and just 11 seconds is the advantage, as into the pits comes the sister car at TalkSport WRT. That's the 70 to Nick Damon.
Full service, and also they've been good boys, because unlike most of the other cars, they didn't have to stop in the penalty box. They just glided gently into their pit box in the position they wanted to go. Full service, tyres are done, the driver change is taking a little bit longer again, wobbles off its air jacks, drops down. Nope, still a problem with the driver. Driver slammed door and he stalls it. Oh dear, like your first driving lesson that. Oh, I'm going to drive a car. Oh, I've stalled it, and I've stalled it again. Rev, finally away. So whoever the new driver was has got, well, I wouldn't say a fail, but he's got one of those kind of minors rather than a major problem with his driving test.
Well, got it away eventually, and obviously these cars are pretty tricky to get away from a standing start. Axel Jeffries proved that as well. So the various the vagaries of each individual GT3 car can only be truly learnt with practice. As now around the outside of a bit of traffic went Axel Jeffries, managing to squeeze ahead of the Sin R1 and a Porsche from the 991 category.
Just remembering back to the 24 hours at Barcelona, where Sven Muller joined the Herbert team, which was obviously a good addition for them, because Alfred Renauer was away racing somewhere else. Can't remember where that weekend, but he was away doing something else on the Barcelona weekend, so Sven Muller was brought into the team. The difficulty that Herbert had as a result of that was both Sven and Robert Renauer are classed as pro drivers, which meant they had 2 pro drivers in the team. This weekend, with Alfred back, Alfred Robert Renauer counts as a semi-pro, even though sometimes he's quicker than Robert. It means that they have a little bit more flexibility with their driving time, because Robert Renauer will be able to do pretty much as much driving as he wants. He's limited to 12 hours in total, but just him, as opposed to the combination of the two. Same situation exists at Black Falcon, because they've chosen their driving lineup very wisely. Felipe Fraga, although it is argued that he is sometimes quicker than Jerome Blakemolen, he's a semi-pro, whereas Blakemolen is a pro. So Black Falcon and Herbert both have just one pro driver in their team and one AM driver in their team. So, sorry, Herbert has two AM drivers, don't they? Because Alleman and Bone are both AMs.
Yes.
But it does mean that they will have it easier for their driver time.
One of those AM drivers has just brought the car in fact, for its latest pit stop, Nick.
Yes, you would have saw if you had the pit lane cameras, you running down the pits to have a quick look at what's going on with the 91 Herbert car. Absolutely standard service. Quite a short run there, I think, for Ralph Bone, but he's been replaced. Someone else got in, didn't see who it was. Main reason being is I was setting up an interview with Eric Zhang. Would you like the interview with Eric Zhang?
Yeah.
Was it Eric who was a snooker player? Or was that a different person?
Different person.
It's a different person.
Oh,
yes.
not listening that time. Eric, it's good to see you. Nice to see you in the Creventic series. How did you enjoy your first racing stint?
I think it was tough. I had a lot of traffic, but all the overtakes were clean. But towards the end, the tires were very used, so I had to take it very cautiously. Yeah.
Is it a difficult track once your tires have gone off?
Yeah, I think the driving technique will be different when you have new tires and full fuel. And at the end of the stint, I have zero tire and low fuel. The driving technique is a little different. So I have to adapt to that.
Eric, thank you very much indeed. That's Eric Zhang out of the 70 car. So you can now tell me who took over in the Herbert car.
Still can't tell you right now, because Ralph Bone is in the fueling area. I mean, on the rotation, it should be Alfred Renauer, because we haven't seen AR yet. And RR started that car. Then we had a bit of Daniel Alleman for the second stint, Ralph Bone, and now Alfred. But Nick asking me, was that a short stint for Ralph Bone?
Yeah, I mean, Nick is very good at these kind of things. It was one lap shorter than Daniel Alleman did. Daniel Alleman did 30 laps behind the wheel. Ralph Bone did 29 laps behind the wheel. But even then, I suggested at the time that Daniel Alleman was in slightly early. Robert Renauer's opening stint in the car was 34 laps, but that will take the whole of the 120 litres. They then took on half a tank twice. Now, the Herbert Porsche, is only allowed 85 litres of fuel. So when they came in for their two half stints, they would have only got 86 litres in total. So that kind of doesn't give them quite the same range as Robert Renauer had early on. So this is one of the reasons why Creventic racing is sometimes a little bit harder to follow, because you never know quite how much fuel is in the car, because each pit stop doesn't fill it to the top. It only fills it to the amount that the regulations allow it.
Ralph Bone definitely out, because he's now about to be interviewed by Nick Damon, if you've still got him.
Yeah, I can't run that fast alongside the car to interview Ralph. Ralph, good stint, but quite a short one. Your guys seem to be doing quite short driver stints today.
Well, it was a good stint, yes, but it is shorter because we lost 5 liters from last race to here. We got more penalty on this, for sure.
So it's a BOP thing. So basically, you're all running just one tank full rather than the tyres.
Well, from tank to tank, and the tires are also over after one stint or after 1 hour. So we have to change both, to refill and to change the tires,
How is the track changing? We've had cars running now for several hours. Is it beginning to rubber in? Is it getting easier?
Sorry, once again?
Is the track getting easier now it's rubbered in?
Well, it's rubbered in, yes, but the temperature makes it, at the moment, not very easy. On the back, we have a lot of wheel spin. But let's see, when it's getting a little bit more colder, we should be better on the car.
Ralph, thank you very much. That's Ralph Bond out of the 91 Herbert Porsche.
Yeah, one or two cars moving around on the racetrack, I've noticed, and we talked about it not being spectacularly hot this week for sort of Texas terms. However, I think, as you were making a point, the sun beating down onto the same bit of asphalt all day, that's really made the track temperature pretty hot. And the tyres are scrabbling around for a bit of grip, even though it's Hankook now on Hankook rubber.
Yeah, I mean, I think what will be interesting listening to what Daniel was saying there to Nick is Herbert have probably set their car up so that it will get better and better as the race wears on. So as the temperature cools down, they'll be looking for improving their performance, and often that's how you win these races. You have to take a call at some point whether you go for how the temperature conditions are now or how you think it's going to evolve towards the latter part of the race, because you really want a car that's going to get better as the race goes on.
Well, you don't want it losing time in the nighttime hours, do you?
Exactly.
But at the same time, you need to have got yourself a bit of time in the bag during daylight and the warmer temperatures. But yes, a stronger car at night, I would be leaning to.
Where the Herbert Porsche that Daniel just referred to there, 85 litres they give the Porsche. Both Porsches get 85 litres. But what they haven't done this weekend is to impose any fuel compensation penalty. Remember in previous Creventic rounds we've had this fuel compensation penalty where if you have a shorter refueling amount, they say, well, you still have to spend that same length of time in the pits. None of that this weekend. Get the fuel in as quickly as you can and then go. So for Herbert, expect their pit stops to be a little bit shorter purely because they're putting less fuel in at each stop.
New leader of the race, Ben Keating, Mr. Texas himself, is now at the front in the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. He owes us a pit stop, and the screen that I'm not supposed to be looking at because it's a very, very beta system is flashing, box this lap, and that would also be Paul Tresswell's signal to Ben Keating to box this lap. So you've told him, he's gotten the message, but for the time being, Ben can enjoy at least the rest of this lap in the lead of the race.
Yes, that's right. I mean, he's only been out there for a little over an hour, but the trouble is that the fuel will have been used up. Jeroen Blekemolen went 35 laps on his stint, but he was able to use the fact that 3 or 4 of those laps were done under Code 60, so he was saving a lot of fuel during the Code 60 period. Ben Keating has been flat out. It's been green for the whole of this period, so he'll have done, 70 minutes, 68 minutes by the time he comes in at the end of this lap. So he'll get another lap in, fair enough.
Wow.
So he's going for a 70, an hour and 10 minutes he'll have been out by the time he's finished the lap that he's currently on.
450 in the penalty box. That's John Miller's RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW M4, and this presumably therefore is going to be a full service with the team as well, but you can take your penalties that have been issued by the clerk of the course whenever is next convenient. So effectively at your next pit stop, it's a little bit like the FIA rulings in things like Formula 1 and the World Endurance Championship as well. The difference being you take your penalties with the team in your own pit bay, and cars can sit there for 5 or 10 seconds before work commences. 450 has worked its way then further up towards the team. And Nick, what have you got elsewhere?
The 851, the Sorg Rennsport car come in. I must say that's one of my favourite numbers, 851, because my first proper motorcycle ever owned was Ducati 851, so it's a strange number, the CC of the twin at that time, before they expanded it slowly to 1200, but it is a great memory for me, even when it fall off at 3 miles an hour in Greenwich High Street. Anyway, so in from 15th overall, much higher in class, it's the 401, it's the Sin car. This car, which is a supercar that kind of has evocations of a Lotus Elise or a Lotus Elan on steroids, but obviously they've also got kind of a rear end. Basically, you've got bits of Glickenhaus, you've got bits of McLaren, you've got bits of Lotus, but I suppose with supercars there's only so many swoopy lines you can draw now, and they all begin to look a little bit more similar. In has got with his full service, I think that's, look at the 401, I think it's Matt, is there someone called Dylan? I think there is, isn't there, yeah. So look at the car. I'll refer to the notes.
Dan DeLeo.
That's it.
Yes.
That's the one. Dan DeLeo. It's hard because his little net that keeps him from falling out was all over the side of his helmet saying where it was.
I see.
And also preparing for a stop are the Black Falcon number 4.
And Greenwich residents are still chuckling at that moment to this day.
Okay,
yes.
as as a train had disgorged its passengers, there was me toppling over due to a dry clutch stall. How I laughed as I embarrassedly had to ask someone to help me lift the bike off me because I couldn't get up. I was trapped.
Talk about Black Falcon, Nick, because it's probably landed in your lap by now.
No, coming now.
Yes, I was going to say, I was trying to estimate how long it would take to get from us to you.
I was using, Paul, I was using an amusing story of my past just to fill between the Sin pit stop and the Black Falcon pit stop, and in they go, bang, down they go. Out comes Ben Keating. In will be getting, should be Cooper McNeil, shouldn't it? Will be on the rotation in.
That's the one we haven't seen so far, yeah.
A very tall man, so it's Cooper, being let in by a much less height endowed person. And they are finished again. It's interesting, actually, all these Mercedes are very, very easily finishing their tyre changes long before the driver change is done. So that was several seconds, inverted commas, wasted whilst they waited to just secure the driver. But that was another good stop, and it's interesting how that actually runs through as a complete pit stop from pit in to out of the fuel station.
I think it's tall order. I mean, it might be an interesting question for you to ask up and down the pit lane, Nick, because my information is that a good team with good equipment can change all four wheels on a GT car quicker than a driver can get in and out. So it's not really that they're wasting that time, as you described, but it's just the way that the physics of what you're trying to do, or the logistics of what you're trying to do, works out. There are a few teams who can change their drivers particularly quickly, but it tends sometimes to depend on the dexterity, or litheness was the word you used this morning, wasn't it? Of people being able to get themselves in and out of the cockpit.
I've seen many non-graceful driver changes over the years, but one particular duo that always stands out is Brian Sellers and Madison Snow. It's very fluid between the two of them, and Lawrence Vantor and Earl Bamber worked very hard on that this year. Part of the reason they won the GTLM championship was their pit stops, and they really figured out, okay, if I step here and you put your left foot here, then I can swing my body this way and we won't hit each other over and over again, because that tends to happen during driver changes.
It's one of those things that you talk about practice, but actually practice isn't all you need, because you sometimes need to modify what you're doing, and if all you're doing is practicing doing something badly, then all you're going to do is not improve.
Exactly.
Sometimes you need an external person to come in and say, let's do it differently here. And some teams use the driver assist, which can be a fairly burly bloke, actually lifting a driver out by the epaulettes sometimes. Joe and I were observing some of that earlier this season, where drivers were literally hoiked out of the car by their shoulder straps and dropped, and it was up to them to sort themselves out after then. But as I say, it depends who you are.
It's all for the greater good of the team, though, isn't it? You know?
Yes, I mean, it depends who you are. If you've got someone like Elmar Grimm in the car, then you're going to need a massive chap to actually pull Elmar out of the car, because he's fairly massive himself.
We do have an MMA fighter. There we go.
Very good move, by the way, for Martin Berry on Alan Brynjolfsson. Now, I know that wasn't for move for position, but it was to gain a lap back on Brynjolfsson. So the Tok Sport WRT Mercedes number 70 is now ahead on the road of the Volt Racing Porsche, but Martin's got to gain a further 2 minutes and 14 seconds and do that again to actually net 6th place. But they were side by side out of turn 9, which is tricky as we head back to the pits, and Nick Damon for an interview.
With Ben Keating, the star of the show, the local man. First stint in the race, basically hell for leather for an hour.
You know, it's the race today is different than it's been all weekend. There's lots of pickup and trash offline, I guess the way you would expect in any 24-hour race, but it seems early still to me to have that much stuff offline, and with so many different speeds of cars, you're going to go offline to make a pass or avoid some other car. So it's really interesting out there, but it was a lot of fun. You know, as I went along, the tires were falling off, but I was learning how to be quick around the track. So it was a good hour and 10 minutes or so. Look forward to the next one.
So explain to us, when you go offline, you get some pickup. How long does it take to clean the tires back off again?
Here it doesn't take long. There are lots of nice long corners that you can really grind the tires against the pavement and clean them off. It doesn't take long, which is very nice. I would have had some really bad moments if it would have taken a long time, because you eventually get to the point on the track where there are 5 or 6 cars together. They're all trying to compete with each other. They're all trying to pass each other. And then you enter a GT3 car into the mix of it, and it can get exciting, but everybody has to go offline at one point or another.
You've gone through a straight rotation, the 4 drivers, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you going to continue that for the rest of the day, or perhaps use more of your professionals or more of your gentleman drivers?
I can't give away all of our secrets.
Well, some of them.
I think our expectation for today is to keep the rotation. I think that because we have the stop at 10:30 tonight, then really all that matters to us is that we're in a good position to start tomorrow morning. So even if we are just ahead of the lead car, but on the lead lap, that's the one point in this whole race when we get to get it all back. So we're going to keep our rotation and see where we're at in the morning.
And great stuff, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it may be the situation where they realise, they're going to really be up against it in the final stint on fuel, and they put Fraga or Blake Molan deliberately back in to ensure that the car doesn't fall off the lead lap. But you stand to gain an awful lot overnight if you are 2 minutes and 10 seconds, let's say, behind the race leader, but still in front of it on the road.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tomorrow when the real racing happens. Ben Keating, with the best wheel in the world, isn't as quick as Blake Molan or Felipe Fraga, nor probably than Cooper McNeil. We'll see what Cooper's times look like when he gets out now.
This year, Ben qualified better than Cooper, I think, every IMSA race.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. So he is not as quick, or at least in that last stint, wasn't as quick as either Blake Molan or Fraga had been before him. So he was losing time there. The only restrictions on the team are with Keating and Blake Molan. Blake Molan has a maximum drive time of 12 hours. Keating has a minimum drive time of 2 hours. Those are the only restrictions. So Ben's just done an hour and whatever it was, an hour and 10 minutes. So if he does that again tomorrow, that's it as far as he's concerned, according to the minimum drive time rules. But as he was saying there, might as well just cycle through the drivers in the order. Apart from anything else, motor racing's a team effort, and you want to get all the drivers in having the same amount of time. And it's what we've seen repeatedly from Herbert in the past. Again, even though Ralph Bowe and Daniel Alleman may not be on the same pace as Robert Rennauer, they still will just cycle through their drivers in the order that they go. Very predictably, I have to say, with the Porsche, and they are back into the lead of the race then, with that pit stop having been completed by the Black Falcon team. Ben Keating, as he was saying, they're handing the car over to Cooper McNeil, and so Alfred Rennauer now back to the lead of the race in the Herbert team, number 91, with coming up to 4 hours of the race completed.
It is going to be very interesting to watch, Paul, who is quicker between Cooper and Ben, because this is Ben's track, but Cooper is coming off of another championship in Ferrari Challenge, and his confidence was really bolstered by that. Ben has been racing in the WEC, where he's been getting podiums consistently, but he's been driving a Porsche over there, whereas he used to drive a Mercedes in IMSA. Cooper now races a Ferrari, but he also used to race Mercedes and IMSA. So it's a very interesting situation where the two non-professional drivers are on more of an even standing than just about any other two non-professional drivers in the field.
You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and we are now at the 4-hour point. It's the third edition of the Circuit of the Americas 24-hour race. And this is the final event of the year in the 24H series calendar. Herbert Motorsport leading the way then in the GT Series part of the race, and they have completed the most laps of anybody, 101 just ticked off by Alfred Renauer, ably assisted, of course, by Robert Renauer, his twin brother, and also Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone. They lead by 1 minute and 7 seconds, nearly 1 minute and 8 seconds over the TalkSport WRT Mercedes number 90. Then the Black Falcon Mercedes of Cooper McNeil now, who takes charge of that car from Ben Keating during the last stop. So Black Falcon have utilised all 4 of their drivers. And the Car Collection Motorsport Audi just off the podium with Ingo Vogler racing that R8 LMS Evo, the 2019 spec of the Audi. CP Racing's Mercedes is in 5th place and 2nd in the A6 AM class behind the Audi R8. 6th place is another A6 Pro car, that's the Volt Racing Porsche number 73, and then it is the other TalkSport WRT Mercedes car number 70. SPX leader is the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, that's car 710, ahead of the Kelly Moss Road and Race 911 class car. So 991 class cars are all Porsche Cup machinery, and the 906 car is that class leader, ahead of the HB Racing Ferrari, which is still in 10th spot. 11th is the Coroyser Racing entered Mark II V8, another SPX category car, 717 that is, in 11th place, ahead of the Mercedes-AMG GTX, sported by Black Falcon Team Techstar, so car 464 is 12th, ahead of the best placed GT4 machine, the Winward Racing Mercedes-AMG GT4. There is a difference between the GTX and the GT4 with a few 2020 parts on car 464. 433 though runs to proper sort of kosher GT4 regulations. 14th position is the Porsche Laureate Racing entered Cup car number 911. The Zorg Rennsport 451 BMW is in 15th place, but 451 just coming into the pit lane actually for its latest stop. Racers Edge Motorsport Sin R1 then may well benefit because of that in car 401. ST Racing is their 388 BMW, that's 17th, ahead of the MRS GT Racing Porsche, which is number 980. RHC Jorgensen Strom's BMW, number 450, is 19th, ahead of the Belgian Speed Lover squad with 978. Unfortunately, the 2 cars at the bottom of timing and scoring in GT series at least are non-runners now. They only, well, in fact, 910 didn't appear at all, and the 411 car did a total of 4 laps and then was parked. The TCE series is led by the Red Camel Jordans.nl Cupra team, and that's the car 101 with the TCR DSG, and the real-time gap is 39 seconds between Jean-Francois Evy's Red Camel Jordan.nl's car and Matt Taskinen's AC Motorsport Audi. 3rd is the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, car 112, which is the Golf. In fact, both Golfs now find one another on the timing, as in 3rd and 4th positions, but in reality there's 93 seconds between the 2 of them. Then it is the Monlau Competition Cupra, having completed 91 laps. David Tin now at the wheel of 107, ahead of the Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten Cupra. Remember, that had a succession of pit stops because of a dash that was failing. The electrical power to the dash was cutting out, and it took Baz Kooten's outfit quite a bit of time to rectify that. Zorg Rennsport's BMW M240i runs in 7th position, ahead of the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic, but unfortunately the Honda is also a retirement. So that's how we are after 4 hours, and there are 6 hours and 55 minutes still to go as we kick this hour off with another update from Nick.
And we've had drama with the car that was second in GT4, the 451 Zorg Rennsport BMW M4. Came in, pretty standard stop, quite aggressive removal of the driver. Car got away, wouldn't really start. They seemed to think it was not having the steering sense in the right place. They wound at 4 left, 4 right, but it just couldn't fire up away. Hence they opened up the boot, pulled out and replaced several of the fuses. Then they opened up the bonnet, or the hood, for our local listeners, and were looking at the fuel pump, and they actually pumped out a load of fuel. Then they got the BMW engineers to the computer on it, and they put some more fuel in the back, and it's just left. So either electrical fault, or what's probably more likely is it ran out of fuel, so effectively it had an airlock and they had to pump out what was left and put new stuff in to take out the airlock on the fuel pump, because that's all they've done, changed fuels and restarted it. So they just ran it dry, is my guess.
That's a fair assumption, I would say. Or not.
Yes, it's not a bad guess. Bjorn Simon, who brought the car in, as you say, from the lead of the class, Nick, had done 28 laps in the car. Before that, the previous driver was Simon Tibbett. He managed 33 laps. Now, the beginning of that stint was under code 60, but only the very beginning of the stint. He won't have been able to save 5 laps with the fuel under those circumstances. So, if it was a fuel problem, it was fuel pickup. There should have been fuel in the tank, but it may be, and particularly cars based on road cars don't always pick up those last few litres as efficiently as cars that are based on racing cars, because they're designed with racing fuel tanks. But when they're based on road fuel tanks, sometimes the bottom of the tank does appear a little bit difficult to get at. But if it is fuel, then it's fuel pickup rather than just running it dry. It was nowhere near dry. There should have been at least 10 or 15 litres left in the bottom of the tank by my calculations. John Nee was talking about Fabian Dant's car going very nicely now after the problems that it was described earlier on. I think Bas Kuhn obviously knew what he was doing, and I don't know if there's any displays on that dashboard anymore, or whether they've just disconnected everything and Fabian is driving around blind, so to speak. But the car itself has been out and has been running solidly now for 20 laps. So
ignorance is bliss, as they say.
This is Nick's fault. This is Nick's fault, because remember last night when he interviewed Auntie Burry and said, Finnish drivers, do you like to be talked to all the time, or can you be left alone? Do you know what you're doing? And he said, yeah. And clearly now the car has been rectified to a situation where the driver is left alone to just do what he does.
Well, yeah, very much alone, because zero information being fed back now via the dashboard. But, well, as long as they become comfortable with that, the various drivers, less distractions in the cockpit, which might be useful later on when we reach full darkness. As, again, a little bit of tyre pickup is flung from the Cupra, which is motoring its way down towards turn number 11.
Alfred Renauer going very well now in the lead Porsche, lapping considerably quicker to the tune of a second and a half a lap than either Daniel Alleman or Ralph Bone before him. So the gap first to second to the TopSport Mercedes is going up for the first time in quite some while now, with Alfred behind the wheel. So Axel Jeffries can't go as quickly as Alfred Renauer, and neither is he going as quickly neither is Cooper McNeil going as quickly as Alfred Renauer.
Bit of a wild old moment between the two Cupras there. I couldn't see any contact, but David Tin kind of had to take a little bit of avoiding action from the 131 of Fabian Dantz. That wasn't a move for position, it was Dantz gaining a lap back on David Tin's Monlau competition Cupra. But yes, the car very unbalanced indeed as it arrived at turn 3, the start of the sweepers. Nick Damon's got more for us from the pits.
Yes, spoke to the Sorg Rennsport team manager, and actually in halfway we were completely right. The problem they had there is they used all the fuel up and they'd sucked some air, so they had indeed got an airlock. But the reason for this, or one of the reasons for it, is they had an overnight BOP change that gave them more power, which they've not had to test, so they got more power. The fuel consumption is not what they're expecting it. They're not totally certain of the quality of the fuel either, on the record now. So they are basically working, as I said, the same problem also apparently for the 450 car, is they've got a untried, untested amount of power, which is causing problems further down the system. They just yanked it up a bit, so they go, that's not quite right, the electrics aren't quite right, and the fuel consumption apparently is all over the place.
Wow, okay, right, so it's been an education, certainly the first part of the race then for that team. As three-wheeling his way into turn 4 comes Fabian Dantz, trying to clear David Tan behind. Also got a very racy-looking Wout Klaus behind in the Korreuser Racing Mark II. So Wout is obviously in a much more powerful car. That's the V8 Mark wanting to get in front of the TCR car.
He set the best lap time for that car last lap around, too. So Vard is very much with the right pedal down and getting on with the program. But you know what that means. Jim Briotti is going to want to get back in the car now to try and better the lap time, show the youngsters how to do it.
Yeah, been impressed by Watschlaus in recent years. He is the only semi-pro in that quintet of drivers, but he's been a Dutch supercar champion, I think several times over. In my mind, I want to say 3 times at various different levels though, because there's different categories in the supercar challenge. Yeah, 2013 at SGT level, for JR Motorsport in 2016 in the GTB class, and then again the following year for the same team in GT. So Watschlaus, the 44-year-old from Belgium, mightily impressive behind the wheel of a Mark car.
3rd in this race 2 years ago, 2nd last year. You know what that means.
Well, you can follow the sequence,
trying to impose a pattern on data. Ricky Coomber was in that car, you'll remember, in Barcelona. I spoke to him last weekend because he was taking part in the Race of Remembrance. Ricky, a big fan of the Race of Remembrance, but he said that there is a story, but I won't broadcast it. The reason why he's not taking part in this race for the Core Oyster team, but nevertheless, the driver lineup that Core Oyster has managed to put together, clearly it had to have Jim Brioni in it, Core himself. Einar Thorsen has been part of the team throughout the season, and Sam Allpass is the kind of extra driver to make it up to the full 5 drivers driving it. But yes, I think the Mark V8 does go a lot quicker when Ward is driving it than, with all due deference to both Jim Brioni and Core Oyster. They're both very quick drivers. That Ward is the quickest of them.
Yeah, he's a semi-pro, and Core Oyster's experience, quite clearly Jim Brioni's experience, precedes Watschlaus, but just the little mark against youth, shall we say, that is a slight advantage, maybe.
What are you trying to say, Johnny?
I don't know. It's just basic science, isn't it? Surely, and reaction times and things like that. But then there's just the pure muscle that is required to get one of those cars around this place.
I mean, how Jim Brioni does it at the age of 75, I have no clue.
But they're all fit guys still.
Absolutely.
And this keeps them fit.
Very
I think
much
is
so.
the point.
And they do need to make sure that they keep their fitness in order to be able to drive. But the one does lead to the other.
And there is a difference between fit and race fit, too. That you need to use certain muscles that you don't necessarily use in a gym when you're in a race car.
Angelo Negro's just come in with the HB Racing Ferrari. This is the car that had a faulty fuel cap or filler pipe that was spilling fuel earlier on. Now, Nick, you won't have seen the fuel stop because that happens a bit further up from you, but with the team, was that okay?
Seemed okay. Nick Mancuso got it. I know that because he doesn't wear the BWT pink overalls, and it's not Dan Galliman who's just sitting there. So it's Nick who's got in the car. I chatted to him yesterday. Apparently, he's not driven anything since 2014. And got a surprise email from a sponsor saying, here's some cash, would you like to drive? Not a difficult response, obviously. No, the car, it all looked relatively okay. They got up the other end. I say the fuel issue, who knows, but that was a standard stop as they tried to make up from that early problem with a leaking fuel cap.
If you get the chance to talk to Angelo Negro, Nick, then it would be good to hear from him. He was in the car for a whisker under 2 hours, 52 laps in total. So it was almost a double stint from him.
851 with the drama, Paul, the BMW, the Cup 1 entered machine in the TCE series. It's gone big time off the track on the right-hand side and slapped the plastic barriers there. Thankfully just caught the end of that rather than the bare arm coat, and the car bouncing around on that rear axle. I can imagine a fair bit of damage done on the left-hand side, but nowhere near as bad as it would have been had it hit the metal. So some dishevelled body parts, the front bumper and rear valance affected by that. But I actually think that 851 and Frank S. Woody III has escaped big drama there for Zorg Rennsport.
The fact that the car is able to drive back to the pit lane, it's remarkable in itself. The exhaust is loose and wiggling around a little bit as he's coming through the remainder of the S's, but this is an opportunity. Only car in its class, they can fix it and get it back out and send the other drivers round and round for the remainder of the race.
It was very early in the lap though, wasn't it, Johnny? So he's got a long way to drive round.
Yes, coming out of 6, was it?
It was even earlier than that, I think.
Possibly
the flag,
turn 4 then.
I was given the yellow flag at turn 2.
Oh, right.
So I think coming out of turn 2, going up towards turn 3 is where he lost it.
Yeah, so through the fast downhill right-hander immediately after turn 1. Yeah, quite possibly. One of the rear light clusters has broken off as well, so no doubt I think that car's going to head to the pit lane now for some urgent work. And what about the feeling in the pit lane, Nick? Did one or two think there might be a code 60 because of that?
Have you ever seen the film Bed Knobs and Broomsticks?
I have, it was a while ago.
There's a fabulous scene there where there's a football match where the stretcher bearers are paid by vouchers. And they're desperate to get on and stretcher someone off. And every time someone gets injured, they run on, and then though the person gets up again, they run out again, looking very depressed, going back off the side. Well, it was a total situation there. I think I counted 9 teams rushing out. Oh yes, code 60, fantastic, let's get going. And then he got the car back and he was driving around. They sculpted back into the pits. Go, oh, it's not fair. They're all poised to make the most of it.
Yeah.
So he'll be Brown in a minute. We've got a pit stop for the MRS Porsche just in front of me. Looks like a standard stop. Driver change, tyre change. Also, just ahead, I think we're going to be seeing one of the 112 or 114, the Autorama cars in as well. But I'm going to meander up to 851 and see how many panels he did derange. It was quite a spectacular accident.
Both is the answer to the Autorama drama. 112 has just come in, 114 has just left. It is still in the refueling area. So it's not quite an auto drama, but auto active down there. The 112 car currently being driven by Roberto Ferri, and he is in 3rd place in the TCR division, but that should still give Autorama sufficient points in the championship to take the championship of the continent if they can keep going even in 3rd place.
Red mirrors back out, yellow mirrors in the box.
And the orange and maroon BMW in the pit lane as it heads towards Nick Damon in a moment or two. The scoring tower still doing a splendid job in informing spectators here of the top 10. And what do you see, Nick, on this BMW?
I see a insurance claim for between £9,000 and £10,000. Somehow he's got to write it. I was just driving along, this cat ran out in front of me and I fell off at turn 6. Would be a go to try and reduce the no claims bonus blown for the next 3 years. So the rear left is squished. Not so bad actually, considering how dramatic it looked. It's a pretty strong little thing. They're having a look at the 2 corners. They've been bodywork damaged and not particularly, it seems, deranged the suspension. They have got a problem with the exhaust. The exhaust has been demounted from the rear, and you can probably see if the camera's on. I'll describe the actual exhaust hanging down very low where it comes out on the car's right-hand side, and that mounting needs to be sorted out. The real question will be, because this is an easy fix with duct tape, but the question will be whether they've actually done some damage into the wishbones and suspension of the car itself by going into the rear end. The front should be fine. The front just had a bit of a scrape as it fell back off the barriers, but it's really, have they got to replace the whole of the rear left corner? They have got to mend the exhaust, but that's probably taken 2 or 3 minutes. And that will be it. Can they get away with putting the car out with a minimum amount of repair? Driver looks all right, a bit wide-eyed, unsurprisingly. Who was it who was driving?
Frank S. Woody.
Frank S. Woody. Well, Frank's explaining it wasn't his fault. This cat turned up.
Big fluffy pink cat ran out across the track, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, it's got back in again. Well, that's interesting. So he's going to carry on where he left off. Obviously,
I think he just saw you coming.
Well, they just wrenched off the exhaust in a way that a quick fit fitter would be chuffed about. They find the biggest bendy pipe they can find, shoved it up one end and ripped it off. So obviously the accident did fracture the exhaust pipe, and out from a very nice pristine box comes a new exhaust pipe. That'll be a few quid straight off. And then, a new rear light cluster. So they are going to try and patch it up. The driver's got back in again.
Yes, I think observing it, Nick, is Johann Schwartz, one of the other drivers who actually started the car. Johann
he's the
introduced
drifter
himself to us earlier on.
Yes.
He's the drifting champion for
8
BMW.
hours solid. We've got Joe and I had a conversation with him in the media area, and we're saving him up for a period where it's lulls at some point. We've got a good convo with him and a link to a YouTube video. So everyone look forward to some point where the action lulls for Joe or I to fill 10 minutes with Johan.
But yeah, I think the teaser should be drifting for 8 hours solid.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Because he found the, what I tell you what it was, he found the, what's the word for it? The cheat. Not sure what they call a cheat now. They call it, what's the thing? Hack. He found the hack that beat the Guinness Book of Records because they hadn't specified something. He found it, which enabled them to go for 8 hours. Oh yes.
But,
Coming up later in a quiet period of the 24 Hours of COTA, either Joe or I will spend...
There's a risk that Nick Damon's overplaying this. I know that's going to to you, everybody, but it is a good story.
Yeah,
so honestly,
Johan was there in the garage, as I say, observing that change happening. But there isn't a lull. What I have been monitoring recently, and I'm not quite sure if this is quite what's going on here, is a bit of a battle for second place between Axel Jeffries in the TopSport Mercedes and Cooper McNeil in the Black Falcon Mercedes, number 90 against number 4, who have been separated for the last 10 or 15 laps by just 2 seconds, and it kind of goes up to 2.1 and then comes down to 1.8, but so they're kind of in sight of each other, but Cooper not quite close enough to try and overtake Axel. So the two Mercedes, and I'm sure there's quite a lot of inter-team rivalry between TopSport and Black Falcon. At the moment with Axel Jeffries in the number 90 car. Axel is coming towards the end of his stint. He's currently on his 28th lap of his current stint. He's probably got enough fuel for about another 6 at most, and so the number 90 car will be handing second place over to the number 4. The TopSport car will be handing the second place over to the Black Falcon car when that happens. But as I say, whether or not Cooper McNeil will be able to catch up with Axel on the track before that, we'll just have to wait and see. But it's quite close on the track between the two of them.
From one Axel to another, and I think 464, you either have to have Axel. Oh no, they've added another driver, so that doesn't quite work. But there are 3 drivers with the name of 4 letters, AXEL, in various different orders. So we got an Alex and we got 2 Axels. Now joined by Norbert Schneider and Daniel Schwervelt. But 464 anyway, it's the Black Falcon team Techstar Mercedes is in, Nick.
And they've been changing the tyres on 2 of those axles. And it's a full service and driver change. Out has got Mr. Axel Koenig. I'm not sure who's got in. It's very sleek and clean. The car is currently ranked 12th overall. You'll have to tell you where it is in class. Looks completely clean, as in no accident damage or clip body. Just obviously the rubber detritus that's been picked up, and they are releasing that down again. It's a long time after they got the tyres done. These Mercedes, what's more interesting, that it was a long time after the tyres are done. They've got five nut hubs on that one. They had a very leisurely driver stop there, maybe unspin all of those, but it's all been done. 464's gone off to the fuel stop.
Yep, and they're going about their business very cannily indeed. 3rd in SPX. I mean, that's a little bit of an unknown entity, the GTX version of the Mercedes AMG. It's a hybrid, I suppose, between 2019 and 2020 spec AMG GT4 cars, and the reason, therefore, that car doesn't run in GT4 proper. We've seen GT4 cars at the Nürburgring in VLN races run in SP8 and SP8T when they don't fit firmly within the GT4 rules.
Yeah, and here in Creventic in the past. So yes, it's not an uncommon thing. It'll be very. It's one of those things where nothing is clear to what we're doing, but no doubt Mercedes customer support and Black Falcon working closely together to get as much information as they can out of that situation. The pit stop has happened for the number 34 car Collection Audi. That was a car that briefly led the race in the hands of Max Edelhoff early on, but it's now fallen down to 4th place overall. Actually, as a result of that pit stop, it's now fallen down to 6th place overall, but it was leading the A6 AM class. Gustav Edelhoff has now taken it over, so of the 5 drivers of the number 34, we've had now 4 of them. We haven't had Johannes Kirchhoff yet, but Max Edelhoff, having started it, handed over to Elmar Grimm. Mikla Vogel has had a go, and then Gustav Edelhoff has now taken the number 34 car over, and I'm sure very shortly we'll see that retaking the lead of, actually no, it'll be a while yet for Martin Berry, who now leads A6AM for Top Sport. He's going to be out for a little while yet. They'll use as much of Martin Berry's time as they can with him behind the wheel, and the only difference being that the number 70 Top Sport car running in the A6AM neutral class, whereas the 34 runs as an A6AM Advantage, which there's these two different flavours of A6AM, which if you're experienced with Creventic races you'll know about. If not, briefly to say, you're not allowed to have a pro driver in the car. They must be all AMs if you're in the AM Advantage, and if you are in the AM Advantage you then get a weight break of some 50 kilograms. You can run 50 kilograms lighter, and you can refuel as full as the tank will go at every stop you make, except under code 60. So it is a benefit to run with an A6 AM Advantage, but it is you do pay the price in terms of the driver lineup.
Yannick Mettler in the 114 car is giving it some at the moment, because 2 back-to-back personal best lap times for that particular car. So the Swiss driver, who's also been dabbling, no, I think more than dabbling, doing a full season of the Michelin Le Mans Cup this year in an AMG GT3, similar to the cars that are doing well in this event, and races with SPS Automotive Performance, who have been a regular team that we've seen in Creventic racing actually in the past, and SPS Automotive Performance winning titles as well with people like Tom Onslow Cole. So yeah, Yannick not only good at the wheel of a TCR car, but also GTs when he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, a chap called Antonin Borger raced with SPS Automotive for a while as well, and he's gone on to make a bit of a name for himself.
Yes, I mean that's the attachment with Cool Racing, but Antonin also raced with SPS as well, but Cool Racing now part of the WEC Championship, with Antonin being most impressive. In fact, they won the LMP2 race at Silverstone, which was the opener of the WEC in this winter season. Mercedes virtually side by side at the top of the hill. That's the 4 car and the 90 car, and that is for position.
Second place.
Yeah, Cooper McNeil then getting ahead of Axel Jeffries on the exit of turn 20, and Cooper McNeil scored as second place in the GT Series race. Right over the curb he goes then to get ahead of Zimbabwean driver Axel Jeffries, as we head to the pits and Nick Damon once again.
Yeah, whilst we were kind of watching the demise, or not demise, the problem of 451, the Core Racing Mark Mustang, the 717, has come in to the pits and stopped at the pits for a brief amount of time. Now, I've no idea what it was about, because I'm walking towards it. I've no idea how long it was for, but I'm sure you can see what the rolling pit time was. But that was an actual visit to the garage. So let's see how that's affected the car that was going particularly well in class up to that point.
Okay, thank you, Nick. And so Axel Jeffries coming towards the end of his driving stint. I was suggesting earlier on that Cooper McNeil might be content just to sit and wait behind Axel, or just wait until the tyres went off sufficiently. Axel Jeffries' tyres are about 15 laps older than Cooper McNeil, so it was inevitable that as Axel got towards the end of his stint, so the difference between the two of them would become more accentuated, and Cooper McNeil, having got the WeatherTech Black Falcon Mercedes ahead, is now drawing away a little bit, and I suspect that, well, in terms of fuel, I reckon Axel Jeffries has 3 laps, but if the tyres are beginning to go off, he may decide to come in a bit sooner than that.
Off the track briefly, the car collection Audi of Gustav Edelhoff. So Gustav we were catching up with earlier on with Joe Bradley, who was at the time watching his little lad, Max Edelhoff, and doing well in the opening stint. Well, Gustav's just straight lining the early part of those sweepers on the lap. Thankfully, there's so much runoff in this place, then that's not going to cause you a huge problem, apart from picking up a load of extra Hankook tyre which has been spread out there, and that may well take several laps now to clean up his current set of boots. The other thing that's just been pointed out to me by our TV director Fabian is that we've got a fastest lap time set by the number 4 car. That may well have been done a fairly long time ago, a 2:07.160, but the second fastest time is just 1,000th of a second to close to that. So actually the Black Falcon and the TalkSport WRT Mercedes are obviously carrying very similar setups in order to produce that sort of time. So these aren't current lap times done on full fuel. I'm going to suggest the 207s, the very low 207s, are done just before a pit stop. But both look to be in the game this afternoon.
The fastest lap of the race was a 206.563, according to my screen, which was set on lap 3 by Felipe Fraga in the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes.
That's interesting.
Does that not agree with what your screen says?
I found a 206, but that's in the theoretical column. There's a theoretical time column, which I think is probably hooking together all 3 best sectors.
But I think that's also down as a best lap time.
Right. It's possible.
Okay. No, it's not on that screen, though, is it? Right, okay. I wonder if that...
The 206.
But it's not a 206.774 I've got a 206.563, which was done earlier in the race, but it's been taken off the main screen now, so quite why that has happened, I don't know.
Yeah, we're not in a phase of the weekend and the sessions where times are deleted, of course, because you can't start deleting laps because of track limits, because all of a sudden cars start losing laps.
More research required on that one.
Yeah, okay.
Because I definitely wrote it down.
So it's happened?
When it happened.
Yeah.
So it may well be that there was some kind of timing reset or something, but I have the technology to check, so I will.
All right. Well, don't spend a great deal of time on it.
Do we not delete?
Hello, Joe.
Hello. Do we not delete it as fastest lap though? Even though, all right, the lap counts, but it can't qualify as fastest lap if you've exceeded track limits.
Yeah. That's possible, yeah.
And they've deleted that as the fastest lap.
Yeah. So
for that car,
it counts as a race lap. However, it will be one of those laps that you are warned about because it was off. You were dropping too many wheels over the white line. And yes, the credit of being the fastest driver and the fastest car so far in the race is taken away as well as a result. That's quite possible. New tyres on for the number 90 TalkSport WRT car, and Nick Damon will be very close to this. Or are we getting a pit lane?
They're just changing over. Yeah, Shea's going to be doing a couple of hours stint in there and catching up with the gossip. She knows a lot of these competitors from the IMSA series and the Michelin Pilot series, so she's giving herself a bit of fresh air.
Yeah.
Too chilly air, knowing Shea, but that's another story.
Well, I think she's honed in on someone else who is very used to the heat back home, and that's Australian driver Nick Foster. You can both talk about how cold it is, Shea.
Yeah, we can bond over the fact that we're both in big puffy jackets in Texas, because it's not warm here, is it, Nick?
It's absolutely no good, to be honest. I came here with shirts, all my Intimidator t-shirts and my Tony Stewart jacket, light puffer jacket, but here we are wearing race suits all day. It's no good.
Now, you've been having quite a bit of fun in America this year. You did the California 8-hour earlier on, got a win in that. So you've already won one endurance race in the States this year. What is it about it that keeps bringing you back?
To be honest, I love it here. The tracks are phenomenal. I mean, Laguna was actually the first time I raced in the States. Actually, I absolutely lie. I did WEC here a few years ago. How could I forget? So yeah, I've done WEC here a couple of years ago, Laguna, and we're back here for the 24 hours. So, I mean, it's phenomenal here. I love the atmosphere. If I could race here full time, I'd 100% make the move.
What is it about Creventic that made you agree to come to this event?
To be honest, I absolutely love Creventic. Dubai 24 Hours is one of my favorite races. It's absolutely mental. I mean, you've been there, you know exactly what it's like. I think the first time I did it, there was 140 odd cars. and we were in the second generation 991 passing GT3 cars in the night. It's phenomenally crazy and unpredictable. Code 60s, different cars, different classes. The racing doesn't get any better. It's a shame we don't have that sort of numbers here, but the racing's still fantastic, and I'll always come back here if there's a possibility.
You started the number 70 talk with Mercedes, very different track conditions at 11 o'clock this morning. When are you going to be getting back in the car, and what are you expecting?
Yeah, actually, it was a bit surprising how hot it was this morning. I think everybody was really under the impression it'd be a similar day to yesterday, so caught a lot of people definitely caught us by surprise. So I think Martin's in the car is doing a really good job now, and as it's starting to cool down, I think it's going to be a bit easier. So we'll try and get him in for a double stint, and then I'll ideally get in after that.
Nick, good luck, and try to stay warm.
Cheers, thanks.
Did you notice the nice handlebar mustache on him too, Johnny?
Yeah, that is a good effort if it started on the 1st of November, or I don't know Nick well enough as to whether that's a kind of regular feature above his top lip, but Nick Foster, the Brisbaneite, who, as he says, raced here in 2017 as part of the FIA World Endurance Championship event. I remember, unfortunately, Mike Wainwright crashed on the route into turn 11 and collided with some of those plastic barriers, which threw out a safety car, and sadly the car didn't make the finish, but that was a Gulf Racing entered car for Nick Foster, Mike Wainwright and Ben Barker, so does have a lot of experience of this track and more experience of Creventic type racing. Clearly loves it. So the 70 car of now Martin Berry running in 5th position, and about 90 seconds or so to try and find on Alan Brynjolfsson for the Volt Racing Porsche, who is 4th. Axel Jeffries, meanwhile, still in the fueling area and about to rejoin, and it might be that both Top Sport WRT cars find one another on the track, although they are on different laps. Meanwhile, the 101 Jean-Francois Eve driven Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra is in from the lead of the TCE race, and an interesting right rear tyre change, Shay.
A two-time Daytona 24-hour winner and this year's Sebring 12-hour winner, Rick Briggers, doing a little bit to help out the team. He's doing some strategy, but he was actually pulling the right rear Hankook off that car. Love it.
So on it goes to the fueling area, and yes, the 90 car new driver is Martin Conrad. So Axel Jeffries out, Conrad in.
Just want to talk about another new driver that's just gone out. He's on his first flying lap after his out lap. William Neal has now taken over the 188 AC Motorsport Audi, currently 3rd in the TCR class. William, of course, the son of British touring car multiple champion Matt Neal. And we'll keep an eye on Williams' times, but that car in a competitive situation at the moment. Paul, we love to argue and differ and bicker about race strategies and the like.
I don't love to at all. I don't enjoy it.
You thrive on it.
I don't. It's just that you're so often wrong that I have to correct you.
Well, you're sometimes wrong as well, and I have to correct you. But what I was about to say is, let's start the bickering. These split races, you know, we mentioned yesterday, it's all about staying on the lead lap, isn't it, and getting to the interval, which comes tonight at 10:30 p.m. Is this what we're seeing right now? Are we seeing cars not really being pushed, not really being, really sort of we haven't really started racing? Is this what we're seeing? Are we seeing people just being very conservative, maybe 7/10, 70% of what they're capable of out there?
I wouldn't say it was as low as 7/10, but I think there is a little bit. I was saying to Johnny and to Shay earlier on that there is an element of not wanting to show all of your cards just at the moment, because certainly if you are, you're right, the rule is stay on the lead lap, but if you are the leader, the rule is get a lap lead. Now, if it's not going to be feasible to get a lap lead, then there's no point in trying to get a minute's worth of a lead, because you're just going to lose it again. But equally, if you're the second place car and you're a minute behind, how hard do you try and push? So you end up with neither of them actually going at absolutely the full pace. Now, that's true for the overall race leaders, but it may also be going on in the classes as well, because it matters not where the overall race leader is, it matters where your class leader is, because you'll get that lap back. If you do get pushed back, you'll get the lap back when they line up the grid for the restart tomorrow morning. I think, yes, you're not going to be driving it absolutely 10/10ths, but those drivers who do have the ability to just drive within themselves will be doing so, not wanting to stress the car, not wanting to put too much pressure on it, because there's no point.
And also I would think the best opportunity, or the way that you're going to get that lap, is not by outperforming the other cars in your class, because all of our classes are pretty competitive, and I can't distinguish one car in any of our classes having the sort of performance advantage that would put them a lap ahead even after 10 hours or 11 hours racing. So I think that's where your strategist comes in. That's where the guys on the pit wall will work things out and use the code 60s to an advantage to gain that one lap. I think that's where the one lap's going to come from, if any.
Yes and no. I think, Herbert Motorsport have got themselves into the position that they've got themselves into largely by good fortune. Apart from the Herbert car, the only other car on the lead lap is the Black Falcon Mercedes. We saw the battle going on the circuit recently between Axel Jeffries and Cooper McNeil, but Axel owed us that pit stop, and now he's taken that pit stop. He's fallen back off the lead lap again. Cooper McNeil is still on the lead lap, and he will take the lead briefly when Alfred Renault will pit, so Alfred will be coming in. But the teams have been looking, we're kind of getting towards halfway through this phase of the race, where we've got 11 hours to run today. We've had 4.5 hours. We've got another 6.5 hours just under to go. So there's still a lot of racing to be done, and so you can't afford to be too relaxed about it. You can't just sort of say, oh well, it's fine. We'll just let the race. You've still got to push. You are racing, and you've still got to push. And particularly for the AM drivers, the last thing you want to say to an AM driver is, it's okay, take it easy, because the AM driver, he has to push all the time, and because they are a key part of this race, they'll be pushing at the absolute limit for the whole of the segment in this race. As I say, it'll only be the real pros who can just ease off back to 9/10ths, I would say, in this section.
So
7/10ths, though.
Just to finish this little segment,
we haven't had an argument yet.
I know I haven't. We haven't, have we? It's just deliberating, really. When do you think, Paul, we're going to get a true vision of where this race is actually at? That's probably like any other 24-hour race. It's going to come at around, say, hour 20, where the run into in the last 3 hours, maybe 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah,
it's pretty much the same, isn't it?
There'll be, there are already things happening. We've had the problem for that Ferrari earlier on with the fuel and the extra stops that the Ferrari had to take, and that's dropped out of contention for a podium spot. The problems for the Baz Kooten car has dropped it out of contention for a podium stop. So there's some things that have happened because of problems, but in terms of what we know about who's going to win, it's all down to pace, and it's all down to reliability. Usual things in an endurance race. Herbert, we know they know what they're doing. They've got themselves into this advantageous position. It's now up to Black Falcon largely, and Top Sport to an extent, with the number 90 car, the Pro Class car, to really take the fight back to them. But I've just been talking about the overall race leaders. Each of these battles is going on in each of the classes. And don't forget that A6 is split between A6 Pro and A6 AM. The people who are racing at A6 AM, that's just as important in the AM class as it is for the Pro class, because they still get points in the championship for winning in AM or Pro. Then you've got the SPX class, which is still being led by the Lamborghini, having a good race so far. GT4, Winwood Racing leading that one for Mercedes. They've got something like, just looking now actually, the GT4 lead, the Winwood Mercedes has a 3-lap lead already just after 4 and a bit hours. So they've done very well in GT4. TCR, terrific battle going on there. Red Camel Jordan's still leading it, having just had a pit stop for Ivo Breukers, or Ivo having just taken the car over. And so Red Camel leading the TCE division, coming off the back, of course, of the great win that they had in the TCR 500 about a month or so ago. So good work done from them. The very same car, I mean, that little orange Cupra that we get so used to seeing in these Creventic races, basically was put on a boat straight off the back of the Spa 500 and shipped out here.
Without any kind of post-race prep or anything? It was
Well,
just...
no, I mean, they took it back to the workshop.
All right, okay, all right.
But it didn't have much time between TCR 500 and then coming straight out here.
I've got to say, at the end of that TCR 500, that car looked a showroom immaculate, didn't
Probably
it?
didn't need very much doing to it.
It was absolutely, it was just pretty much just being just service it and send it.
Absolutely. Last year, of course, Red Camel weren't at this race. If people are at the Circuit of the Americas, Red Camel Jordans weren't here last year because they were awaiting delivery of this car. It was a brand new car for this year, and they'd damaged the previous car beyond immediate repair, so decided to sit out this race in order to concentrate on preparing the new car for Dubai.
And they did start this one off slowly, I've got to say, Paul. They started off very last. When this race started, they were the last car in this field.
Dead last on the end of the first
dead
lap.
last, at the end of lap
so
one.
to come from there to leading the class, good performance by all of them. And Ivo will be attempting to keep everything running as smoothly as he can up at the front of the field. He has a lead at the moment of just over a minute between himself and Will Neal in the AC Motorsport Audi. And then the AC Motorsport Audi has about 30 seconds over the Autorama entered VW Golf of Yannick Meckler in car number 114. And the 112 car is in 4th place at the moment in that class, with Alberto Vescovi driving it. And it's the 112 car which is the car which is challenging for championship honours in the TCE division. Challenging for is in the commanding lead of that championship. So I think even in 4th place they'll get enough points to clinch the championship. But of course, with those two cars both being entered by Autorama, it will advantage. They'll probably do a little bit of swapping around so that 112 car can get more championship points.
Chapman Ducote enjoying some time in the lead of the 991 class now for Kelly Moss Road and Race. So car 906 is the best of that 5-car entry, although we probably should call it a 4-car entry now, considering the sister car at Kelly Moss didn't take the start. 464 Mercedes also just reaching the top of the hill with Axel Sartingen at the wheel of the Team Techstar Black Falcon Mercedes. But 906, it's always competitive in the 991 class, and the American squad, non-regulars in the 24H series, at the moment able to take the fight to Porsche Lorient Racing. There's a good couple of minutes actually between those two cars, and therefore a few laps separating Kelly Moss from Porsche Lorient, who are 2nd, 3rd place in the 991 class, much further back for MRS GT Racing. And that's the 980 car, currently with Alexander Marmu Rianu at the wheel. And we caught a word with Nicola Michelon, the Italian driver, earlier on when he was fresh from that car. Darren Jorgensen pilots the 450 machine. This is the one that had one or two niggly issues in the early stages. 5th place in GT4. And GT4 is a class led by Winward Racing once again, with Bryce Ward now at the wheel of the 433 Mercedes. And the race leader, Herbert Motorsport, with Alfred Renauer driving, comes down pit road at the end of lap 123. Shea Adam watching this stop.
Daniel Oliver taking over in his open face helmet. He was sitting in the garage about 10 minutes ago, just playing on his phone in jeans, when a crew member came over and said, you might want to put your fire suit on. You're getting in the car here soon. They've done 4 Hankooks on this car, topped it off with a bit of oil, and sent it out toward the fuel station.
Off it goes then, trundling its way towards the fueling quadrant. And Herbert coming in with an advantage of 1 minute and 38 seconds. Obviously, Cooper McNeil, though, is motoring on and venturing towards the final sector, or is in now the final sector of the lap in car number 4. So will regain the race lead.
Yeah, with this 85 litre fuel limit that the Porsches have, as it was Daniel Alleman, or was it? Yes, it was Daniel Alleman was saying to Nick that they've got this 85 litre, 5 litre reduction on the BOP for the Porsche, and it's meaning that their stints are a little bit shorter than those of the Mercedes. So Alfred Renauer coming in, well, he was scheduled to come in before Cooper McNeil anyway, but Alfred managing 29 laps, as Ralph Bone did before him. Cooper McNeil, or rather Ben Keating, did 32 laps, and Cooper McNeil will be hoping to do something similar, I would think, which will give him another 7 laps, and Cooper will be taking over in the lead of the race as a result of that pit stop for Herbert, because even though it's completed as far as Shea Adams is concerned, she's done her bit, the team's done their bit, but the refueling bit still has to happen. And with the 85 litres, it will be a slightly shorter pit stop for Herbert than for some of the other cars, but still it'll take around 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes of refueling before they get that car back out into the race, and in that time Cooper McNeil will come through and take the lead.
By the way, the time on the top of the scoring tower is the local time, so 21 minutes past 4 o'clock rather than 4 hours and 21 minutes having elapsed. We've got 6 hours and just under 9 minutes still to go of this portion of the race. So not quite at half distance of this leg, if you like. That would be 5.5 hours gone and 5.5 to go, and then there's a further 13 hours tomorrow. That will be the longest time that we've had on a Sunday in this relatively short history of the COTA 24 hours. Always previously, it's been less time on a Sunday compared to day one.
Which I always think is better. I think it's nicer because, as I say, the Sunday is the main part of the race, and it's nice to have the longer part as the bit that really counts. The two GT, 911 class cars, MRS Racing and Speed Lover, were circulating very close on the track a few moments ago, 980 and 978. Currently in first and second places in the 991 class. Actually not in first and second, where are they? In the class, they are in third and fourth places in their class. Alexander Marmurian at the wheel of the 980, Nigel Farmer at the wheel of the Speed Lover car, but they're separated by 3 laps on the circuit, so even though they were close together on the track, they are separated by a bit more than that in real terms. Meanwhile, Martin Berry into the pits in the number 70 A6 AM class Toxport Mercedes.
And the 73 Porsche heading out of the left-hander at turn 15, just battling away with the 980 MRS GT racing car. Again, the 70 Mercedes just struggling to pull away a little bit. We've seen that from both cars now. Axel Jeffries with a little stall. Martin Berry brought the Toxport WRT car in from 4th position. Not sure whether it's still Martin at the wheel, but there can be a little bit of a struggle to head out away from the pit lane apron. Once they're rolling, absolutely fine, but again, that could be a potential issue when they need to restart in the fueling area.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it's engine off in the fueling area. That's part of the regulations, whereas...
except you've got a turbo engine. Turbo engines are allowed to leave their engine running.
Okay.
And they have a little sticker on the side to say that, so that the race officials know that that's allowed.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about knowing the difference between cars that have turbochargers and those that don't. You were saying Martin Berry coming in, it was he who brought the car in, but they should now cycle through all 4 of the drivers, and Martin should be handing the car over to his countryman, Nick Foster, who started in that number 70 car, and it came into the pits out of the lead of the A6 AM class. They will be hoping they'll be able to get it back out into the lead when Nick Foster takes it out as well, and even if he doesn't, then he should be able to have sufficient pace to maintain or get the lead back pretty quickly in the A6 AM class. The CP Racing Charles Espenlaub, currently at the wheel of it, Mercedes, is second in A6 AM and is currently 1 minute and 4 seconds behind the Toxport car, so will take the lead of A6 AM once the pit stop is complete. And so when he goes through for his next lap, Charles Espenlaub will take the lead of the A6 AM class in the CP Racing Mercedes. This Mercedes that won this race in A6 AM last year, finished third overall.
Can't discount them at this stage though, Paul.
Indeed not. I mean,
Nathan knows what he's doing on the wall, for sure, and he's very familiar of the regulations and how to play the old Code 60 strategies.
But he had some assistance last year, Joe.
He did. He had a bit of a secret weapon, didn't he?
Yeah.
We're not allowed to talk about it, though.
Adam Christodoulou, because Adam was part of the driving lineup last year.
Well, it's not. They haven't exactly got a weak driver lineup this year.
No, it's not against Shane Lewis at all. But best one in the world. Adam is a.
That wasn't the secret weapon I was alluding to, though, Paulie. It's not the first time you've run Adam Christodoulou, is it?
Coded messages that aren't very secretive at all. Those in the know, and indeed those that aren't in the know, will probably realise what Joe's alluding to there. Anyway, headlights on, I notice now, and peering out of our commentary box window, it's not that dark yet.
But an hour until sunset.
Okay.
Sunset's
So
just
Herbert,
after 5:30. It's just before 4:30 at the moment. So yeah, it's still light enough. It'll be around 5:45, 6 o'clock by the time it gets properly dark. Yesterday we had a lovely sunset that we could see from the box here. Daniel Alleman has taken over the Herbert Porsche, which is something of a surprise because Alfred Renauer on the rotation would have handed it back to Robert Renauer, but it may well be that they're putting Daniel in now before it goes dark, and then Robert will take it over for the dark bit.
They're saving the younger eyes for the dark ball, would be my presumption.
Yeah. So the cycle of Herbert Porsche drivers, Robert Renauer having started, Daniel Alleman took it over, then Ralph Bone, then Alfred Renauer. So the Ford did the first 4 stints, but now Daniel Alleman has taken it over now for another stint and has indeed lost the lead, which Cooper McNeil has now taken. Cooper's done 28 laps and will be looking to do another 2 or 3 at most. And then he'll be bringing the number 4 Black Falcon car into the pit. So that means that we have had, 7 changes of lead now in this race. With not quite 5 hours now completed. We're just coming up towards 5 hours of the race completed. Which means we've got 6 and a bit to go today, and then a further 13 tomorrow.
A few changes in the TCR class of the TCE part of this race, insofar as the pit stop phases, allowing the AC Motorsport Audi, William Neal moving up into second. Ivo Broik is now at the wheel of the leading TCR car, the Red Camels Jordan Cupra, and Yannick Mettler now at the wheel of the 114, the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, to give it its full title, and the sister Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf in 4th place behind that. And they're all on the same lap as far as I can see. See where the stint length is. And William Neal, I mentioned, just getting in the car about 23 minutes ago. Ivo Broik has been at the wheel of the leading Cupra for 17 minutes. The Autorama car, Yannick Mettler, he's been at the wheel of that car for 40 minutes, and the sister car, Alberto Vescovi, has been at the wheel for 36 minutes. So that's perhaps a true reflection of what we're seeing there of TCR, with the Red Camels car leading with the gap of, just as I say that, clicks over the line. William Neal comes through the final turn, and the 188 numbered Audi of AC Motorsport crosses the line. It's 1 minute and 11 seconds behind the leader, and last time by there, Williams' lap time 2:27. He's only he's a few tenths slower than the car ahead of him, so there's not going to make any progress.
More importantly, Joe, he's being caught by Yannick Mettler in the Autorama car, and Yannick, no slouch in the 114. Autorama car, because as you say, they've got 2 Autorama cars. Yannick Mettler is down to drive both of them, and he has actually done so. He was the start driver in the 112 car, and he's current driver in the 114 car. So Yannick earning his keep for Autorama, and he's closing in on Will Neal at this rate on average of about 2 seconds a lap. So it won't be long before we get that change happening.
Right, that is another hour done. So 5 completed today, 6 left for Saturday, and the TCE series still being led then by Red Camel Jordans.nl, and their bright orange, instantly recognisable if you're used to this championship. Cupra, not always been a Cupra, of course, but I think this is the second season it has been. Cupra TCR DSG. Ivo Breuker's now at the wheel of that car then, and it leads by 1 minute and 11 seconds over Will Neal. These cars you've just been mentioning. Interesting about Will Neal. Some articles I read, he is the twin brother of Henry Neal, and others, he's Henry Neal's younger brother. So one is right, but they're both the sons of Matt Neal, nevertheless. And Will is the only of the 2 that is here this weekend, competing with AC Motorsport. I think both were at the TCR 500 during October. Anyway, the 188 car second. Third position, Yannick Mettler for Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power. This is the squad from Switzerland that have brought 2 Volkswagen Golfs with them, the 114 and the 112. And they are 3rd and 4th in the TCR category, respectively. There's also, by the way, a yellow flag out on track. I'll mention about that in just a second. But Yannick Mettler leading Alberto Vescovi. Then in the TCE series, it is the Monlau competition Cupra, which is Tom Black driving the 107 car. We got the top car sport by Baz Kooten Cupra, Kari-Pekka Laaksonen in the 131 car. And then Frank S. Woody in the Zorg Rennsport BMW M240i Racing Cup car. That's the Cup 1 machine 851 that came in with all that damage, but thankfully he is back in the race. We now know, though, that the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic FK7 of Brian Henderson is out of the race. And let's just whip through the GT Series standings, and we can tell you what's happening at turn 20, the final corner of the circuit. Black Falcon lead with Cooper McNeil at the wheel. 2 minutes and 15 seconds is the advantage for the Mercedes over the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Daniel Alleman. Third is the Talksport WRT Mercedes, number 90 of Martin Conrad. Fourth place for the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. Fifth for Car Collections Audi, number 34. Sixth place for the Volt Racing Porsche, number 73. The other Talksport WRT car is the A6AM third place runner, number 70. HB Racing's Ferrari is 8th, also from A6AM. SPX continues to be led by Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan car 710, and Kelly Moss Road and Race, the 991 class, is led by car 906 in 10th place. 11th position for the GT4 leader, Winward Racing's Mercedes 433. It's another 991 class car 12, Porsche Lorient Racing with their 911 numbered car. The 717 Mark II V8, as we go code 60, is 13th. 14th is the Black Falcon Team Techstar SPX entry. 15th place for another GT4 car, the Racers Edge Motorsport 401 Sin. ST Racing's BMW 16th, ahead of another M4 in 17th from Zorg Rennsport, 451 that is. 18th place for the MRS GT Racing Porsche. 19th for the 450 BMW of R8C Jorgensen Strom. And the Speed Lover Porsche completes the runners in the GT Series, because sadly 411 and 910 didn't start the race. But drama for Monlau competition out of turn 20, because that's had some contact on the nose, hasn't it, of that car?
It has,
Joe?
Johnny. Yeah, while you were giving us the hourly update, that car just basically parked up directly outside our commentary position on driver's right. As you come out the final turn onto the start-finish straight, the car just pulled off, looking quite harmless. Hard to see what the problem was, but as the car has then kind of tried to make its way, eke its way further up the track, remaining off track on the curbing, it looks like it's encountered some sort of impact, because it's got a bit of front end damage. The grille missing from the front of that Monlau Cupra, And if anything, Johnny, it looks the way the car was limping as though it could have a flat tyre. If it has, it's going to be on the right-hand side, because I could see that the tyres were intact on the left. So whether that car is either coming together, we shall fathom out. Right now, though, the ever-efficient COTA service vehicles are at that car now. They'll be hitching it to a tow rope and getting that car back to the pits ASAP.
So whilst that's done, let's take a moment to hear from Anthony Lazzaro from the ST Racing crew, the 388 BMW M4, now with Shea Adam in the pits.
Anthony has so much endurance racing experience, but Creventic, a new experience for you. How are you making this series?
I tell you, Samantha Tan Racing, it goes back to a relationship we had at Corsa Pelota many years ago. It's funny, I'm the only one on the team that has any 24-hour experience, but I haven't done a 24-hour race in about 4 years. So it's the perfect series. I mean, I paid attention to it over the years. And for teams like this, doing their first race with the break, perfect. They're going to plan on doing some more, I'm sure, but I can't say enough about the people here, the series, Creventic people. It's excellent. It's very friendly. It's the best way for, obviously there's some pros here as well, but a lot of amateurs. And it's a good way for them to go racing, and it's inexpensive. I got to thank Ken Tan and the whole Samantha Tan Racing team. These are all guys from Montreal that have been my family over the years.
Well, you're sharing a car with 4 other drivers, making it a 5-driver lineup. Now, naturally, that means you get less seat time, but by the sound of it, you're happy to share.
Oh, yeah. So John Boyd's one of the drivers who have a coaching relationship with in Ferrari Challenge. It's cool. I was just talking about it. I went from being a BMW mechanic for 12 years. I've raced BMWs over the years as well, but it's cool to be back into this series. All the other ones are just kids. Samantha's a kid. She has to leave tomorrow to go back to school so she can pass her exam. But no, it's super cool. I'm just really happy to be here. Happy to be racing again this year. I've done quite a bit from not doing much at all in the last few years, and I can't give up. I love it. Love it.
It really is an addiction. Now, your last 24-hour race 4 years ago, was that Le Mans by any chance?
No, Daytona, 2015, yeah. And for some unfortunate circumstances with the FIA, a little mistake on my license, and I missed out for a couple of years going over to WEC. So busy working, you got to go back to the track and show people you're still alive, which I spent the time to do this year, and it's paid off. I got quite a few races this year for somebody who only did one last year.
Available bronze driver, correct?
Available bronze driver. I never thought that would be a thing, but maybe old, very experienced, and grandfather still has it.
Good luck for the rest of the way, Anthony.
Thank you.
It did do a couple of races at Le Mans this year as part of the Road to Le Mans event, by the way, in a Ferrari. So some experience of the great track, Le Mans, but Daytona his last 24. Joe.
I first met Anthony Lazzaro in the pit lane of the inaugural Petite Le Mans back in 1998. I think he's from Georgia.
Yes.
He is from Georgia, yeah, and it was his home track, and he was in a Ferrari 333 SP. That's how long ago I've known Anthony Lazzaro, and he was a familiar driver, a regular driver in the early days of the ALMS, and subsequently into Windsor, as he mentioned there. Great to see Anthony behind the wheel, and he's another guy who will never give up. I think he loves it too much.
Picking up on the incident which caused this current Code 60 that we are under. This is only the second Code 60 of the race, with 5 hours just completed of it. Everybody using the opportunity to come into the pits and get some top of fuel. A benefit to the Black Falcon team more than Herbert this time. So the pendulum swung towards Herbert on the first Code 60. This time it swung towards Black Falcon. So that evens the swings up a little bit. Felipe Fraga has now taken over the wheel of the number 4 again. Dalian Adderman coming in for some fuel, but no other service in the Herbert car. So his stop should be shorter, but I reckon that Cooper McNeil Philip Farga could well come back out into the race in the lead. The incident itself, this Code 60, caused by Tom Black stopping the 107 Cupra on the outside of the circuit, as you were describing, the Monaco Competition car. but we've now kind of fathomed out that it was an incident that Charles Espenlaub was involved in the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes, and those two cars having an incident which is now under investigation whilst the track is cleared, and also some investigation or inspection going on the barriers at the exit of turn 20, so some kind of indication there that not only did Tom Black have an incident with Charles Espenlaub, but that he might have hit the barrier there on the outside of turn 20, got the car going again, but wasn't able to keep it going.
It hasn't. It certainly looks like it hasn't been to the detriment of the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. That car been into the pits and now in the fueling area. But I'm sure Shea will get a chance to speak to Tom Black and get an idea of what exactly occurred out there when the car arrives. And I think, Johnny, did I just see that car being towed onto pit lane?
Yeah. So I didn't sort of fully follow its progress, but is there a gap in the wall there? Or?
They took a shortcut. There's a short track here that is used.
Okay, so it carried on up to turn 1.
It went up through turn 1, came down through turn 2, came out of the shortcut there, and then back
and back around 19 and in that way, right? I thought surely they're not taking it wrong way back to turn 20 and then into the pits that way. But okay, that answers that question. Thank you.
But it means
paying
that
attention.
It's not too long of a run back down to the pit for it, and the team can now have a look at the One Lao Competition team can now have a look, and Shea will be able to tell us what they can see.
It's got some pretty good front end damage, guys. The nose is squished in just a little bit, but the lights at the front of the car that normally would provide some extra illumination in addition to the headlights, they're pushed back in, and there is front right suspension damage, the front right wheel hanging down very limply as they take it back into the garage on the wheelers, and we'll see where Tom Black is because, well, let me just dive around here. No, he's staying in the car. Doesn't look like he's going to be getting out, so he's optimistic that the crew can get it fixed quickly.
Yeah, well, that may well be the case. Of course, they won't know until they've taken the wheels off and fully investigated the structural integrity of the suspension. But quite a bit of movement of parts and giving it a good old shove with the wrist to work out whether anything needs changing. And so far, they've lifted the hood as well.
Code 60 continues, although the car has come into the pits, and we have had the change of lead. So even though the Mercedes came into the pits in the lead, the Daniel Alleman followed him in the Herbert Porsche because it was a quicker pit stop from Herbert. They probably didn't even get their 46 litres aboard, but they were able to get a slight top up. So Daniel Alleman should be coming past the front, and there he goes, just past our commentary box now, and that should put him into the lead of the race ahead of the Felipe Fraga Black Falcon Mercedes. At least it will when they reach the timing line, I hope.
Tom Black's now out of the 107 car, by the way, and attention being paid certainly to the front left corner and possibly front right as well. 2 mechanics in the engine bay, so there is a fair bit of work to be done, and this could well be, what, 10-15 minutes before we see the car again.
Yeah, I'm mistaken. Apologies, I misled you there. Felipe Fraga has gone through now. He managed to guess it, so it was a quicker pit stop from the Mercedes. So we go back to green flag racing, and as I say, the pendulum having been very much swung towards Herbert as a result of the first code 60, now going back to Black Falcon with that code 60 benefiting Cooper McNeil. Now Felipe Fraga driving for Black Falcon, and he has a lead of around about half a minute now, I reckon, over the Herbert Porsche. But Felipe Fraga is definitely going to be able to extend that lead in the remainder of this segment.
We've got a chance to hear from Tom Black now, Paul, so he can shed some light on exactly what happened on the approach to turn 20.
Tom, we didn't see what the incident was. Can you enlighten us at all?
Sure. Yeah, as I was going into the final turn, turn 20, a Mercedes, one of the Mercedes GT3s, I think it was a GT3, overtook me on the inside, and then pulled immediately in front of me to get his corner, and his brakes were better than mine. I just couldn't stop the car and hit the back of him. He'll have damage to the back. I saw his boot jump open. But I just couldn't avoid it. I was getting ready for the turn, and he just pulled in front of me, and this is what happened.
Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Sure, you're welcome.
Well, and that's the typical sort of thing you see at Spa-Francorchamps in endurance races, whereby, you're in a prototype and you jink across the line of a GT car, for example, brake at your usual point, and then you realise the guy behind you hasn't got anywhere near as good at brakes as you. So, we've already got Tom Black's side of the story right now, and it'll be interesting to chat to Charles Espenlaub, because Espenlaub was at the car.
Yes,
I think he was at the wheel of the car, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was Espenlaub in the car when the incident happened, but the car came into the pits under the code 60, and it has now switched over to Charlie Putman.
That's a significant biff in the back of the 85, by the way.
Yeah, and they've managed to get the boot closed again on that car, at least. So a little bit of work done on the 85 car, but it's been able to get back out again with its bit of fuel. And again, that has helped in a bizarre way, because they were coming towards the end of their fuel anyway. That has helped the CP racing car, although the biff certainly hasn't.
There's definite damage to the diffuser on that car.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to speak to the drivers. May not be significant to talk to Charles Espenlaub, who's just handed the car over, the driver who's now in the car, who is Charles Putman, and just to see if the aero grip of that car has been affected, because it's certainly been redesigned, and not the way the Mercedes AMG designers would have preferred, I would think.
It's strange, because all four drivers from CP Racing are normally so bang on their game, and Charlie Espenlaub, particularly aware of his surroundings, together with getting good lap times out of the Mercedes currently, and previously the Porsche Cup car with Pro Sport Performance. So it's difficult to work out whose error it was, because we've only heard one side of the story, but it'd be great to hook up with Charles Espenlaub to get a flavour of the situation as far as his regard is concerned, because of course he's piling into turn 20, and all of a sudden, bang, from the rear he gets a Cupra making contact. So
it's one of those things, I suppose. Mixed class racing will bring cars like that together, in small incidents like that. And I say small because all we've got is a bit of damaged bodywork on both of the cars, and both of those drivers experienced enough. Charles Espenlaub vastly experienced, and Tom Black as well. He's not exactly in his first event, is he? He's been around quite a while.
Well, we promised you the other side of the story. Shay's managed to catch Charles Espenlaub as well.
All right, Charles, we've heard the first half of the story. He's running off to grab his hat. What's your side of that incident that just makes your car look like a shark bit it?
It does, doesn't it? Like a big shark. I don't know, I had just gone by him, and we went to the brake zone in the last corner there, and I went to the brakes at the normal spot, and it hit me pretty good, so I don't know. I haven't gone down and talked to him yet and see what their side is, but we're hoping there's an oil cooler there for the transmission. It looks like it's okay, but it's in a very dangerous spot there, so we'll see what happens.
Could you feel anything off on the way back into the pit lane?
No, that lap was one of my better laps on the way back around, so it doesn't seem to affect it too much. I mean, obviously a little bit with the diffuser, but yeah, we seem to be okay.
You having fun racing back in the U.S. one more time this year?
I am. Got to see a bunch of my buddies, and you don't get to see them. It's like it goes a couple of years, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, I haven't seen you since a year ago, So it's nice to see some of the old faces I used to teach with and race with, obviously, so that's fun. And obviously love Austin. Didn't love the weather when we first got here, but I sure do love that barbecue.
You can't beat that barbecue. Now, you've got one of the weirdest hobbies that I've ever heard of. You go into the Everglades, you jump out of a boat, wrangle snakes and alligators. I just learned a little bit earlier on that Nick Mancuso, driver of the number 41 HP Racing Ferrari, does exactly the same thing. So you guys got to work together to go out and be a little crazy.
It's funny, we've known each other for probably 10 years, and most of our texts are very little to do with racing and mostly about which snake. Hey, look at this snake, look at this snake, look at this snake. Now, to be clear, my hobby is not going and looking for the snakes. My hobby is more fishing, but when we do see a snake, we try to pull them out for the park because they are an invasive species. So, but yeah, it's pretty fun.
On behalf of Florida, thank you for trying to save our Everglades. But, we're here at COTA, we're racing. Track conditions, you just got out of the car. Seems pretty good?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to have stabilized from what I heard Shane and the guys talk about earlier. Obviously, it's a little cooler now. The tire rubber's really building up offline, so it makes it a little tricky with the slower cars. But, yeah, I mean, other than the big bump undulation stuff that we're having to deal with, I think, we got a handle on the setup, and we've got a good long-distance car, so we'll see how it finishes out.
Hey, good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks so much. Take care.
So there you go, a chance to hear from Charles Espenlaub and the situation going into turn 20. A very impressive moustache as well from Charles this weekend. And the 85 car seems to be going okay at the moment. Now, the exhaust outlets on that car these days are on the sills, because if it was at the rear, that could have potentially caused a problem for the exhaust manifold as well, couldn't it? But thankfully, it's just biffed the. Well, I say thankfully, it's just biffed the diffuser. That's still certainly going to affect the ground effect of the car and how the air escapes from the rear, and also. It looks like a fairly central hit, but I'm sure setup-wise that's not ideal for CP.
I think the main issue is going to be any damage that the differential may have taken.
Yeah.
Charles did just refer to that fleetingly, because it was a fairly hefty hit, and once the diffuser itself doesn't have a lot of structural strength to it. It's there to direct the air. It's not there to protect the car. And if the Cupra has given it a fairly big biff, it may have just got into the differential area and possibly caused some damage later on. The problem is, I'll be the first to say it, there is still a long way to go. We've got 5.5 hours today, 18.5 hours altogether. We are just scratching the surface of this. It's kind of difficult to sometimes recall that it's a proper 24 hours, this race, so they do need to have a car that's going to be pretty solid and reliable for them, and it's unfortunate for both of them. We've had 2 retirements thus far, being the 411 BMW and the 126 car, the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic. At the front of the field, we've got an interesting situation developing, because Felipe Fraga is going like a scalded cat in the WeatherTech Mercedes, the Black Falcon car, and he's going to have Daniel Alleman ahead of him very shortly, and Daniel Alleman will be then a lap behind. Felipe Fraga is making not taking any prisoners at all, and this will mean that Black Falcon have exactly what they wanted, which is a lap on the whole field, and then we'll be in the position that Joe Bradley was describing a little while ago. They've got that lap. Unless they think they can get 2 laps before the end of the race, they can just sit on that, and that will maybe be comfortable enough a position for them. But there goes the Black Falcon Mercedes as they cross the start-finish line, going through at turn 1. So the Mercedes doesn't just holds the lead, but it now puts a lap of a lead on the best of the rest of the field, and that is Daniel Alleman in the Herbert Porsche.
The other thing we're going to start to see is the sparks that these Mercedes generate, because they have sort of titanium squares, I think, immediately behind the front wheels, where the bottom of the wheel arch is, and also the skid plank, which probably sits around about where the rear axle is. So that, again, that's kicking up sparks as well via the diffuser, and that's more and more evident as the light starts to dwindle. The sun is lower in the sky, through some cloud tonight though, so not going to be quite as a spectacular sunset, I wouldn't think, but a chance to enjoy 2 sunsets during this race.
How long has Daniel Alleman got to go in that Herbert car, Paul? I've got him down as just coming up to 28 minutes. So
he's got an hour and a half worth of driving still to do.
Has he really?
He's going to run out of. Don't forget, they're both going to run out of fuel first.
All right, that's what I mean, Paul.
Time.
Because I'd be thinking right now that Mercedes is now pulling away from me, and putting more than a lap on me, and I'd be thinking I need Robert Rennauer in that car, because all right, the strategy's got the car onto the tail of the Porsche, got the number 4 onto the tail of the Porsche. Now it's just overtaken that car on performance, on lap time, on actual driving.
Absolutely, and that's not surprising. That's not against Daniel Alleman. It's very much in favour of Felipe Fraga and the kind of lap times that Felipe is capable of. But at the moment, I don't think there's any reason for panic from Herbert or smugness from Black Falcon. It just so happens that this pendulum I was describing, which swung towards Herbert with the timing of the first code 60, swung away from them with the timing of this code 60. The hope for Herbert, it's not really a hope, it's just this is the way it's going to work out, is that the Mercedes will have to pit first, because even though both only put in a half a tank full of fuel, the Porsche had a lot more fuel on board when it came into the pit. So now Alemann has a car that has a lot more fuel in it than the Felipe Fraga Mercedes has. So the Mercedes will have to stop in about 10 laps. It won't have fuel for any more than 10 laps, whereas Daniel Alemann will have enough fuel to go another 23 or 24 laps. So Alemann will be able to stay out a lot longer, and the tactic must be for Herbert to go for the long stint rather than necessarily for the speed purely on this stint. No point in bringing Daniel in early just to get Renault into the car.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting we do that. I was more interested as to how long Daniel, and no disrespect to Daniel, but he is being dropped by Fraga, and it was more to do with Fraga's ability than anything. But like you say, Paul, there's still 18 hours to go, and it's hard to keep the discipline and not be dragged in to a panic. It's like, because if the pendulum swings even further, and in the same way that I've dropped a lap now, I drop another lap, I drop, it puts the Merc back onto my tail to drop 2 laps. That would be my kind of insecurity kicking in about the race position, even with 18 hours to go.
No, absolutely. But, this is what long distance racing is about. It's balancing that degree of calmness that you have to have, keeping to the plan, and balancing that with the need to carry on as a motor race and still be competitive.
We heard about the incident at turn 20, and obviously Shea spoke to Tom Black from the 107 Monlau competition Cupra and the 85 CP racing car of Charles Espenlaub. That incident has been looked at, no doubt from several angles and several times over, and the message on our screen now is no further action. So judged as a racing incident, and Charles was somewhat confused by it, as was Tom Black. They both thought they braked in the right places, but contact was made. Looks like both cars will be able to continue in the race. The Cupra, I should say, is going to take a little bit longer to get back into the race, although having said that, no, it is still in the pit lane, and Monlau working hard on it, but there are no penalties to serve for either party.
Yeah, quarter of an hour already spent in the pits for the Monlau competition car, and remember that's quarter of an hour from when it entered the pits on the back of a tow rope. It was probably another 10 minutes that it lost being towed in after Tom Black initially was stuck out on the far side of the start-finish line. Spectacular to watch Martin Conrad out at the wheel of the Pro Mercedes for the Top Sport team, car number 90 in 3rd place. He is a minute and 40 seconds behind the Herbert Porsche, so he's on the same lap as the Herbert Porsche, but equally as Daniel Alemann is, he is 1 lap behind the race leaders. Charlie Putman being shown at the moment in 4th place overall and the leader of A6AM, with a relatively full tank of fuel. He's got around about a half to 2/3 of a tank of fuel, I would suggest, in Charlie Putman's car, and he is in 4th place overall, leading A6AM 2 laps behind the race leader. In 5th place is the Volt Racing Porsche, number 73, with Richard Heistand at the wheel of that car. And in 6th place, Martin Berry has taken over the wheel of the no, he hasn't. Martin Berry has stayed behind the wheel of the number 70 Top Sport car. That was the car that I was suggesting was going to go back into the hands of Nick Foster, but Martin Berry keeping the car, number 70, so he's now going to be constrained by drive time. He's going to have to come back into the pits on the drive time in about the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Trying to work out the gap between Charlie Putman, the A6AM leader, and Martin Berry, because there is less than a lap between them. But a question of whether the 85 can get ahead of the 70 by tonight.
A minute and a half is the answer between
the gap between
A6AM first and A6AM second.
Right, so Martin Berry's rounding turn 17 now, and the 85 car, I'm struggling to pick out because there's little dots on my track map overlapping others, but I reckon that the CP Racing car, just heading into turn 12 now. So turning left at 12 now, and Martin Berry is just about to cross the line to complete a lap. So it's possibly about the length of the final sector that Berry's got as a small advantage, and clearly the name of the game from the other top sport WRT Mercedes is to stay on the lead lap within A6 Am. But that might be a tough ask because of how well CP Racing are going. Obviously they've been put off their stride a little bit with the contact with car 107. Meanwhile, another one of the Cupras from the TCE series is the 131. And Kari-Pekka Laaksonen for Top Car Sport running in 5th position in the TCE Series race, behind both Autorama Motorsport VW Golfs and the Audi from AC Motorsport, and also the Red Camel Jordans.NL car that leads the way. Flashing of lights for Martin Conrad at the top of the hill to warn Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff that the Car Collection Motorsport car needs to make a little bit of room, and Conrad slots by, not for position, but to put a lap on the 34 car. And meanwhile, Martin Berry reaches turn 11 now, ahead of Sam Allpass in the Coroiser Mark II. So yeah, there's the 85 car heading through the right-hander at turn 6. Thinking about a move on the 34 car, but had to back out of that as Johannes Kirchhoff was committed to the racing line.
And that's a significant position, because if the 85 gets past, he'll put a lap on Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, and one point he'll get a lap ahead in the A6 Am class.
Yeah.
So he would have done that thing that people are trying to do in the first section, almost taking half the time he's got. Just 5.5 hours still to run of the 11 hours we've had scheduled for today. And he's going to put a lap on the Audi, the Car Collection car. It's going to probably one of the stalwarts of Creventic racing. They've been in various combinations, just about every race I can remember, that blue and white machine. Max Edelhoff, definitely the star of that car, but we've also seen some fantastic runs from Elmar Grimm, particularly, do you remember in Spain last year, in Navarra, where he was absolutely outstanding?
Yes.
I don't know whether the new leg's not quite as quick, but certainly a year ago, on the older leg, it was pretty fast.
And it was 2 years ago, or possibly even 3 years ago, at either Spain or Portimao, I can't remember where it was now, but it was somewhere hot, and he had a power steering failure on the car, and he elected to carry on and drive the last hour of the race with no power steering, did Elmar Grimm. So a superb performance from him, very much an Iron Man, marathon man type of driver, the kind of driver that you really need in a endurance team, and very much a significant member of the Car Collection Motorsport entry, which is currently in 3rd in the A6 Am class, but in terms of the team's championship, they're 3rd in the championship as well, chasing CP Racing. So there will be a championship at stake there.
The AC Motorsport Audi RS3, which is being driven by William Neal now, is 2nd in the category, and a minute and 14 seconds behind the Cupra of Ivo Breukers. And Ivo able to put in 2:25s. Will Neal's last lap was a 2:28. So that suggests that maybe they're about even Stevens on average lap times, perhaps. Really, AC Motorsport want that gap to start coming down, although, of course, to be ahead of Autorama is the priority as they're trying to clinch the Championship of the Continents.
Yes, they'll need to get a couple of places ahead of Autorama in order to get that championship, but at the moment the 114 ahead of the 112, and it's the 112 car which is the champion of the continent's competitor, even though Yannick Mettler driving in both cars. It's the 112 car which is the point scorer. Just looking at Felipe Fraga and trying to work out how much fuel he has aboard based on the length of the stint that was done by Cooper McNeil and the amount of fuel they'll have got when they came in for that stop under the code 60. And I reckon at most he has 7 laps worth of fuel on board, whereas Daniel Alleman has around about 18 or 19 laps worth of fuel. So Felipe Fraga with this lap advantage, but he will be in the pits in about 26 minutes or so by my calculation.
Lamborghini from Lippert Motorsports out of turn 1 and now through the very fast right-hander at 2 with the SPX lead still, and this is Harold Schlotter for the well-placed car in the championship overall. Came to this event leading in the Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini Huracan, so 7:10 ahead of Koreuser's Mark II V8 of Sam Allpass, but the worry not really there about this place being lost, because the Lambo's completed 132 laps and the Mark, with 1 or 2 problems early on, only 129, so a gap of 4 laps currently between the top 2 in SPX.
A great performance from Lippert Motorsport so far. Harold, I hope I'm not putting the curse on it by saying that, Harold Schlotter going great guns in the Lamborghini. This is a Super Trofeo, as Johnny was saying, car, not a regular GT3 car. The reason it runs as SPX is that it's a kind of Super Trofeo Plus, but not necessarily a car built for long distance racing, but as we've seen so often, the cars can be converted and driven carefully. They can go very well, and Lippert on the cusp of taking home the championship of the continents in the GT category.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting situation with the Lamborghini. Certainly in the first few years of the Huracan, they were, I think, famed for their lack of ability to finish, but their great speed. But certainly we've seen, as they've gone through the various Evo specs, they've managed to get much further in. Of course, they won the last 24-hour race in Barcelona. I think they've kind of got on top of that, and perhaps we're now tarring them unfairly with the earlier issues, which often involve catching fire.
Yeah, I mean, the 2019 Evo is very much a Lamborghini Evo as well. The original Lamborghini, I reckon, based on the Audi R8, but the latest Evo GT3 car, very much a Lamborghini. Rather than an Audi in wolf's clothing, as some people called it.
Yeah.
This, though, being the Super Trofeo car, comes totally from a Lamborghini background. You know, there's no hint of Audi from that, because this being a Super Trofeo car is a proper Italian Lamborghini. And I say, it's far too early to say that it's going to be reliable for the remaining 18 hours of the race, but nevertheless, what it's done so far has been faultless, and they lead their class comfortably, as Johnny was saying a few minutes ago.
And again, these cup cars, or Trofeo cars, we should probably say more accurately, are designed for, well, maximum hour-long races for their, you know, bread and butter season. So I'm sure there's been a fair bit of adapting this car so it can be sustained across a 24-hour period. But I've seen these cars run at the Gulf 12 hours in the past, and remarked at those years that you know, their straight line speed is just amazing, because they don't have the aero that a GT3 car has. The other thing the GT3 Huracan was susceptible to from a number of meetings was punctures, rear punctures. Remember, because they were having to run.
Yeah, they're running the camber very.
I mean, nobody would tell you that, but actually they were having to run the camber at quite a steep angle to get the pace out of them that was required to take the fight to other GT3
Yeah, that
cars.
scuppered Mirko Bertolotti did in Dubai 2 or 3 seasons ago.
The
He was out
team,
and away,
yeah.
and then they just, I think, was it 3 they had going about the first 2 hours or something?
And the problem then is occasionally with that car is that because of the location of the oil coolers and the piping to the oil coolers, is that the flailing rubber cuts one of the oil coolers. That then catches fire because everything's so hot. That then leads to the fires that you were describing. But you know, I think what happens is you understand what these problems are, you work out what you've done wrong, and then you get on and you work out a fix. And for long distance racing, you have to work out fixes, whereas when you're doing a sprint race, you're just concerned in getting the car through that hour, and at the end of the hour it doesn't really matter what's happened, you just get on with the next race.
By the way,
improves the breed, as they say.
Indeed. The 107 car, eagle-eyed amongst you may well have spotted that the Monlau competition Cupra has rejoined the race, and for those purely with audio and without the live stream as an aid, then I can tell you that 107 car that made contact with the Mercedes into turn 20 has now been fixed, or at least Monlau competition hope that the fix is enough for that car now to carry on. The danger is, of course, you've got a radiator not very far back from where that contact was made. We're talking about fingers crossed, how little damage should be done structurally to the CP Racing Mercedes, it might be a different story as far as the Monlau Cooper is concerned. But the only way to find out is to send it out and see how it does in the first few laps.
Yeah, 27 minutes lost on the stop,
Yeah,
plus another 10
significant.
minutes on the toe-in. It's taking it out of contention for TCE Honours. CP Motorsport, because they didn't really lose any time at all, they made a pit stop under the code 60, which their victim had caught. I wouldn't say their victim, the other party in the incident had caused, and so they had much less of a loss and were able to deal with the damage under code 60 conditions, get the car fueled, Charlie Putman getting into the car, and it continues on its way in the lead of A6 AM with enough fuel to take it for another 5, 6 laps, I reckon, from where they are now.
Where was the Monlau car when it had that incident in the order of TCE? I thought it was in the top 3 positions, but I'm just trying to work out how many cars behind it have gained a spot because of their trials and tribulations.
It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
Okay, so that means that the Kari Pekka Laakson and Top Car Sport cars gained a spot, because of course they had troubles, didn't they? The Bas Kooten run car.
Yes,
so 131's, I won't quite say back in the game, but it's gained a spot to 5th.
Yes, the 107 lost some time in the pits at his second pit stop, lost about a minute in the pits at his second pit stop. That's why it dropped back to being last but 1 in the TCE class. So 2 of the fancied runners, Monlau Competition and the Top Car Bas Kooten TC car, experiencing problems.
Yeah, so with those little changes in the order, the standings part of the 24H series website is very nifty, because it will, and it is doing by the looks of things, giving us an as it stands championship order currently.
Is it already doing it? Because
Yeah.
they weren't doing it at the beginning of the race. They said they were going to wait until they got into the race a little while before they were going to do it. But if you're finding points, positions
populated into the COTA column.
Good.
Yes.
Right.
So TCR, let's go teams overall. And Autorama at the moment scoring more points across the season than AC Motorsport, despite the fact that AC have slightly better points in this individual race. So AC Motorsport scoring 26, Autorama with their 112 car scoring 21, but that's not enough for the Belgian outfit AC to leapfrog Autorama.
No, it's very much advantage Autorama, because they've got a 20-point advantage coming into this round before you start counting COTA points. So Autorama with a 20-point advantage over AC Motorsport. The other car that features within the TCE division of the champion of the continents is Synchro Motorsport with their A3 class car. They are currently second, and that's the position that I think AC Motorsport are going to target, because they should be able to score enough points to take second place in the team championship, because Synchro haven't got their Honda Civic in the A3 class here at COTA this weekend.
Orlando-based Richard Heistand currently at the wheel of the number 73 Volt Racing Porsche. Car he shares with Jan Hyland and Alan Brynjolfsson, Trent Hindman. They are 5th and trying to whittle away at the 30-second advantage that Charlie Putman has on this car. Bear in mind that Charlie's racing for A6 AM honours and he's first in that category, whereas Richard Heistand's trying to join the pro cars at the top end of the timing and scoring. So this is the 4th placed pro machine and is at the moment able to lap, well, at times a little quicker than Charlie Putman.
Yes, Heistand didn't come into the pits during that last code 60, so that benefited the progress of that car. However, the bad news that counters that good news is that, of course, he's going to run out of fuel more quickly, because he didn't get that opportunity to get a little bit of extra fuel. So Heistand is going to be in the pits in about 7 laps' time. Felipe Fraga, who did stop during the code 60, is also going to be coming into the pits by my count in about 2 or maximum 3 more laps with the race-leading Black Falcon Mercedes. quite sure if there's going to be, it's Shea in the pits at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
So whether there's any sign of any activity going on down at Black Falcon, say Felipe Fraga, maybe probably 3 laps of fuel still aboard the Mercedes. So they will probably leave him in for a double stint. So it may well be that they're not ready, but the refuelers are, because they'll just get him in, put more fuel in, send him on his way again on the same set of tyres.
A couple of messages on the screen, one relating to the Mark II V8 needing to switch its headlights on, and the 85 car to check its positional display. They're the digital numbers that are on the side of every race car in this event. The amber coloured positional lights indicate that it's in the GT series, blue for TCE, but 85's either not showing a number at all, or there's a slight fuddle in that it may be showing 88 actually, and all the light bars are illuminated on that car.
Well, possibly involved in having that big clout at the backside quite recently, and then the wires are often routed around the back there, the backside of the car, so that could be a result of the little coming together with the Mondial car.
Shea is in the pits watching this stop for TalkSport.
No sign of the Black Falcon Mercedes, but we do have an AM-class Mercedes in, and that is the number 70 TalkSport. It's Nick Foster getting back aboard. He's going to take this car into the dusk, but we don't have that spectacular sunset like we had last night, because there's a bit more cloud in the area, so it will be much easier to break the points. There goes Nick as he pulls away and heads over to the fuel station. So now, well, Paul, actually, you're the one to ask. Should we stay down on this end and wait for the Herberth Porsche, or should we walk all the way to the other end for the Black Falcon Mercedes?
Well, I'll give you a different option. If you don't want to walk all the way down to the Black Falcon Mercedes, because as I say, it will be an uneventful fuel stop anyway, talk to Martin Berry, because he's been at the wheel for 2 hours. They didn't come in during that code 60, and the reason they just came in there was because Martin reached his 2-hour drive time limit. So see how exhausted he looks. I suppose he had a brief breather whilst the car was under code 60 conditions, but other than that, it was a pretty solid stint from Martin in the TalkSport Mercedes. Currently running second in the A6 AM class behind the CP Racing Mercedes.
It doesn't seem actually that the drivers are struggling too much, certainly not the pro drivers with the 2-hour runs, to be honest. They're not suffering because it's just not got the high ambient temperatures.
No, and GT3 cars with the best will in the world are not the hardest thing in the world to drive.
As Daniel said, with the climatisation.
For people who are good at doing these things, if it was me driving it, I'd be exhausted after 3 laps. But they do have a lot of driver assists in there, which make them slightly less difficult to drive. And with conditions the way they are, 29 cars in the entry, there isn't a lot of traffic to deal with. So there's a lot of reasons why it's not as bad as it could be. And the difficulty with doing 2 hours is more around the aspect of getting it to work with your strategy as much as the physical aspects of the driving.
Right, here's our chance to catch up with Martin Berry with Shea, Adam.
He has the decency to look like you've been working for the last 2 hours. Martin Berry, what a stint. You took it into the gloom, at least not even the dusk, but how did the track conditions change from the beginning to the end of your stint?
Sure. So obviously it started to cool off a little bit. So the lap time started to come down and they were obviously better. I don't know what happened towards the end of the second stint, but I think just more traffic. I was struggling to get the same kind of pace, but yeah, I think the car's liking the cooler temperature, and it's really fun for the driver being out there when it's a bit cooler as well. So it's yeah, it's good.
It's a very technical track, and you've got a lot of experience in Ferraris. I mean, a Ferrari Challenge champion over in Asia. Driving the Mercedes, though, is it a smooth car around this place?
Sure, it's honestly, from an endurance perspective, it's a lot easier to drive than the Ferrari. I think that the Ferrari's built to be a little bit more physical, and you know, you really got to try and find the limits with those cars. And as an AM, you know, it's sometimes you find the limit, but you go over it, and it's quite physical. Where I find this car just it's a really nice car to drive, especially over the endurance. It's very calm, lots of power, just powering out of the corners and things like that. And it feels very, very stable. So I think a lot of people talk about the fact that the delta between a Pro in a Ferrari and an AM is quite wide. In an AMG, it's at least slightly more decent because I think the car's been built really nicely to make it friendly towards AMs, but still win all these Pro championships. So yeah, it's a great car. Yeah.
Good point. You've just driven for 2 hours. We still have, 6 hours left today. Yep. They're going to let you have an early night, go home, have a shower?
I'm hoping for an early night, but I don't know what's going to happen. We haven't talked about it. As you know, with these things, you go in with a strategy and you end up with something completely different. So I'll just hang back and see what happens. But you know, our fast guy Nick is in the car now, so that'll be really good, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Thanks for chatting with us, Martin. I'll let you grab some popcorn and see what Nick can do.
Enjoy the show. Thanks. Cheers.
Two Aussies in that driving lineup then, although Martin now based in Singapore, and as Shay mentioned, a former Ferrari Asia Pacific champion with the 458, the older Ferrari, so well used to that type of car. But everyone seems to say this about the Mercedes AMG, and you almost wonder what Mercedes have, when they've gone back to the drawing board to improve for the 2020 version, you kind of think, well, what else can we do? Because everyone's pretty happy with it already.
The people I've spoken to, because remember we did have the 2020 kind of draft car out earlier on. It's not any quicker. It's just a lot easier to drive.
So even more, so they've taken another step in that direction.
What they've done is to try and make it more drivable. They've also tried to make it more maintainable by improving things like changing the front splitter, changing the diffuser. Everything's much more modular to change on the car. So, but you're right. Fundamentally, what do you do to make a car better?
I think, within the grounds of GT3, it's heavily boxed. You're never going to make the car go any faster. So what you have to do is make it more serviceable, more usable, and more importantly, in a GT3 class, mean that people can get close to the envelopes. Obviously, your pro driver can do, say, a 2-minute lap, but your gentleman who used to be able to do a 2:04 can now do a 2:02 because the car's got easy to drive. And then the next thing you go for is consistency, so it's easier on its tyres. Because you are absolutely against the brick wall of the Bob on absolute lap time. So what you have to do, get the car to be able to do that absolute lap time, or 99.9% of it, for as long as possible. And of course, it's been a long process because the old SLS, the Gullwing machine, that what they did from that into the AMG was improve drivability, serviceability. And again, now it's interesting that when the first ones of these new AMGs came out, we saw a spate of engine problems. And then one of the biggest problems that happened with that was actually getting to the drive belts at the front. So they've improved that during the manufacture, during the generation of these cars. And now, as Paul says, they're looking at the things that get broken easily within an endurance race, the front, the back, the rubbery bits and that sort of thing.
And this is what, Mercedes customer support is there, yes, to market Mercedes and to make Mercedes attractive cars for people to buy, desirable cars for people to drive, but they're also there to sell racing cars and to make profits out of selling racing cars. And for them to look at this entry with the Pro and the AM drivers in the A6 Pro and the A6 AM classes running so many Mercedes, there'll be a big smile going across their faces. Look at Dubai. Mercedes have been phenomenally successful in the Dubai 24 hours. And that is all part of the way of selling more racing cars.
And I think it's a really good point because it spins what we were saying earlier about the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini is improving by jumps again. They're kind of, what's the problem with the car? We'll solve that problem. We'll now move forward. We're using an Evo kit. The Audi had its latest Evo kit come out a year ago. And again, it's a really interesting engineering challenge when you aren't allowed to go any faster, because if you produce a fantastic fast, the organisers go, nope, we're going to slash you right back to nothing. And one of the cars that can't go faster at all, unfortunately, is stopped on the outside. That's the bright red 401 Race Edge Motorsport Sin R1. What corner is that, Johnny? You're more used to the camera angles than me.
It is the entrance to the 3 right-handers, isn't it, at 16?
Correct,
so coming out of 15, and then you hang on for dear life through the never-ending right-hander, which is effectively a very open hairpin bend. And Dan DeLeo, the Canadian driver, at the wheel of that Racer's Edge Motorsport Sin.
It's sort of the stadium section, isn't it? It's where the stadium is, and you get a great view from the top of the tower yet. If that's going to turn into a Code 60, it's extremely good news for Felipe Fraga, and the same amount of good news for Herbert, because of course they both have gone half tankfuls. We have gone code 60. They both got the same amount of fuel on board, but Felipe Fraga and Daniel Alleman now will be heading to the pits to get more fuel. I was predicting Felipe should be coming in any case, but he's again going to have just half a tank is all he's going to be allowed, and that won't be enough to get him. Well, he'll just go straight up, get the fuel, and then he'll carry on for as many laps as he can on that amount of fuel.
Now, Shea says the Racers Edge Motorsports team were out in the pit lane ready to receive that car, so it was obviously on an in-lap. Has it run out of fuel is the first question, but it's going to have to come back. It's not firing back into life. It's like all the tyres are inflated.
It's not been out. No, it came in during the code 60. Yes, it might be a fueling issue because it's been out for 16 laps, which is about as far as it will go if it only got half a tank of fuel on its last pit stop. The Sin getting, how much fuel does it get? 50 litres per stop if it's a code 60.
Okay.
The other interesting thing about it was the 73 car, the bright yellow Volt Racing Porsche, was carrying on unabated speed for quite a long time after the code 60 was called, so much so it's almost like a double take. It went screaming past the car that was already at code 60, realised what was going on, planted the anchors, almost collected the 112 car, I think was behind him, as he tried desperately to get back behind the car rather than overtake it. So the message didn't come through, or he was a little bit too focused on the 25 yards of tarmac in front of him and not on the flags to the side. Now, I'd be surprised if he doesn't get at least a warning for that.
Yeah, well, Volt Racing getting used to this format of throwing a caution, effectively. No safety cars backing fields up, or they're very rare in Creventic type racing. Code 60 is the preferred option, because the idea behind that is that the gaps between the cars going into the caution should be retained as they leave it.
Yeah, the race director always used to be concerned that people didn't brake hard in order to get to 60 kilometers an hour. It's not like going into a slow zone in WEC racing. It's much more a case of going progressively down to 60 kilometers an hour without sudden braking. Gentle braking, yes, but without sudden braking. And of course it takes judgment to do that, but it does take a bit of experience as well, and I think possibly that's where that was lacking. Felipe Fraga's already been in with the Mercedes. He's at the refueling station at the moment, but he's also got a new set of tyres, so even though he'd only been out for 20 laps on that set, he's getting another set now to help him on his way.
85 CP Racing Mercedes in the penalty box briefly, and now it's working its way up towards the team. That's Charlie Putman in 9:78 for Speed Lover.
Under 1 minute to the end of the code 60.
Okay, the driver from Hong Kong is Nigel Farmer, has just brought the Speed Lover car in.
Herbert hasn't got to the pits yet. Now, what's Herbert going to do? Is he going to go into the pits, or is he going to come round with the message saying under 1 minute to the end of the procedure? The leader is in the refueling area. There is the Herbert car, with Ivo Broikers coming right up on his tail as he goes through. We're still under code 60, and
no, we're not.
Now we go green, and still the Black Falcon car is getting fuel, so that should put, by my reckoning, Daniel Alleman back into the lead of this race, not coming into the pits during that code 60, utilising the fact that the car had more fuel aboard during the last code 60, and therefore has still some fuel to go.
Was that also Herbert reading the situation and thinking this is probably only going to be a short code 60? So is it better to stay out on track rather than be stranded in the fueling area when everything goes back to green again?
Yes, exactly. I mean, we get the message on the screen saying under 1 minute to go, and Herbert were caught on the far side of the circuit when the code 60 was given, and they didn't get the chance to come in, as it were. They were given that message saying under 1 minute to go as they were coming out of turn 18. So it was a relatively easy decision to say to Daniel to stay out there. The Sin R1 is wheeled back into its garage, and that suggests that it's more than just run out of fuel.
Yeah, not wheeled up to the fueling area.
Not wheeled up to the refueling area, so I suspect that was something more serious than just a car running out of fuel. And it hadn't been out for that long either, so some work to be done to work out what's going on with that car. Beautiful looking car, and they've got another one in the back of the garage, and you'll have probably seen it if you've been perambulating up and down the pit lane.
A loose wheel in the pit lane, and I'm trying to work out which team that's come from, but normally that ends up in a penalty, because the
like
danger
in the TCR
is...
where there's multiple spoke wheels.
Yes, yeah, with the 5 holes for the wheel nuts, quite possibly, but it was caught by one of the team members. But the fact that it was out of control briefly is normally frowned upon, so that might be checked, and a penalty may be the result. So car 401 recovered to the pits, as we know, and now a question of what exactly the issue is for Racer's Edge. Meanwhile, Felipe Fraga's back out again, and we'll get a time difference between the two leaders very, very shortly, but they're both in the final sector now, and on different, well, no, not necessarily on different laps. That will be corrected in a moment or two. The Fraga car's about to complete lap 150, and Daniel Alleman crosses the line now. So 4:51 is the time displayed at the moment, but it's going to be much more accurate once Fraga goes over the line. It is 4:51, with 150 laps completed by the Brazilian now.
This looks like quite a big net loss to Herberth, doesn't it? Because Fraga's gone in, filled up his half tank with fuel, and still retained just shy of a lap's lead. So that fell, the positioning of the Code 60 fell very poorly for Herberth this time, which is rare, because normally they're the guys who magically get Code 60s right all the time.
Right, the sin is unfortunately a state of undress now, so this is clearly a bit more than just a car running out of fuel, Shay.
The rear axle is loose, and it was sliding back and forth between the two tires, so they could wiggle the left wheel and move the entire axle over to the right, and then they could do the same back again. But this car doesn't like to come apart easily. They had to take the rear wing, the actual wing itself, the flat bit, off to then take the engine cover off, and now they've got the pieces in the back of the garage as they go to work on the axle. So it was a complete surprise to the team, but when I asked them fuel, they said no, which is the worrying thing.
Okay, thank you, Shay.
So that's like a drive shaft then.
It does, rather, yeah, and the work on that is going to continue. We've reached another hour, by the way, completed, so 5:30 local time. That means we've had 6 hours, there are 5 to go. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with the coverage of the COTA 24 hours. The GT Series then looking like this after 6 hours completed, and the Black Falcon Mercedes lead the way. That confirmed as Felipe Fraga crossed the line with 150 laps in the book. And now we get a true distance between the two cars, only at the completion of that lap, because the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is 1 minute and 58 seconds behind Felipe Fraga after the Black Falcon Mercedes was caught a little bit in the pits under that Code 60, and of course could only take on half the amount of fuel allocation because it pitted whilst the Code 60 was out. So 151 laps now in the book for Felipe Fraga. Daniel Alleman pilots the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Third is the number 90 Lucas Stoltz Tox Sport WRT Mercedes, and in fourth place it's the Volt Racing Porsche for Richard Heistand. Fifth place for Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff and the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. In sixth position and second in A6AM behind the Audi is the CP Racing Mercedes of Shane Lewis, and then third in A6AM is the other Tox Sport WRT car, one Australian handing over to another during the last pit stop. Nick Foster taking over from Martin Berry, and car 70 runs 7th overall. Then the HB Racing Ferrari is 8th. The Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini still leads SPX, that's car 710. And the 991 class leader is the Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche Cup car number 906. In 11th place, it's the GT4 leader, which is still Winward Racing's Mercedes, number 433. More SPX action with Core Oiser Racing, the 717 car in 12th, ahead of a Porsche Lorient car from the Cup class. 911 is 13th. Another SPX runner, so it's sort of flip-flopping here between SPX, GT4 and the 991 division, but Team Techstar and Black Falcon represented in 14th position. 3 GT4 cars together with the Racers Edge Motorsport Syncar sadly in the pits being worked on, but still timed us in 15th position ahead of the ST Racing BMW. Zorg Rennsport's M4 is 17th. MRS GT Racing's Porsche 18th. Ahead of the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW M4 and the Speed Lover Porsche number 978 from the 991 class. Remember, the bottom 2 in the GT series didn't actually start the race. Well, GT4 car did, but lasted 4 laps before they parked it through choice. In the TCE series, Ivo Breukers leading the way in the 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra. So that's the Dutch squad with very much the Dutch racer at the wheel of that car, and leading by, well, a good margin actually. It's 7 minutes pretty much over the AC Motorsport Audi of Stéphane Perrin now, the Frenchman for the Belgian squad, car 108. In 3rd position, the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf of Stefan Tanner, although Tanner's Golf is currently in the fueling area. 4th position is the 112, the other Golf from the same team. 5th place, Top Car Sport and Bas Kooten Racing with their Cupra, number 131. 6th position for Zorg Rennsport's BMW from the Cup 1 class. And the Monlau competition car has had a prolonged period of time out of the race after contact with the number 85 Mercedes. So although they're completely 2 separate races here, actually one car from one race interfering with one of the GT cars, and that's the scenario we're going to get, I suppose, when we run both races on the same track at the same time. Remember, the Atlanta Speedworks Honda is no longer in the race after a significant failure with that car's engine. And we've now got a problem out on track for, wait for it, the slow BMW. Is that the 451 car that is tootling its way into turn 19? It is 17th position
and in the
overall.
wars. Both the Zorg Rennsport cars in the wars. The
Yes.
851 mainly because it ended up backwards in the barriers, and the 451 due to a fueling issue which resulted in running too low, then sucking up there, and then I think also sucking up what they are referring to as some dirty fuel.
Okay, so that's the 451 car, which is actually 17th in the GT series, and when you combine both races, 22nd.
Interesting too is just going down the TCE division positions as you did there at the end of the hour, Johnny. The gap first to second, yes, substantial, about 7 minutes, 2 or 3 laps separating the Red Camel car from second place, but a bit of a battle on for second place. Stefan Tanner out in the Autorama car, number 114 now, closing in on Stefan Perrin. Neither of those the fastest drivers in the car. But you know, it's a Pro-Am team down in TCE as well. The second place battle, just 4 seconds separating the 2 of them. So that's in TCE. The BMW that Johnny Palmer was just telling us about, having problems out on the circuit, got going, but now has ground to a complete halt again. This is the 451 car that Johnny, as Johnny was saying, currently in the hands of Matt Travis for Zorg Rennsport.
Really weird that, because the car was showing problems. He eschewed a chance to go in the pits, then trundled up the main straight very slowly, got round turn 1, pulled it off onto the runoff before the sweep of round 2, stopped it. I think he's on a Control-Alt-Delete by the looks of it, in an attempt to get whatever electrical problem cleared, and now is moving back through the S's of 4, 5, 6 and 7. And it's coming towards me, and it's like hard to see what level of speed he's at. That doesn't look like an actually maximum attack.
It's not maximum attack, but I suspect having had the 2 problems, he'll now say, yes, let's put this one in the pits and see what the team can do with it. But I think it's funny with things like that, isn't it? You kind of get it going again and think, oh, this is all right, I'm going to go. No point coming in. And the team manager says to you, yeah, if it feels all right, stay out. And then, oh, happened again. But that's
do you feel that drivers should watch more endurance races? Because the 3 of us have watched loads of these. How many times have you seen a car stop, flash its lights, do a control, thinks everything's right, and then with a lap it's back in the pits again?
Yeah, but the other half of the time...
It's not half though, is it, Paul? It's not half. It's like 10% they get away with it.
Okay.
It's the eternal optimist, the racing driver, isn't it? I've fixed it. Here we go. Oh, it's broken again.
There is an element of that.
Also, there's a couple of dashes I notice in place of the positional lights. So whether the issue is also related to powering those positional lights on each side of the car. By the way, Of note, Alex Baum now going faster than the 6.4 car has managed all race. So this is the GTX spec Mercedes AMG from class SPX, running third in that division, and Alex has just done a 2:18.563.
Yeah, spoiling the Creventic pattern of trying to find the numbers in their right little sequence, because normally cars starting with a 4 in the GT4 class, but that's an SPX class car, so it should start with a 7, but
I sort of get that, though. It probably will be a 4 car next year.
Like all the best stories, it's nearly right. I was going to say, I was trying to get to the bottom of why Daniel Alleman hadn't taken the lead, of course, because he had been lapped on the previous stint, hadn't he, by Felipe Fraga. So even though he stayed out, he got the lap back, but then got no more back. So he is now about to be lapped again. He's not yet been lapped, but he will be lapped on this lap, I suspect, by Felipe Fraga. So Daniel Alleman will be fed up of seeing that.
Alleman's pace is off today.
It's not as good as it is sometimes,
normally,
I agree.
you know, both Renault's quick. Ralph Bond and Dan Alleman are normally of a pace, a little bit behind them, but Alleman's just not able to do it today for some reason.
Exactly. Whether it's an impending issue with the car, whether there's a gearbox that's a bit notchy or something like that, Dan isn't quite as able to deal with. I doubt whether they would reveal to you in the pits, but that car, yes, it doesn't quite look as happy as it was. They were unhappy with the car during testing yesterday, and they said to me, we've worked out what it is, we're going to make a change, it's going to get better.
What it was that they were effectively grounding out too much over the curbs, so much that they broke or damaged anyway the exhaust mountings during night practice, and they decided there wasn't much they could do really apart from, I think, change the mounting very slightly, but mostly just stay off the curbs. So there's a couple of curbs they were going to decide to avoid just to save the underside of the car where they were bottoming out.
I wonder if it's a return of that problem, and for whatever reason, maybe they've had to take to the curbs and they've done some damage.
Well, Daniel's last lap was a 2:15. That's 7 seconds off what Felipe Fraga did. It's 6 seconds off the third place man. And I know obviously a gentleman driver we expect to be a couple of seconds back, but that's
not that far. No.
Either having tremendous traffic issues, which is unlikely, or he's actually really suffering badly.
Yeah, there's a problem with the car, I would suggest. So
he may have been lapped that lap actually as well. It may have been that Fraga got the lap that time as well, which accounted for a second or so since Daniel let him through. But it's a surprising lack of pace from a car we've always seen surprisingly consistent across the 4 drivers, given their range of experience.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Alleman, you're right again, because he has just been lapped again. So having got himself back onto the lead lap briefly, he's now lost it again, and he is now in the same boat as Felipe Fraga is as far as his fuel is concerned, because Felipe can go around about another 10 to 15, getting on towards 15 laps on his tank full of fuel, because he came in under that last code 60. Daniel Alleman has a lap of a lead over the car immediately behind him, which is also being driven more rapidly than he is driving the Porsche. Luca Stoltz back at the wheel of the Top Sport Mercedes, lapping comparable times to those of Felipe Fraga, but Luca Stoltz, the same, with still a lap to gain in order to catch up with Daniel Alleman. But there's time yet. There's still these 4 and a bit hours, in fact over 4.5 hours of tonight's racing still to go into the night, and it may well be a Mercedes 1-2 by the time we get there. The Volt Racing Porsche coming towards the end of its stint, the number 73 car, so if Shea Adam has taken off her sunglasses now in the pits, she'll have to put them back on again even at this time.
Yeah, well, very good, well done. Yeah, I was about to say, why are you wearing sunglasses? Because that car's day glow.
The Anti-Bury driven Top Car Sport by Baz Cooten Racing Cooper is all of a sudden turning up the wick. Now, of course, they've got a lot of ground to try and make up. So, despite Anti-Bury, I think just giving it all that he needed to in the opening few laps of the race, and just sort of keeping with Stewie Hall as it was at the time. 2:23.195 is a very good time within the TCE series, although not quite as fast as we've seen from Red Camel, by the way. because they did a 2:22.8 earlier on in the race and a 2:20.3. That was from a GT car. So 2:23, a low 2:23 is most respectable.
And they've got to find 5 laps though.
That's the problem.
After those 3 visits to the pits,
Precisely, yeah.
slowly disconnecting all the various sensors which were sending the dash haywire. So it's a case really where it's a chase that can happen because the strength that the Red Camels team has shown, that if they then hit a bit of problem, then the chance of actually moving up a couple of positions is quite good because they've got a lap ahead of AC Motorsport. AC Motorsport are 2 and a bit laps ahead of the 3rd and 4th, and there's many hours to go. So at this point, going hell for leather catching up may pay off, but you are already, even though we're only 6.5 hours in, hoping, in a sporting way, hoping for some slight issues to befall your rivals.
Yeah. I just enjoy watching Anti-Bury with the shackles off because he's got nothing to lose now, well, apart from 5th place, but no one cares about that. So just push as hard as you can for the remaining 4 3/4 hours tonight. 2:22.888 that car has now done, which is within the same 10th of the best lap in TCR. We had a 2:22.809 from the Red Camel Jordan's machine earlier on in the race. And one other car in the 2:22s was Monlau Competition at the start, I'm sure, when Stewie Hall was at the wheel. 41 exiting turn 11, and a moment or two ago, over the curb, possibly for one of the Porsches. No, straight on at turn 4 for the 906 car, which leads the 991 class. That's David Ducote for Kelly Moss Road and Race.
I think he backed out though, didn't he? You could see it wasn't going to make it. Thought, well, fine, I'll take advantage of the fact we're in an F1 track and there's plenty of time at runoff, and I'll just go straight and take a little bit of a hit to the back as I go over the sizable curb on the exit line.
Yeah, you've always, tend to always have a bit of an insurance policy around this place, although 1 or 2 have found some circuit furniture, not least the 851 Zorg Rennsport BMW. A little earlier on, slapping the side of the plastic barriers there, thankfully though not the Armco, as Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini is now being fuelled. This again a car that isn't normally used to the fuel nozzle from the supermarket, so it's going to have the breather attached on the other side.
I'm sure when they sat down and designed these full racing sports cars to compete in the highest level of sports car racing, they didn't think, hang on, but we need to make sure we can fill up at Tesco.
No.
Because get the nozzle in, love, and it'll be fine. So it's it is obviously a very. I think that the fueling system actually is one of the great strengths of Creventic. It takes the fueling out of the pit lane. It takes away the requirement for rigs and a huge amount of equipment being bought by the team, so it makes it easier to travel to events.
Yep.
It evens the whole thing out. The only advantage these teams can gauge is by sending their men down to time all the separate pumps and try and find out what's best. And it's still 2 men do it. So it's a superb leveller in an area where actually spending some money for the bigger teams could provide an advantage.
I think the only thing which I dislike about it is that the refueling rate is, I'll say so slow, is sufficiently slow to mean that if you can get a better consumption, then it gives you almost a better advantage. So by driving a little bit more slowly and getting better fuel consumption, you're kind of getting the benefit.
I am amazed you said that. Paul, I would have thought you would have loved that as an extra level of strategy in endurance racing.
I do, but that's why I kind of accentuated the so slow, because there's a balance between being economical and gaining a benefit through being economical and wanting to see cars driven fast. And I think by getting so much of an advantage by being economical, then it kind of it just tips the balance a little bit. I like the theory. I just wish the pumps were a tiny bit quicker. Say, a little bit more than a litre every second rather than a little bit less than a litre every second.
I do quite like the fact that the pit stops aren't timed though to a minimum pit stop reference time,
absolutely.
like VLN is.
Absolutely.
And that's the VLN minimum pit stop times are done because you can't guarantee one fuel filler is going to be as quick as the other.
Yes, absolutely. And no, from that point of view, and as well, the driver change aspect of it and the tyre change aspect of it becomes absolutely crucial, because how quick quickly you can do that can have a material impact on the race. So no, I think in general it does work well, and I agree from the point of view of safety and all of that, it does work very, very well indeed. No, I think that's fine.
So basically what you're saying, if 1.25 litres a second, you'd be the 100% fan of the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. Car collection, for example, when they come into the pits, because they take on 120 litres at every pit stop, they're spending something like 2.5 to 3 minutes just putting the fuel in. That's before they worry about anything like a driver change or driving down the pit lane or anything else on top of that. So, you know, that does become a massive overhead for them just because their car can take on more fuel than any other.
The 107 car, as mentioned, is now back into the race. This is the one that had contact with the number 85 Mercedes, and the incident was investigated. No further action was the message from the clerk of the course. But this car is now stone last for Monlau competition. And for those enjoying our sound and vision coverage of this event, actually going to skip through the whole of the field now by picking them all out in reverse order. So 107 first of all,
with Tom Black still at the
next.
wheel.
Oh right, yeah, Tom
Just
Black.
to say,
yes.
having had the incident, he's still at the wheel.
And there's a slow car that's kind of scuppered our plan to go through the field from the back, because already there is a drama for a Porsche Cup car. Now that may be the Lorient machine, 911.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's the Speed Lover car. It's 978.
No.
So this was the car that we were probably going to feature in 2 cars' time after the Racers Edge Motorsport Sin R1, and the Speed Lover Porsche of Belgium then, with Pierre-Yves Pack at the wheel, grinds to a halt on the main straight just beyond the start line. So just trying to get up the hill towards turn 1, pulled off close to a couple of marshals who should be able to deal with the recovery, but I think that's going to have to be done under a code 60. It's a yellow flag on the start-finish line for the time being. There are flashing lights very close indeed to the Porsche, which will be the recovery vehicle. But
Only 8 laps into its stint, so certainly not a problem of being out of fuel.
Yeah.
But every prospect, I think, of this being able to be dealt with locally,
Oh,
Johnny, because they'll be able to pull it through that gap in the fence, and provided that they don't need to get any of the service vehicles onto the track, it may be dealt with locally. But the marshal's not yet going to get Pierre-Yves out of trouble. Pierre-Yves still trying to reset the car and say, no, I can manage this on my own. However, the longer he takes managing it on his own, the more time he's wasting not being towed back by the service vehicle.
Yes, please, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. No, just please tow me back, it'll save some time. Second problem for that car, of course, it's already had a suspension failure on the rear right when the wishbone gave way, so it does seem weird how some cars will just get through a race with no issues whatsoever, and other cars have multiple problems, and it's not always the same cars. It's no criticism of the preparation, just it seems that a problem begats other problems.
But having said that, the Speed Lover car was the one which finished up on its roof in the unofficial practice session earlier in the week, and it may be that in rebuilding it they didn't quite get everything fully tied down. We have gone to a full code 60. We've got John Heidhoff back.
Hello.
Hello, John.
You were going to run through the field, Paul. Do you want to? I'll tell you what. You go and get some food, because it's food in 10 minutes, and so we'll throw you out, and Nick and I'll go through the field.
I'll walk out without you having to throw me out. Don't worry.
No, that's fine. It's Robert Renaud, by the way, getting into the Herbeth car. The number 4 WeatherTech Black Falcon Mercedes has been in and out. That didn't look like a driver change for me. Felipe Fraga got a new set of Hancocks and now heads in to fuel. It was a driver change now, I'm hearing. So Felipe Fraga out of that. The 188 AC Motorsport car, the 717 Sam Alpasco Oyster Racing Mark II, both having been told that they must repair their start number panels. We'll run through the field in a moment after everybody's come in, as they are sure to do during this code 60. Second place car, Daniel Alleman, has brought the Herbeth Motorsport car into the pit lane, and that has also had a driver change. They were having a good look at the brakes on that car before it went back out. So the first 2 cars are in the pits, also 4th and 5th with CP Racing, the 85. That is the leading A6 AM car, and the second place A6 AM car, Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. They're in the pit lane as well. 101 Red Camel Jordan NL as we go through. This is the leader now in the TCR TCE category of the race, serving a penalty. And that car is in and out. That was about 10 minutes, I reckon. 7 minutes before 6 o'clock in the evening. Officially, sunset was 23 minutes ago, and we've got the beautiful colours in the skies over Austin. As in also now comes, no, that car was already in. A4's in. Dandaleo. Oh, hello, Dandaleo's in. Right, excellent. In the Racers Edge Motorsport, the Sin car. So that car's managed to get back to the pits after problems earlier on. The car Oyster 717 about to move on. Right, is there anything that I need to know about beyond 27th? Is the question.
There's no one running off 27th, is there? They've all stopped.
Right, okay, that's fine. So in 27, let's go to Kelly Moss Road and Race. Porsche didn't start, the number 19. The 411, the RHC Jorgensen Strom car, that effectively didn't take part in more than 4 laps of the race. They were using that as an extra practice car. And the Atlanta Speedworks car had an engine issue that brought that to a rather oily halt at the end of the back straight. So of the cars that are still running, with positions 1 to 5 now in the fuel station, and Felipe Fraga, who was in first, he's out first, which kind of makes sense there. So of the cars still running, 27th position, Monloud Competition, Cupra, Tom Black back in that car after the incident with the 85 car, is 7th in TCE. 6th in TCE, the BMW 240 Racing Cup from Zorg Rennsport. Johann Schwarz has just taken that car back out of the pit lane. In the 25th position and 20th in GT position. I'm just going to run through the field as they stand, and I'll tell you whether the GT or TCE runners. 20th position in GT.